The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 1, The Eternal God Drug. Ah, no, this isn't it. How'd it get to this? I know I have to designate a time limit to keep the transparency property from disappearing, but why'd it become translucent instead when I added a time limit formula into the spell circle? Did I put it in the wrong position? Wait, no, if I did, the circle will lose balance, in which case, should I expand the property's parent spell circle to preserve the balance? Wait, no, that'll make is disproportionate with the formula characters, so it's meaningless. I just don't get it. Master, it's time you went outside for a change, I say. What, Pochi, haven't we been in this dungeon for only 80 years? Isn't it too fast to give up? Pochi, the dog of Siberian Husky breed, had become my familiar 800 years ago. Since then, she has always kept me company as a friend and a caretaker of sorts. Lately, she's been scolding me more and more, day in and day out. Your estimate is way off, sir. And the last time you went out, it was for just 6 hours. Do you even remember anything from before that? Oh yeah, I was doing research to engrave see-through magic onto glasses. I wasn't asking about your research topic, but the amount of time you've spent on it, sir. It's been 120 years. We've cut ourselves off from the outside world for 120 years, you hear me? Do you want to become a hermit or something? Hey, but we did go out for 6 hours too. What did we do, again? Pochi, utterly appalled, heaved a sigh. Looks like she's almost at her limit. What an easily stressed little thing. We went to buy a pair of glasses, sir. Ah, right, that's it. I'm sure the glasses are around here somewhere, here it is. Oh, it's all cracked. This is why you shouldn't immediately move on to a new project once you're done with one. Listen, master. No, I'll say this as a friend, Asley, you would be better off leading a more human-like lifestyle. Hey, come on, you're my familiar, aren't you? I am, yes, but you are a human regardless, master. Pochi's tone turned more adamant with each word she let loose. I'm sure she's genuinely worried for me. It's been 5,000 years. By pure chance, my 17-year-old self had successfully distilled the god drug, Drop of Eternity. I had drunk it, and had attained a body of perennial youth. As a practitioner with no talent as a mage nor an alchemist, it had been my first and only masterpiece. Having obtained the unique blessing of unlimited time, I had invested the majority of it so far into the studying of magic. Although I had gotten the simple magic concepts down by then, unfortunately, my learning capabilities had been greatly unchanged. It had also required me months to learn new things from that point on. Of course, that meant I had enriched my abilities at a consistent turtle's pace, and through methods of bygone days, no less. In theory, my rate of progression should have been faster on a new step than the last. But each time I was tasked with learning something completely new, my talents carried me full speed in the direction opposite to what should have been. Once I improved myself through persistent practice and research, I happened upon Pochi as a little pup, and her mother, under attack from a monster. Using the ice launcher, a spell I had spent 8 months to learn, I had successfully driven off the monster, but unfortunately, I had not been able to save Pochi's mother. I've never forgotten the image of Pochi crying before her mother's grave. From then on, Pochi and I had lived a long, fun life. He was clever, friendly, and quickly responded to simple instructions. But I had always known that the time would come for us to part ways. Yes, I would live on for eternity, but Pochi's time would have ended in 1/5 of the time I had taken to create the see-through glasses. I told Pochi about the Drop of Eternity, which I had saved half of, and asked if he would drink it. Pochi being the clever little thing, he hesitated to drink it, and went on to ponder it over at length. Well, she ended up getting it without realizing, though. Me being such an idiot, I had put the Drop of Eternity on a desk full of research materials, and at one point, it ended up spilling onto Pochi's feed tray. And me being such an idiot, 50 years had passed since then before I realized what had happened. While looking at Pochi, who had lived long past her lifespan by then, I also finally caught sight of the bottle, fallen over and emptied on the table. Coming to a conclusion, I had explained it to Pochi as such, and her reaction was. Honestly, it was quite hilarious. It was not long thereafter that I had made Pochi my familiar. So, you know. You should go outside more, yeah. But do we even have somewhere to go to? Master, have you forgotten why you had immersed yourself in research in the first place? Didn't you say that you wanted to attain great power so that you could do good for the world? Ah, I did say that to get back at the guys that made fun of me, but that was 500 years ago, so I've changed my direction when I realized that there's no way they're still alive, I guess. Oh, for the love of. You abandon things too easily, Master. You haven't even used that see-through glasses for any peeping yet, not that I'm encouraging you to. Now that she mentioned it. It was indeed a bad habit of mine, creating one thing, then immediately moving on to the next as another desire surfaced. And I haven't been out to see the world lately, so now might be as good a time as any. But if I remember right, our levels were on the low side. What are you saying? Putting your level aside, Master, mine has already reached 100. What in blazes? When'd you even? Unlike you, Master, I've been exercising outside. Wait, I've always been the only one to go get food, too. NGH, oh, yeah, let's see, oh, here it is. Byproduct of the see-through glasses project, the appraisal glasses. If I put this on and look at Pochi. Let's see here. Name, Pochi. Titles, The Fool's Familiar, Advanced Familiar, The Powerful, Great Wolf. LV, 100. HP, 2500. MP, 507. EXP, 9,999,999. Special Skills. Breath Attack, Zenith. Air Claw. Gigantification. Tempest. What's up that fool in the title? Just because I'm stupid, is that it? Wait, I agreed to it just now, didn't I? Ah, right, apply reflection magic to the glasses, and, there. Name, Asley. Titles, The Fool, The Polarizing, Hermit Candidate, Mage, Alchemist, Staff Wielder. LV, 20. HP, 214. MP, 9812. EXP, 21955. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Skilled. Support Magic, Intermediate. Recovery Magic, Intermediate. Purification, Advanced. Now that's quite the advantage in MP pool. Is this because all I've been taking in is more and more knowledge? There's the possibility of it growing even higher with the rising of my level, too. And it was generally better to have more titles, sure, but some of them seemed to have negative effects. I mean, it was so self-explanatory. The Fool, that one probably had a detrimental effect on everything else. I'll have to be persistent in getting it removed. The Polarizing, this one was the result of me doing nothing but research, I suppose. And Hermit Candidate, was this because it had been brought up just now? I never signed up for that position. Well, those are pretty much the things I have to deal with sometime soon, I guess. Alright, that's it. We're moving out tomorrow. Pochi, gather up all the stuff. Yes, sir. Leave it to me. So, what should we do, sir? Oh, forgot how bright the sunlight was. Now, we shall set forth on an adventure that will go down in legends for decades to come. I see, I see. So, what should we do? For journeys and adventures, a goal is necessary. Pochi, do you have anything in mind? Goals, sir. Well, since I've become a familiar and all, I may as well see if I can find and participate in the gathering called the Familiar Chalice. I've heard of it before, but how did Pochi even know about it? There might have been something about it in one of my books. Perhaps that was where she had caught wind of it from. Do you have anything in mind, Master? Let's see. For adventurers, there has to be dungeon crawling. I want to try conquering the most mysterious dungeon ever, the Devil King's chest pocket. There must be many rare books and artifacts in there. Oh, yeah, there's one more. And that would be, what, sir? I wouldn't say I want to become a philosopher, but I want to get rid of the title the Fool, at least. Pochi's mouth was agape in astonishment. No, please, don't look at me like that. I hope you're not fooling around, sir. The title the Fool is detrimental to all of your powers. Wait, wouldn't that mean I also have the title the Fool's familiar? Oh, yeah, you did have it when I looked. Oh, no wonder. So this was why my body never felt any lighter when I leveled up. Now, don't worry about it too much. I'm sure you're still as powerful as veteran-class adventurers, yeah. What worries me is that I may not be able to get stronger than that level, sir. Well, I won't be dwelling on it. So, where shall we go, sir? Our current location is in the dense forest region, with the desert to the north, the sea to the south, the grasslands to the east, and the mountains to the west. I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, irritating, and it's really not a place one would willingly go to. The mountains are out, too, for a similar line of reasoning. So that leaves us with either the sea or the grasslands. In which case? Pochi, what do you want to eat? Meat or fish? You do remember that I'm a wolf, yes? My choice will always be meat, of course. All right, to the meat, grasslands, then. Roll out. Whoa. The east, grasslands region. Well, what a big catch. We sure got a lot, Pochi. All because you walked ahead recklessly, sir. Now we have 7 cyclopes and 3 killer manties on us. What do you plan to do now? Oh, calm down, think of it as an opportunity to work up an exquisite combination for us. Commence Operation R.I.P. Pochi. Nay. Aha, I have a better idea. Let us commence Operation Sacrificial Asley instead. What a dreadful thing to come up with. Nay. Well, for now, just buy me some time. Oh, you just had to have me do it, don't you? Without a moment's caution, Pochi plunged herself into the midst of the Cyclops. I loaded my staff with arcane energy and started drawing a spell circle in the air. Then I drew some characters, shining bright like sunlight, rose them up, and slammed them down on the spell circle. With the characters added to the pentagram as the magic formula, the magic spell was successfully invoked. All right, Pochi, get back. Meteor Lance, coming right up. Jaya. Spears impaled the monsters with the intensity of scorching meteors, with the parts torn off dissolving away almost immediately. Then the chime informing me of a level-up rang within my brain. As always, it feels like it just keeps echoing in my head. Ouch. That one hurt. Could you not have chosen some lighter magic spell? Hey, don't blame me. I don't know how to handle magic on a case-by-case basis. And you've been scolding me way too much for a while now, you know. That wasn't scolding. I'm always thinking in your best interests, Master. Oh, I see, thank you very much. Oh, you are very welcome. This Pochi is becoming more and more like a sister-in-law, but in all seriousness, it looks like she really is looking out for me. This made me think of my mother and father, whom I had long forgotten the faces of. Having lost both of them at the age of 10, I had since been under the care of my uncle, whom I had left soon after I had become of age at 15. He had done the bare minimum in raising me, so I had not much of a gratitude left for him. Really though, the Devil King's chest pocket, the familiar chalice, where are they even supposed to be? Now, are you proposing that we go straight to the destination? What, isn't that what we're supposed to do? Maybe not the Devil King's chest pocket, but at your level, you should be fine going to the familiar chalice, right? Please, do not say such foolish things, sir. Obviously, those who reached level 100 are dime a dozen. It is not something to be taken without learning and mastering numerous tactics, engraving them into your body, so as to attain strength not tied to levels and numbers. How'd you even know all this stuff, anyway? All that was written in the books I've found in your archives, master. Though I feel the ones in question were particularly old. I knew it. That's what it was. I've noticed that a few of my books reeked of Pochi's drool. So she's has been flipping the pages after licking her paws. What does she think she is, an old man? So what are we going to do, then? I propose that we decide on a location to use as a base, and train ourselves while gathering information. Then wouldn't it be better to go back to that dungeon? Now, of course you're saying that. That won't do at all, sir. Stay there again, and I feel your humanity might slip. So, is there any way for us to find a human settlement, Pochi Doggo? In accordance with my words, Pochi, seeing no other choice, started sniffing in the smells of the vicinity. For a dog, she sure is expressive. Well, more like she's become so good at it since she'd become a familiar. After all, she'd never been like this before then. Sniff sniff. I smell water from that direction, sir. Where there is water, there is civilization, eh? That's the only lead we have, so for now, let's go check it out. Sylvan, I actually got this translated because my friend said he was interested. This is quite an interesting story which I highly recommend to those that enjoy slower-paced stories. It is not as blood-boiling as Marshall Peak, but this certainly has its own unique charms. I really commend the author for making such a work. I know some of you are wondering why I did not start off from the previous guy. To answer that, the translation from the previous guy wasn't that bad, but it was not that great either. Especially the manga-novel combination, which I can't fully get behind. It ruins the experience for some, and I personally don't like that, though I keep my comments on Marshall Peak as a history of sorts, lol. So, we will be starting off with 2 chapters a week. I have also started a Patreon to those that want to support this series. The Patreon is still in the works and will get updated as time progresses. The goals are not really hard goals right now. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 2, Magic, Magecraft, and the Warriors. After that, Pochi and I managed to reach a river. We headed downstream from there, the decision made by Pochi, who had won a deciding round of rock-paper-scissors. As we went along, we eventually came across a wooden bridge to cross to the other side. Oh, looks like we might be close to a town. Ahem, all thanks to me winning the RPS, sir. By the way, Pochi had played the RPS with her paw, of course. It was weird. Oh come on, I'm sure there would have been a town upstream as well. Yes, if you insist, sir. Oh, there's the highway. So it's a good choice as any to proceed this way, yes. There's no dirt path on this side, too, so it's more likely that there will be a settlement there. Which means we've been living in undeveloped land all this time, huh? We did find a town nearby 80 years ago, so maybe that's why it didn't feel like that. Oh, I see, now I think I understand why I had the Hermit Candidate title. You've received that sort of title as well. With all due respect, it feels as if we do not have much in common, master. Well, you're a dog, so. What do you even mean? Upon becoming a familiar, I was supposed to have formed a personality suitable for the one who had made me so. But for you, master, I feel it is not quite something to be called personality, so to speak. This is quite difficult to explain well in words. Now, personalities differ from person to person. And besides, do you even know humans other than me? Of course I do. If I happened upon travelers, I would track them, observing their speech and actions, and in the rare occasion of going far out, I would always make sure to observe the people around me. Besides, I did gain a fair amount of knowledge from books. That is all more reason that your abnormalities are so clear in my eyes, master. Her way of speaking that nitpicks every little thing is a tad bit annoying, but she wasn't necessarily mistaken in what she had said. While the superiority of my familiar has dampened my spirit somewhat, I continued onward, in a journey that had just begun. When it has started to become dark out, enough for me to start using the light source magic spell, we happened upon another light, a fire, burning intensely up ahead. What's that? I smell decay, and humans. Master, humans are under monster attack up ahead. Alright, we gotta bail while we can. What the, that's not how it's supposed to go, sir. Wait, what? Gah, Pochi's cold stare really hurts. Needless to say, I'm stuck with no other choice now. Seems like I have to go help those people, what with all this pressure. From what I can immediately confirm, there were 6 zombie lords, and maybe because we were near water, there were quite a lot of the aquatic monsters, the marine lizards. More than 10, I would estimate. Look, just. Please go help them. Alright, fine. Go secure an escape path, then. As you command. Let's see here, rise, 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 arise, there. Hey, you guys. This way. Run. As I shouted to them and sent a spell circle flying up, the ones under attack, 1 young man and 2 girls, ran to me through the opening that Pochi had created. Air wall, coming right up, oh, crap. Pochi, 2 of them got through. I invoked the spell circle that I had sent up, erecting a defensive air perimeter. It succeeded in halting the monster's pursuit, but my timing was slightly off, so 2 of them had gotten through, just as I had said. What a crude familiar master you are. You, big guy. Take care of that one. Yeah, I got this. You're one to talk about being crude, Pochi. And why'd she leave the zombie for the warrior-looking man to dispatch? Pochi is the one position closer to the zombie lord, isn't she? Hey, Pochi, why you? I don't want to bite the zombie, that's why. It dirties my fangs more than necessary. That's reasonable. Since becoming familiar, she sure has picked up quite a few human-like qualities. Concentrate on the task at hand, master. Please take care of the ones inside the perimeter. What a crude master ordering familiar you are. Rise, rise, arise. Ground needle. Wah. The monsters, fallen into the pitfall I had created, screamed in deathly agony. The bottom of that pit was a floor full of spikes. I'm sure none of them is left alive. And when the pitfall's time limit expired, it turned right back to smooth, level ground. And at the same time, the level up chime ranged within my brain. Pochi made quick work of the marine lizard, and while slower, the warrior-looking man nicely cleaved the zombie lord in 2. You have our gratitude for saving our lives. I'm Reed. Oh, please do not think much of it. I am Pochi, and my master here is called Asley. Hey, shouldn't I be the one talking here? And you 2 ladies, are you injured? She isn't listening to me at all. I'm all right. But Lena here got hit. This is just a scratch, sis. Sorry to ask for another favor so soon, but could you use some recovery magic for Lena? Master, if you please. Wait, there's no mage among you 3. This isn't the time and place to talk, is it? Looks like she's hit with some poison. I could clearly see cold sweat running from the Lena girl's forehead. Her right upper arm was bleeding pretty badly. She was obviously bluffing. As she heard that it was poison, Lena's older sister immediately tensed up. See, can you heal her? Why, yes, I sure can. And you are? Oh, I'm Mana. All right then, Mana, hold Lena's arm firmly and keep it still. And Reed, please hold Lena down from behind. The two did as I instructed. I dare say, they may even be more receptive to what I say than Pochi had ever been. Now, Lena, this will hurt only for a second. Be ready. Yes. Rise, clock back and stop. Guh. Lena's body twitched convulsively. Lena's wound quickly healed up, and right before it completely closed, a blob of green liquid sprung out. All right, thanks to Mana and Reed holding her, I didn't mess that up. Whoa. That closed up the wound, too. Wait, isn't the spell that removes poison supposed to be called Recover? Is Lena really healed? A green liquid was extracted just now, wasn't it? That was the poison. Please don't worry. A magic spell that combines the antidote and restoration effects. Wait, was that composite magic? It said that only 10 or so mages could use that stuff. The ground needle that I'd used to kill the monsters just now was a composite spell, yes. But for this one, I just cast spells on top of each other. And composite spells aren't supposed to be that rare of a thing. What's going on here? Composite spells, and layered casting? By any chance, are you one of the reinforcements from the Magic University? Reed's expression really brightened up there. What did he even by reinforcements? No, I'm not. Right, of course. Since the spells you use are so high level, you must be a graduate. If you don't mind me asking, how exactly did you heal my wound, sir? I just used a rewind spell that targets a specific body part, while also adding a control spell. Using Recover wouldn't make up for the blood you'd lost, so I thought it'd be better to get the blood back with a rewinding spell, but that also meant the momentary pain is brought back as well. Doesn't seem like they're getting that. Everyone is just tilting their heads. From what I'm seeing, Reed, Mana, and Lena were all warriors, so it's reasonable that they're not well versed in magic. But from their talk about the Magic University and all that, it seems like magic has become more of a rare thing in the present time. I don't really get the part about rewinding, but isn't control magic a long-lost ancient art? Really, who are you? Ugh, this has become quite troublesome. In this kind of atmosphere, I have to make myself not stand out. Do I have no choice but to rely on Pochi to do something? I'll just have to. In seeking assistance from Pochi, I beamed a wink to her. Seeming to notice what I was up to, Pochi looked down and heaved a sigh. He is a traveling mage, and I am his familiar. We are not affiliated with the university, but I ask that you refrain from asking about our journey. But, you know. Come on, brother, they're ones who saved our hides. Let's just leave talking at that. That's right, big bro. These three are siblings, I see. Reed gave me the impression of a reliable biggest brother. He was a big, muscular fellow, and he had quite the messy cut for his light brown hair. Mana had a strong big sister-like impression, like, no offense, but the well-endowed type to fool around with guys. Her long hair of mixed brown and red also made that impression stronger. And for a combatant, Lena seemed too thin and delicate, and a bit too short. No matter how I looked, she did not seem to be of age, meaning she should be younger than 15. I recalled her wielding a long sword unfit for her body build. Her hair was the same color as her older sister, but her cut was short, going down only to the nape of her neck. All right, I get it. I appreciate your help, really. Sorry for pestering, Asley. If you don't mind me asking, Sir Asley, what brings you here? Lena's words tickled me in all the wrong places. No matter how I look at myself, I really am not one fit to be called a sir by strangers. After living in seclusion for quite a long time, we have set out on a journey to broaden our horizons. It seemed we had gotten lost, but eventually, we had happened upon the highway, which had led us to encounter you. Nice going, Pochi. Explain things nicely while leaving out the sensitive details. Everything she said was still true, though. I see. And what about you? Seeing that you're lightly equipped, I'd assume there's a settlement nearby, and if so, I'd like to know about it. Ah, well. We're from Faltown. It's not much of a town at this point, but we won't refuse a request from our saviors, of course. We'll lead you there. At this point, the three cast their eyes down as a response to my question. Reinforcements. At this point, from those words, I hypothesized that the living conditions of these three were quite harsh. And from that, Pochi and I refrained from asking further questions. We'll know soon enough, once we're at Faltown itself. We walked along the highway, with me keeping a light source spell up. Leading the way was Reed, with Lena and Mana to both his sides. I was behind them, and Pochi, the most powerful combatant, was on rear guard. Wanting to know our overall combat capabilities, I used the appraisal glasses with them unaware. Name, Reed. Titles, The Strong, Eldest Brother, Swordsman. LV, 39. HP, 412. MP, 39. EXP, 101,502. Special Skills. Smash/Slash. Fortify Strength. Fortify Resilience. Is Smash/Slash an original technique of his? I don't think I've ever heard of it before. And I'd used heal on everyone present, so the HP value I'm reading now should be the maximum. Name, Mana. Titles, Elder Sister, Sword Fighter. LV, 27. HP, 288. MP, 54. EXP, 49,230. Special Skills. Fortify Strength. Her relevant statistics seem pretty close to mine. And her MP pool is larger than Reed, so I suppose that comes naturally. It was usually the case that women have an advantage in MP, after all. Name, Lena. Titles, Little Sister, Apprentice Swordsman. LV, 18. HP, 191. MP, 126. EXP, 17,397. Special Skills. Bringing this girl out here in the first place was already overdoing it, I must say. And considering her MP pool, it's strange that she'd been designated as a warrior. She was naturally more suited to be a mage, so why did she not become one? At her age, it's not too late to start either. Master. Master. Pochi called out to me in a whisper. What's up? This is not a very good habit to have, sir. I understand your intention, but I think it would be better if you have the other party's consent first. Ah, sorry. I'll be more careful. Very good, sir. Indeed, it is not a good habit to have. I'll need to ask for consent to look into others' abilities. I guess. Monster detected up ahead. Alone, but, it's big. Boy, that was loud. It's like he was asking for it to discover us. And here I am, layering an invisibility spell onto the light source spell so that the monster wouldn't see it. But really, it sure is big. What in blazes? I sent the light source spell flying forward, but Pochi in the back, operating as effectively in the dark as she was the first to realize its true form. Chimera. It's already noticed us. Be cautious. What appeared before us was a giant monster, 8 meters tall, with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. It seemed to be a B-ranked monster, so a level 40 party of 2 warriors and a mage should suffice. And since we have Pochi, there shouldn't be any issue. Ugh, I never thought it'd come out this far. Reed, defend Mana and Lena. Pochi, take the front and buy me some time. As you command. We got this. Mana was doing fine, but Lena's got her face all cramped up with fear. That's to be expected, I suppose. In this kind of battle situation, the priority should be on protecting those with lower levels, if there is any. Gua! Pochi activated her special technique, gigantification. Now grown up to 6 meters, Pochi might even manage to take the enemy down before I finished invoking my spell. Well, since I've ordered her, buying time is likely the only thing Pochi would do for this particular case, though. In part because she wanted me to gain some experience, too, I'm sure. Met with a mysterious, giant dog wolf, the chimera seemed to be slightly hesitant. That's my cue. Rise, a rise, a rise, a rise. Hexa boundary. A spell circle appeared at the chimera's feet. It formed a perfect hexagon perimeter that wrapped the monster in a stream of bluish-white lightning. As if in restraints, the chimera's limbs, tail, and mouth had their movements limited. All right, now. Finish it off. The chimera is a monster with extremely high magical resistance. Which, of course, called for the existence of Magecraft, the countermeasure against such monsters. Magecraft differed from magic in that the invoking of their speckle circles required the hexagram pattern. What's that? Hurry. It won't hold for much longer. Oh. We're going in, brother. Reed and Mana raised a battle cry and bravely charged at the chimera. And as expected, Lena's legs have given out. I stood in front of her and carefully watched the damage the chimera did on the boundary. Lena, there's no need to be afraid. That monster can be destroyed by employing the right methods. Thank. Goo. The chimera, repeatedly slashed at by Reed and Mana, screamed over Lena's word of thanks. The boundary is still in effect, but apparently not for much longer. The stream of bluish-white lightning binding the chimera began to fizzle out, like it was about to disperse. Now, master. Layered cast. I can't do layered Magecraft. That's way beyond my skill level, you idiot. Rise, a rise, a rise. Ice horn. I drew a craft circle in the sky over the chimera, enlarged and invoked it, creating a giant icicle. With a terrific impact that shook the earth, the icicle impaled the chimera's body and staked it in place. All right. That worked. Now go. The two had been quite disturbed by the appearance of icicles, but as I shouted to them, they quickly got back to the next action. Aurea. Ha! Mana stabbed the lion head, deciding the fight. And at the same time, the level-up chime rang within my head. It seems I've exerted quite a lot of unnecessary force, maybe because I've been doing nothing but research for so long. Perhaps this was what Pochi meant by strength not tied to levels and numbers. Now, Lena, it's over. I called out to Lena and patted my hands on her shoulders, so as to quell her fear. Why yes. Thank you so much. The little girl, with tears welling up in her eyes, took my hand and steadily stood herself up. Back when I was her age, I probably would have been in the same state. Well, even with this talk of emotionally moving nostalgia, the memories I now have of me from 50-100 years ago were nothing but foggy. Check this out, brother. Chimera horns and fangs. We can use them to upgrade all our gear. Mana, the ones that pulled the most weight in the fight were Asley and Pochi. We'll give the rarer materials to them. Air. But. Mana, still holding on to the chimera's horns and fangs, turned gloomy. Don't mind me. You three will put them to better use, I'm sure. I'll just take the chimera's eyes. The eyes. I've never heard about it being used as an ingredient. Chimera eyes are actually essential for weapon enchantment, like. Well, I guess it's too complicated to talk about now. Master, you should be more prudent when discussing such topics. I realized that right after saying what I'd said. Seriously though, do I need to be warned about every single thing I do? The three warriors stared blankly at us, but more because they had just witnessed Pochi shrinking to her original size, so that's one worry out of the way. Really, you helped us out big time. I'm so happy that we finally got to avenge our old man. So you've got that kind of history with it. The thing attacked Faltown a few years back, you see. Our old man was the town's strongest fighter at the time. He drove it off but was gravely wounded during the fight. Wait, hold up a minute. A chimera attacking a town. What in the world was the guild doing? It shouldn't be too hard for them to get rid of, right? Master, that conversation can be left for another time. We should arrive at Faltown as soon as possible. Right. I dug up a habit I'd decided to try and stop just moments ago. It's only natural that Pochi warns me about so many things I do. I really am such an idiot, huh? Ah, sorry. Let's hurry on our way. We formed the same formation as before and resumed our march to Faltown. On the way, Lena momentarily slowed her pace and came to my side. Please don't worry too much about it, sir. Lena's words of concern, as awkward as they were, helped me calm myself down a little, I feel. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 3, The First Town, Faltown. Faltown, Highway Entrance Exit. Wah, what in blazes? It's all in ruins. The outer wall, or rather where it was supposed to be, had almost completely crumbled away, and the gate itself barely served its function. The stone-built house within the perimeter were all ruined, too. Wooden houses could be seen built on some of the demolished sites. They, too, were badly damaged, with some even missing a roof and completely exposed to the elements. Pochi and I were agape in surprise, and Lena looked at us, seemingly embarrassed. Right, so this was what Reed meant by it not being not much of a town. Sir Asley, the only combatants remaining in this town are us three, some of the younger children, and our chief and his personal guard. And without any traders coming by, this town is practically abandoned by the guild. We've sent requests for aid on carrier pigeons countless times, but the nation in control of the guild only returned with dismissive replies. Lena cast her eyes down, and Mana did not shy away from expressing her anger toward the nation. Still, the nation did give a reply at all, so that means. How's that even supposed to work? We're sort of a commando unit that takes out monsters as they approach the town. We've never been ganged up on like we had just now, though. Things sure are getting worse and worse. We're low on food and water, and most of the capable men had died defending the town. That's why the town is mostly women, children, and the old folks. This is the first time I've seen a town without an operating guild branch. For me, who had always lived life as I pleased, the situation they are in is just too much to bear. Asley, I'd like to introduce you to the chief. Will you come? Pochi. I understand, sir. I'll keep watch at the gate. I'm counting on you. We'll hang around here as well. Brother, Asley, you two go ahead to see the chief. Hearing Mana say so, Lena proceeded to sit down to Pochi's side. Leaving guard duty to Pochi, I walked with Reed to go meet the town's chief. Looking around as I went, I saw that the inside of the town was in the same shape as the gate. Relatively low damage, but damaged nonetheless, so to speak. I'm not one to talk, having lived in a dungeon for the longest time, but here really is not a place people should live in. The so-called chief's house was unexpectedly close, taking us only a few minutes' walk. I'd thought it would be in the deepest part of town, but considering that they did not have many combatants available, it might actually be more appropriate to live near the gate. The house was large, but full of holes just like the rest. If I were to be told to live here, I would strongly be against it. Reed lightly knocked on the door, which half open and practically hanging loose anyway. The answer from inside was a young woman's voice, an unexpected one. Please come in. Reed fully opened the door and greeted the beautiful blonde woman who stood there. She was slender, and was wearing quite the revealing outfit. An apt description would be an ornamented leotard, I suppose. It seemed even more lightweight than the tattered vestment I had on. Her eyes were relatively large, and her eyelashes long. She had blue pupils and quite the sharp jawline. Her appearance gave the impression of goddess statues in temples. "Reina, we just got back. I'd like to report to the chief, and also introduce this man to him." "And who might he be?" The woman with quite the attractive eyes, apparently called Reina, stared at me as if in scrutiny. "This is Asley, a mage. He'd saved our lives out there just now. I am the one called Asley. Pleased to make your acquaintance." I meant no offense. Please do pardon my rudeness, sir. Come, let us head inside." Reina promptly apologized, then proceeded to guide us into the house. The interior was a single large room, though by no means with an abundance of space. A man was sitting at the table to our right, that was probably the chief. The place was overall in a bad shape, and the pieces of furniture in my immediate sight fared equally as bad. "Welcome, good traveler. I've heard the conversation from in here. First of all, let us thank you for saving Reed and his siblings." This middle-aged looking man, sure enough, had the disposition and aura befitting one called a chief. Seeing me, the chief promptly stood up and gently bowed down. "My name is Ryan. I am very pleased to make your acquaintance. I am the one called Asley, sir. We are on a journey to broaden our horizons and practice my craft as a mage." From the perspective of these people, me being on a journey might be considered a luxury. However, it just didn't feel right to lie to them as I introduced myself. "That is wonderful indeed. We may not be in the condition to give blessings, but may your way ahead be pleasant. Chief, you gotta hear this. Thanks to Asley and his friend, we managed to destroy the Chimera." What did you say?" "The Chimera that has been tormenting us for so long." "You speak the truth." Ryan and Reina, half joyful and half shocked, approached me and Reed. "Oh, you bet it's true. Asley's magic might even be on the level of the 6 archmages." 6 archmages? I've never heard of that term before. The world's most powerful mages, or something like that, I guess. Does that mean the ones who've earned such a title are a part of an organization? Have you never heard of them? The most powerful mages the Magic University has ever produced. The title is supposed to be known throughout the world. It is considered to be one half of a whole, together with the 6 Braves of the Warrior University. I've lived in seclusion for quite a while, you see. So, well, I am not aware of any of them. Ha ha ha. Is that so? It seems I've inquired too much. Please do pardon my boorish conduct. Please do not lower your head, sir. You are the town's chief, after all. It reflects badly on my character, too. If I say so myself, I'm so very bad at receiving thanks and apologies, yet today it's been all thanks and apologies. Ha ha ha. It is most mysterious, but it does not feel like I am talking to a young fellow at all. Your parents must have raised and educated you well. Ha ha. It is very kind of you to say that, sir. Your mannerisms are impeccable. A rare sight for young ones in this day and age, indeed. Reina, I remember there being a vacant house out west, please lead Sir Asley there. Certainly. All right, I'll go switch with Pochi. Reed said before running off, and I thanked Ryan before heading out west together with Reina. In the dark of the night, I surprised Reina by casting the light source spell. As we walked on our way, we came across a plaza, albeit one with no sign of people around. What's the deal with this place? 10 odd years ago, I used to play and run all around here as well. After the town's collapse, people instead gathered here for reasons other than to draw water. Other reasons? Please take a look. What Reina pointed at was a large unused well. To its side, a bottomless bucket had been left lying around, and the rope hanging from its pulley was all but torn apart. The place is low on water supply. I do remember Reed saying that. Yes, besides drawing water from the river 10 kilometers away from here, we do not have a reliable method of securing drinkable water. Those who head out to obtain water are constantly at risk of facing danger. Currently, it is either Reed or the chief who makes several round trips each day. Though Reyna said all that so easily, she had quite the bitter expression on her face. That's a great deal of both physical and mental fatigue. Now that I think about it, from how Reed and Ryan's faces looked, they must have been going for days without proper sleep. I just can't imagine how tired they must be. As if to break the silence between me and Reyna, Pochi ran into the plaza. Master, sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh, who might that be? Pochi, this is Reyna. And Reyna, this is my familiar, Pochi. I am Pochi. It is a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is all mine. I am Reyna. I must say, this is the first time I've seen a familiar. What a charming and adorable little thing you are. Reyna is very adorable, too, what with her smiling as she stooped down to look at Pochi, not saying that out loud, of course. I hate to ask this of you, Pochi, but can you be the gatekeeper for the rest of today? I want Reed and the others to get as much rest as they can. Whoa, Master, you're reluctant to ask for favors. I swear, it's going to rain first thing tomorrow morning. Look, just, get going, all right? Hoo, yes siree. Pochi turned around and ran off, back the same way she had come. Sir Asley. Will she be fine? Oh, please don't worry. Familiars restore their strength just by staying still, so they don't necessarily need sleep. Thank you very much for all you have done for us, sir. The ones who would dare turn a blind eye to such a town must be devils. I couldn't help but be irritated by how the nation has been handling things. The house Reyna guided me to was, as expected, in bad shape. While passing the night there, Reed, Mana, and Lena came to visit, wanting to thank me properly, but I turned them away and told them to go get some rest. I sure got thanked a lot in just this day alone. Though often not the case, humans were the kind to take appropriate action without seeking such rewards. The ones who deliberately do not take action at all, however, are nothing but evil, in my book. The things I've been seeing truly makes me question the current state of the guild and the nation, the question that persisted through the whole night, the next morning. Pochi came to me, seeming to have exchanged shifts with Reed. How was last night? Bloody cold, that's what. Ah. I was cold, too. It's practically the same as outside in here. But you had a blanket, Master. I was outside the whole time. Great, now Pochi's complaining. Familiars are supposed to be more resistant to changes in atmospheric temperature than humans, but I suppose not having fire around would be cold nonetheless. And Reed has always stayed out like that. Must be hard. I do know why it's so cold around. Of course, there's the problem with the buildings themselves, but the biggest issue is that they don't make fires. It's not like they can't, either. They probably don't have the resources to spare, and are saving what little they have for cooking procedures. Ryan's house also had a fireplace, but it didn't seem like it's been in use for quite a while. The temperature was around 10 degrees, so it's not deathly bad, but that's different when they're out all the time. They must have been freezing to the core. Pochi. What is it, Master? You're looking relatively quiet today. Let's make this place our base of operations for a while. I'd like you to keep watch on the surrounding area. I'll get something to keep you warm. Well. We've not been out for long, but you're already showing good development, sir. This is a far cry from you before we set off, don't you think? Look, just take this blanket for now and go keep watch at the gate. And tell the people on duty now to gather at the plaza. I threw the rolled-up blanket at the grinning Pochi, and she held it in her mouth before running off. I heaved a sigh at Pochi's arrogant attitude just now, then stood up, grabbed my staff, and left for the plaza. Perhaps because I didn't remember the way from last night well enough, or perhaps because I just walked too slowly. Reed, his sisters, and Reyna were already there by the time I arrived. Thanks a million for yesterday, Asley. It's been a long time since I last got a good night's sleep. Nah, it's Pochi you need to thank. She told me it was super cold out last night. Ha ha ha, Pochi told me to thank you instead, too, and now you're telling me to thank her instead, eh? Damn, she sure takes the weirdest pages from my book. Or is it me taking a page from hers in this case? We've been friends for more than 800 years now, so there's probably no clear distinction at this point. By the way, what are you calling us to this rundown place for? Sorry to say this after all you've done to help us, Sir Asley, but we do have a list of ongoing tasks that need to be done. We went out to quell the monster activity earlier in the morning, and it was all small fries, so we thought we'd go draw water. So Reyna and Mana were planning to go, too. They're quite hardworking, considering that they're probably just around 20 years old. You won't be drawing water from the river anymore. From now on, you'll get water here. Hey, I know you're a mage, but is there even magic that generates water? You're right, water magic spells can't be used in places that don't already have water. Which means I can't use magic here, but with Magecraft, it's a different story. Rise, rise. Ice horn. I sent a hexagram craft circle flying above the unused well, then invoked it. A giant ice pillar materialized and dropped onto the hole. Oh, that's the spell you used yesterday. But now it's blocked the well off. That's going to take a long time to melt. Rise. Transient blades. Sending another, identical craft circle above the well, this time I invoked a hail of bladed flashes of light. Manipulating the slashes with my staff, I finally shredded the ice into the well. No way. The pillar that pierced the chimera's body, cut to pieces just like that. So this is what magic is capable of. Or, no, did you just say, Magecraft, Sir Asley? I then proceeded to repeat the process a few more times, eventually filling most of the well with ice crystals. That was amazing, Sir Asley. Now, Lena, this isn't even the end of it yet, you know. We're not going to just wait for it to melt. Rise. Fire stamp and remote control. This time using magic, I materialized a stamp seal-shaped mass of fire that matched the size of the well, and directed it to slowly descend into the well with a control spell. The ice that filled the hole started to melt, steadily dripping water to the bottom. The fire stamp seal descended the well, melting and cracking the ice as it went. Water eventually filled the bottom, and the level further rose up as more fine ice and water dropped down. As I finished, the people who had gathered around were agape in silence, and I was drenched in sweat. How's that? The well is now put to use well, right? Heh. Well, if I regularly drop more ice in, they'll melt on their own, so the big show's just for today. I wouldn't want to do that again, either. Ha. Woaha. Cheers of joy filled the plaza, so loud that my eardrums might have ruptured. Some took each other's hands, some smiled, some cried, all were delighted, or so I remembered from before I had passed out. When I came to, I saw that Lena, Mana, and Reed were watching over me. What was I? As I got up, Reed immediately kneeled in apology, with his head on the ground. Reed? Why were you prostrating yourself like that? I won't blame you if you don't remember. Sorry, I was so happy and hugged your neck a bit too hard. I see, a hug, eh? So that's what it takes for Reed to lower his head. Right, I do remember being in pain. That's just for a bit, though. I'm terribly sorry. Our brother really messed up this time, Asley. We're sorry. Not you too, Mana. Please, get up, both of you, I really don't like this kind of thing. And I'm fine now, so there's no need to worry. That aside, how's the well? The water didn't disappear or anything, did it? Why yeah, everybody's been using it without issue. Thanks a million for that. Lena and Mana followed him in thanking me once again. Essentially, ice conjured with Magecraft spells like Ice Horn would disappear if left around for a fixed period of time. But that did not apply to the water produced from the conjured ice by external methods. I had read that trick from one of the old books, and it sure came in handy this time. That's good to hear. Please do tell me if the water supply is running low. I can add to it any time. What wouldn't that mean? You're going to stay here for a while? Yes, that's what I meant. This might sound hypocritical, but I don't want to leave you people behind in this state. As long as Pochi is in action, we can relieve you of quite a lot of your immediate burdens, too. Thank you. Reed, still sat down, started to tremble as he expressed his thanks once more, and as drops of tear dripped onto his legs. Feeling a tad bit awkward, I averted my eyes to Lena, who was doing the same, then to Mana, who also did like the other two. Perhaps the human heart was much more fragile and vulnerable than I had given them credit for. I wonder when was it that I had last shed tears. Living long months and years, spending long days and hours, I had absorbed a great deal of technical knowledge, but at the same time, I might have forsaken other things instead. And was it truly awkwardness that I had felt just now? Or had I simply become incapable of looking people in the eye to accept their thanks and apologies? I do remember feeling all sorts of frustration from the quarrels I've had with Pochi, but perhaps to just a barely recognizable degree. Perhaps this was the start of my journey to reclaim what I had lost. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 4, The Issue of Food and Resources. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the 8th day of the 10th month. A whole week had passed since had left of my journey, thus 6 days after I had arrived at Faltown. In one day, a person needed at least a few liters of water to stay healthily hydrated. Although I have been consistently adding ice to the well, the water shortage was never solved, so our present conditions were still quite rough. I've thought of other solutions, but some things had prevented me from doing anything these past 6 days. We've had to make sure that the food supply stays efficient while also managing everyone's health. I don't really know how everyone has been holding up, having gone through quite desperate times and all, but I've hypothesized that some time would be needed to gather up resources while waiting for the people to recover from their mental fatigue. Although Faltown had vacant fields in its central district, the water shortage had rendered it unable to be cultivated. The main food source as of late have been wild animals and monsters' meat, along with some wild grasses and other edible plants gathered from nearby forests and mountains. In many cases, monster meat would feel and taste identical to animal meats when cooked properly. Of course, things like zombies were not edible, but marine lizard meat was hearty, moderately fatty, high in nutrients, and quite delicious. Many women and children were initially against eating monsters, but with Reed and I taking the initiative, and Mana quickly following suit, they soon cast aside their apprehension. With that, their negative preconceptions petered out. It had been perfectly normal to eat monster meat back when I had started living in seclusion, so I could only guess that the culture had grown obsolete as resources in the world became more accessible. Speaking of culture, was it my imagination that civilization has not advanced all that much? Or worse, it might not be an exaggeration to say that it has regressed. Having asked around town, it seemed like the other places were not much different either. What is that is obstructing the world's development so badly? Since Faltown's core management had been in disarray, all of the people around had adopted an excessively defensive mindset. Ryan may be the chief, but he was also a warrior. It's reasonable to assume that he had been fixated on the town's protection with his policies. Because of that, I had cooperated with Reyna to come up with tasks for everyone, aside from the elderly. For ones with hopeless viewpoints on life, we thought that a way to revitalize them was to give them a purpose in life, or in other words, occupy their time with work. Giving them work as a purpose in life would yield results that served to help others, which in turn would come back to reinforce their will to live. We were still not sure whether such mechanisms would prove to be sustainable, but it could serve as a new foundation for the 1,000-odd lives of this not much of a town. "Master, I've brought some firewood from the forest." "Good, deliver them to the plaza, will you? I'll be digging some more holes outside of town today. Make sure to watch your remaining MP, all right?" "Leave it to me, sir." The gigantified Pochi, carrying several trees' worth of wood on her back, jumped over the crumbled wall and headed toward the plaza. There, the local boys were sawing down the wood together. The chopping had been done by Pochi beforehand, but for the wood to be properly used as resources, human work was needed to handle them. So as to not fall behind the young ones, the capable elderly took out their wide-bladed knives to make firewood. The women, on the other hand, used the processed wood to do repair work. As for the central district, Lena and Mana led the other girls there to plow the fields and planted down the seeds of fruits they had picked from the mountains. Faltown was a town on and surrounded by level ground. But the southern district was separate, and to exit to the north, one must go through the eastern, western, or northern district gates. Space for residence was in the southern district, but the fields were in the confined area of the central district. To the district's three other sides, in other words, all districts aside from the south, were infested with monsters. In short, at present, the cut-off triangular area in the south was the only habitable part of town. Main paths to other districts had been barricaded with rubble and the like, preventing monsters from breaking through, but the people were tormented all the same by the monsters' cries late in the night. I wanted to rely on Reed and Ryan to exterminate the monsters eventually, of course, but they had their hands full with just guarding the southern gate. So right now, improving live conditions should be given priority. These past 6 days, I had been digging holes, as I had mentioned before. In digging the ground south of town, I was in the process of making a moat, with plans for it to repel monster attacks, and also to be made into a lake. If this went well, the town would be able to defend itself against monsters coming from directions other than the gate. This still would not help against aerial monsters, but it seemed like damages from such types had been low in recent times. It may not provide complete assurance, but I wanted measures against grounded monsters as soon as possible, thus making this my highest priority. Rise, arise, arise. Earth Rampart, phew. Ha ha ha, these spells are so awe-inspiring to look at, as always. It's good to see preparations for the southwest moat being completed in short order. Ryan, keeping watch from the gate, laughed and sparked a conversation. As expected of one with disposition fitting to be called the chief, he kept a vigilant watch over his surroundings while making small talk. The other day, I had decided after much thought that knowledge of thief capabilities was needed, so I had taken a peek at Reina and Ryan's statistics. While keeping it a secret from the nitpicky Pochi, of course. Name, Reina. Titles, The Strong, Secretary, Swordsman. LV, 33. HP, 344. MP, 71. EXP, 71,504. Special Skills. Fortify Strength. Fortify Resilience. Name, Ryan. Titles, The Strong, Chief, Sword Master. LV, 62. HP, 1,231. MP, 111. EXP, 418,419. Special Skills. Aerial Dancer. Fortify Strength. Fortify Resilience. Tempest. Reina's capabilities were about what I had expected, but Ryan's took me by surprise. Before Reina had become sufficiently capable, Ryan had been the one to fight most of the monsters, or so I've been told. If he hadn't been in Faltown, he surely would have become an immensely famous warrior. Fame would still be meaningless in this sort of isolated community, though. Aerial dance, one among his list of special techniques, had gained popularity around the time I had started living in seclusion, and was a favorite of various weapon combatants, especially swordsmen. The masterful showing of its capabilities had taken place 2 days ago, when Ryan had defeated the old snake, a 4-meter giant serpent monster, that had appeared near the gate. He had leapt into the air, and with a myriad of cuts brought down on the old snake, instantly tore its body to shreds. Pochi and I had only been getting ready for battle by then. We were left utterly dumbfounded. So that was it, Ryan had been the one keeping this town from completely falling to ruin. It's all thanks to you and Reed keeping constant watch, sir. Now, you're too humble for your own good. Anyway, this should bring us to the next step, making it a lake, was it? Not yet, sir. Before then, I thought it'd be better to make another moat to the southeast. Thankfully, we do have enough water for the time being, so I thought we should focus on elevating the safety levels first. Oh ho, I see your thought far ahead as well. I'd thought of providing you with counsel, but it seems there was no need for such things. Oh, no, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I do think I've made quite a lot of mistakes in the past. This ongoing endeavor has proven to be one trial and error after another as well. Ryan, the man at an age of conspicuous wrinkles, answered with a smile. For a reason I couldn't quite pinpoint, seeing his smiles filled me with strength. Was it due to his disposition naturally befitting of a chief, or had he become as such after he had taken the job? I would say that he had a particular air of charisma to him. Now then, I'd like to confirm. No, calling it a question would be more fitting, I suppose. Do you mind? Not at all, sir. By all means, ask away. Sir Asley, if possible, I would like to know your true age. He sure doesn't beat around the bush. A chill ran through my body, as if my heart had just skipped a beat. It didn't seem like he was trying to expose me, though. Besides, only Pochi knew about my age, and she would never discuss it with anyone else. This man had arrived at this question through his knowledge and experience. That was what I believed, and because of that, I could not bring myself to tell him lies. I know it would be foolish of me to reply with a question, sir, but I would first like to know the reason you had arrived at that question. The people of this town are young and have a shallow understanding of magic, you see. But I should know a thing or two, having traveled various lands at a young age. Your knowledge of magic and proficiency in harnessing them is not on a level attainable by the teenage years of one's life. Even if you had inherited abilities from your parents, I still would not expect anyone to become a mage of your caliber at such a young age. Just as a book took a day to be fully read, there had to be a limit on how much knowledge one could obtain in such a limited time. Thank you, sir. I suppose one would be able to tell with enough knowledge. Yes, I am one who would live for eternity. I had only lived for around 5,000 years, but I had indeed been alive far longer than any normal person ever would. 5,000 years. By any chance, was it by the legendary god drug, the Drop of Eternity? I see you're familiar with the name. Yes, it was. I'd successfully distilled it by pure accident, and drank it immediately as it was finished. Ryan had quite the grim expression painted on his face. Hustle and bustle could be heard from inside the town, but before me and Ryan, it was all silence that filled the air. Have you ever regretted doing so? It is true that I have lived in seclusion for quite a long time, sir. And I've had Pochi to keep me company, so at present, I do not regret anything. Is that so? Then perhaps. Ryan started to say something, but hesitated at that last point. I knew what would have followed, or at least what Ryan probably wanted to say. Then perhaps you will come to regret it one day. Having lived in seclusion, all information unrelated to research was new and fresh, but how long would they stay that way? For how long would one person be able to stay in the world without everything becoming old news? Having an eternally young body did not necessarily mean I was immortal. As someone who thinks he could choose his own terms to die on, I do think I am still too young a soul. I've thought about things up to that point, at which I refrained from thinking further. Well then, I reckon it's almost time for dinner. Something smells nice all the way out here. It sure does. I'll go call Pochi to switch with you, then. It'll only take a while. Ha 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 ha, don't mind me. It's important for Pochi to get rested once in a while, don't you think? Aha, that's true, sir. I appreciate the advice. I'll come to take over once I've eaten, then. Having said all that, I excuse myself. At the plaza, they were making soup with a bull that Reed had hunted earlier in the day. Ah, welcome back, master. All right, I'll go switch with Sir Ryan. Oh yeah, I'll go switch with him once I'm done here, so you can take the day off. The very moment Pochi heard those words, her expression changed, as if Faltown had just collapsed. Why you, who are you? My master would never say such a thing. Bah, now she's spewing some ridiculous stuff. Not that she was wrong, but still. Despite how much we had messed around and relaxed together, I do feel like I'd never deliberately ordered her to rest. Look, just go get me the soup, will ya? I wanna finish it quickly and get back to work. Are you a ghost? I bet you've used an illusion craft on me. Like I said, I don't have time for that. Go bring me the soup, you stupid dog. What, did you just call me stupid? Good gracious, what a troublesome familiar. What up with her getting angry when I'm doing something good for once? Yeah, I said it. Just go get me the damn soup, you stupid dog. You're the real master, after all. That really scared me back there. Only my master would dare to call me stupid. I'll bring the soup, so sit tight. Did I raise her the wrong way or something? The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 5, The Combatants and the Mages. Noon, the first day of the 11th month. The lake and moats were finally complete. The southern gate had regained its function as a gate, too, and a small cabin built on top had given the gatekeeper a better position from which to keep watch. I'd wanted to make an alarm bell, but with metal being a valuable resource, I had to settle with wooden whistles. They were the handicraft of the old artisans in town, made with elaborate design and great attention to detail. We still had no choice but to leave the northern district as is for now, but what we had now in the south was sufficient for the current population. The increased development rates of the fields, I had sprinkled some quickening magic spells over the soil, so now we have some fruit tree saplings out of the ground. By everyone's perseverance, we haven't had any particular worries regarding food and drinking water. Right now we were rationing the supplies as we went, but I would like to eventually re-establish trading in currency exchange systems. I suppose that is still a long way off, though. Reed, Ryan, and Pochi kept watch at the gate as always, and Mana and I now acted as teachers of sorts for the kids. Well then, we'll be going over the fundamentals of magic, the 4 core elements. Yes, teacher. Yes, sir. The only ones to attend this improvised magic class were Lena and another girl, Tifa, who was still 10 years old. These two were the only young ones who I could see potential for development as mages. Although no particular talents were needed for learning magic, the major factor was the innate magical power, popularly abbreviated MP, within their bodies. Among the children in town, only Lena and Tifa were ones with big enough MP pools. Tifa, the gentle girl with green hair, was mature for her age and understanding of other people's hardships. She had no parents, but thanks to Lena and Mana keeping her company, she didn't seem to be lonely. Surprisingly enough, she had decided by herself to sign up for this class. Also, it is worth mentioning that Mana is currently instructing most of the boys and girls with weapon practice. Now, Lena, can you name all 4 of the core elements? Yes. Fire, water, earth, and wind. Correct. Next up, Tifa, do you know which element among them is the easiest to manipulate? Air. Fire. Well done. Yay. Tifa's personality really shined when she smiled ear to ear with delight. She was quite the diligent one, doing all the homework I had assigned her, and she had prepared for lessons with the magic book I'd written. Well, those were more like beginner guides, but still. Today, we will be going further over the fundamentals of magic. As practice for one of the core elements, you will be invoking the elementary fire spell, Little Fire. Teacher. Yes, Lena. Is it dangerous? Of course it is. Lena's expression instantly tensed up. Rather than her kindness and dislike of violence, it seemed to be excessive fear of being under attack. But if you follow the procedure properly, there will be no danger at all. First of all, I recommend not to use it to get poachy attention, like I used to do. I don't know if I should be worried or relieved to hear that. I don't know. I was trying to make you not worry, of course. Since Little Fire is a simple spell, you will be invoking it with these sticks instead of a staff, so come take them. I've borrowed these from the retirement home, so do treat them with care. The two stood up from their seats, which was the ground in this case, and took a stick each. Stand still when you're back in position. Now, I hope you remember how to draw a spell circle like I've taught you yesterday. As you should recall, the technique is known as air tracing. Draw a spell circle in the air by focusing magical power at the tip of your stick and waving it like writing with a pen. If it's too heavy, you can hold it with both hands. Once the spell circle is set, aim your stick at the center of the pentagram and invoke it with a chant. Now. Little Fire. Together with the two's shouts, small balls of fire were unleashed from the centers of their spell circles, flying off and popping upon hitting the wall. Well done. It worked. We did it, Asley. It had taken me 2 weeks to be able to invoke it, but the two of you only took a single day. You truly did a wonderful job. I wanted to cry at my lack of talent. I had been so rare of a case that had even the Magic University teachers troubled, it seemed. If one was of age and had a high enough magical power pool, they could enter the Magic University via a simple written examination. Enrolling also cost money, of course, and if one did not pass the advancement examinations held every half a year, they would have to keep paying more. There were 8 of them in all, so graduation took 4 years at the very least. I had become a laughing stock after failing the first examination, which had a 100% passing rate up to then, and had left the university. Focused on getting back at those people, I had also taken up alchemy, a subject closely related to magic, and had accidentally distilled the drop of eternity. By the time I realized how much time had passed, though, all of those people had already passed away. I'm not even sure what I'm capable of now, but I suppose it's not so bad to watch over the growth of today's youths, one step at a time. Now then, I'll hand you each a parchment with some simple magic formulas, so make sure to memorize them by tomorrow. And remember that you must not use the spell you had just learned while not under my supervision. If you do. If we do. Both their faces tensed up. They seemed to get along quite well, so much that even their held breaths synced up. I won't teach you magic anymore. Yes, sir. Fire-attributed magic spells were extremely convenient, but at the same time, dangerous. This town had finally seen some hope for a revival, so I must have them remember such dangers it entailed. And make sure they never forget it, too. In the present day, the decreasing number of active mages had apparently stemmed from the same concerns. The Magic University issued licenses to mages, and ones without it seemed to be ridiculed as unofficial mages. That was what Ryan had told me, out of concern for my situation, but there apparently was no particular laws that dealt with unofficial mages. Still, it can't be denied that such mages would be at a great disadvantage of treatment if any incident occurred. I had also explained all that to Lena and Tifa beforehand, but I would not worry about them, for I believed that with proper improvement, they would be at the level to attend the Magic University without issue, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the first day of the 11th month. Since I had ended the magic class a little earlier, I decided to pay a visit to Mana's combatant class. Her class was being held near the plaza, where the working women and elderly could also keep watch. Some parents did not want their children to participate, of course, but it was not mandatory in the first place. Rather, we had insisted that participation was strictly voluntary. "Hey, Mana, how's it looking over here?" "Oh, Asley. Everyone's finally decided on weapons they think they're a good fit for." Over the past month, I had discussed the matter of the children at length with Mana, and we had built quite a friendly relationship with them. As young as Mana still was, she was an excellent instructor, who thought in the best interest of the kids and had remembered every one of their names. On the subject of ages, Reed was 28 years old, Mana was 20, and Lena was 13. Also, it may be worth mentioning that Reina was 23, and Ryan was 49. Quite a lot of kids participated in the combatant class, and some among them were quite the active rascals. In bygone days, there had been a theory stating that one's personality decided whether they would be more fit for a mage or a combatant, and that may have proven to be true to a relevant degree. "So, Asley, care to go around with me?" The kids wouldn't stop bugging me about wanting to watch one. "Sure, no problem. I'm not all that good, though." I shrugged, and Mana took a practice wooden sword from one of the kids and laughed. Cheering could be heard all around, some from the kids and the rest from the women who were here to draw water at the well. "I thought you'd say that. So far, I've only seen your skills as a mage, and not your martial arts, well, physical abilities, so." "Right. If I say so myself, I might be on the upper level of average." "Heh heh, now you're sounding confident." Mana opened by brandishing her sword and dashing to close the distance between us. I braced myself and intercepted her swing with my staff. The clash of wood and wood echoed through the plaza, grabbing the attention of those who were working in the vicinity. "No way, you stopped that?" "Well, I've been wielding staves for a long time now," I said as I jumped back, opening some distance from Mana. Once again, Mana closed the gap and swung from her right, prompting me to take another step back. Mana then took yet another step and reversed her swing. I'd avoided it but also staggered, leaving myself open for Mana to throw a left front kick. I narrowly blocked it with my staff, but was knocked back all the same. As if to deliver the final blow, Mana closed in with a roundhouse slash. I ducked to avoid it, which ended up looking like me flopping onto the ground, and knocked Mana's pivot leg with my staff. Tough I'd successfully thrown one of her legs off balance, Mana instantly switched her pivot leg and threw down a heavy slash. In a clumsy dodging movement, I rolled to the side and scrambled myself up, then moved in for a strike while her sword was down, to which she lifted it up to intercept. Once again, a clash of wood and wood resounded. However, "All right, that's enough." It turned out that Reed had stopped our clash by whipping a scabbard between our weapons. "Brother. Why'd you stop us?" Mana puffed up her cheeks as she turned to Reed. "The audience is bound to be scared when things get too flashy, yeah. Look." Reed gestured us to look at the children by pointing his chin, and Mana timidly turned around. She was probably worried that she might have come off as a maniac. With that, she was concerned whether she just mentally scarred the kids, but the kids themselves. "That was awesome, Mana. You too, Asley. You were like, boom. And bam. And they showered us with praises." That prompted the women and the old folks to cheer for us as well, making Mana redden up with embarrassment. "You weren't half bad either, Asley. I never thought you'd keep up with Mana that well." "Ha ha ha, that did take everything I had, though. If so, Mana would have no chance against you in a proper battle, brother? What did you mean by that?" Reed took this chance to lecture Mana, seemingly to distract her from the awkwardness. Seeing her like this reminded me that even with her responsibilities, she still had a childlike side to her. "I mean, Asley also has magic and Magecraft up his sleeve, right?" "Well, I haven't used any of my special techs either." "Hey, if he can do magic, wouldn't that mean he has support spells as well? That's why mages are considered beastly powerful, you know. Then again, there's the 6 Braves as well, being all-powerful and stuff. Well, that's true, but... Mana grumbled, seeming dissatisfied, but nodded in agreement nonetheless. Reed let out a hearty laugh and patted Mana's shoulder. Frankly, I felt quite envious to see siblings get along this well. For me, the only child of my family, I had never experienced that type of relationship. Well, Pochi might have been something like that for me in a way. From that point on, the days went by without incident. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 6, Subjugation Tactics. 10 o'clock in the morning, 18th day of the first month, 89th year of the War Demon calendar. Since I first arrived in Faltown, 3.5 months had passed. By what could be considered good luck, there had been no deaths that were not through natural causes. No matter what magic was used, there was no such way to heal the sick. I had the knowledge to mix up some basic medicine, but I was not omnipotent, and could not help those whose conditions had taken a turn for the worse. Though there were times when I felt powerless, I'd never felt affected by the death of others, perhaps because I'd become so desensitized to it over the years. Yes, my feelings had always been focused on myself. Perhaps this regret I felt inside me was one of the few facets of emotion I had left. There hadn't been any major changes these past 3 months, but the repairs were progressing nicely and resource production was getting started, so this could be considered as slowly heading toward an improvement. The other day, just as I wrapped up teaching the fast-learning Lena and Tifa the final basic spells for all of the 4 core elements, an incident arose. A pack of goblins had suddenly appeared at the plaza. Thankfully, there hadn't been any casualties. Well, a pack they may be called, but there shouldn't have been much more than 10. It was a lucky coincidence that Mana had been teaching her combatant class at the same time. According to what I'd heard later, Mana had dealt with the situation calmly, keeping the children under control and leading the capable kids in defeating the goblins. Still, it was unknown where the goblins had come from. By Ryan's request, I had set out to investigate the matter, and eyewitness information had led us to the basement of the abandoned church to the northeast. They had discovered a tunnel, but they couldn't investigate it before I'd arrived. Judging from its shape, I had hypothesized that it would lead to the Eastern District. When I'd reported to Ryan, he'd initially proposed to fill it up, but also expressed the desire to investigate the Eastern District's present condition. With that, I'd formed an investigation team with Pochi and Lena, which was why we're now at the church site's basement. Good to go down here, Master. I had sent Pochi, whose senses operated well in the dark, down the entrance first to evaluate its safety. All right, Lena, careful going down. Yes, sir. We were usually teacher and pupil, but in this party, we were equals. I didn't want to keep any walls between us outside of class, but Lena ended up taking it as a different hierarchy to fuss over. Rise, a rise, a rise. Torch. Lena. You do know that you don't need to imitate that chant, right? That's right, having just one person doing that lame chant is enough. Hey, that's my chant you're calling lame. I might have said too much. Having just one person doing that sloppy chant is enough. How's that sound? That didn't make it any better. And it's not like I can just up and change it, either. Humph, looks like I'll have to straighten up her attitude sometime later. Pochi, I do like how this chant sounds. So, please don't be too harsh on Sir Asley, alright? What a splendid pupil you are, my girl. I'll give you a doodle flower on your next exam results. Definitely will. Pochi was agape with shock for a moment, then shook her head, struggling desperately to accept Lena's words. Seeing that, I decided to make the doodle flower extra fancy. And so we started our investigation, with the torch spell lighting up the vicinity, and Pochi, complete with her still unaccepting expression, leading the way. From Pochi's observation, the passage had no scent of monsters nor other suspecting smells, so we proceeded at a relatively fast pace, in search of an exit. Before long, we discovered a ray of light shining from the ceiling, through a hole wide enough for one average person to squeeze through. Reed might not be able to pass through here. Ha ha. My brother might be too large, yes. Pochi, I'm counting on you. Certainly, sir. The path ended here as well. If there was somewhere the monster could have come from, it was here. Pochi climbed up the hole, then came back in less than a minute. That was quick. How's it look up there? The hole leads to what seemed to be a ruined house. From what I saw, there wasn't any sign of monsters nearby, but it definitely was the Eastern District. If we're to proceed, I suggest that we be somewhat prepared. Now, what to do? But first things first, I equipped the appraisal glasses that I've kept hanging from my neck and looked at everyone present. Name, Lena. Titles, Little Sister, Apprentice Swordsman, Apprentice Mage, Pupil. LV 23. HP 219. MP 191. EXP 29,711. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Elementary. Support Magic, Elementary. Recovery Magic, Elementary. Name, Pochi. Titles, The Fool's Familiar, Advanced Familiar, The Powerful, Great Wolf, Watch Wolf. LV 100. HP 2700. MP 567. EXP 9,999,999. Special Skills. Breath Attack, Zenith. Air Claw. Gigantification. Tempest. Name, Asley. Titles, The Fool, The Polarizing, Hermit Candidate, Mage, Alchemist, Staff Wielder, 6 Archmages, Tentative, Teacher. LV 29. HP 267. MP 10,993. EXP 43,579. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Skilled. Support Magic, Intermediate. Recovery Magic, Intermediate. Purification, Advanced. It's been a while since I last looked at them, so there have been quite a few changes. The expected stuff aside, what's up with that 6 Archmages, tentative, title on my sheet? Well, I do know what it should refer to, but what about its effects? I'd assume it provides some kind of statistic advantages once applied. Do we have any plans, Sir Asley? For now, let's explore as much as we can. When push comes to shove, we'll have Pochi shield us while we run. Oh, no, you'd make a better shield, Master. If I took away your meat shield function, what did you have left? Fur. Way to prove my point. Then, shouldn't we be on our way? You're so serious, Lena. We're just joking around, so you don't have to worry too much, you know. If you say so. Master, this is what being nice is like, yeah. Well, it might be too abstract a concept for you, though. In retaliation to Pochi's nerve-grating attitude, I flicked her forehead and gestured her to get on with the job. And just as Pochi had said from her prior investigation, we exited the tunnel to what seemed to be the ruins of a house. Say, Pochi Doggo. What is it, Master? What could that thing be? A chimera, what else? From its deeper colors and sharper fangs, it's most likely a stronger version of the one we'd fought previously, the Alpha Chimera. That's an A-ranked monster, damn it. How can your investigations be so sloppy? Ha ha ha, I am the fool's familiar, after all. Damn it, you and your comebacks. What should we do? It's fine, Lena. It hasn't noticed us yet. Ah, it's noticed us. Hey, you can't just go and ruin my reassurance like that. Grah. Its roar sounds so hollow. Aha, just like Pochi. Master. Do you not know what a husky voice is? It's getting closer. What should we do? We promptly withdrew from the location, with me carrying Lena away as she cowered in fear. We could have just gone back underground. Bah, proposing a good plan all too late, just like the truest of fools would. Hey, you shouldn't say that. It'll mess up my stats. Just thinking is enough for the effect, so whether or not I say it doesn't matter. The entrances caved in. I put Lena down and watched from the cover of the rubble for an opportunity to strike. Still, it was suspicious that I didn't detect any monster's presence aside from that one. Sir Asley. These are. Hearing Lena's suppressed shriek, I glanced in the direction that she was looking at. There, I saw what seemed to be a monster's bones scattered all over, with various parts damaged or seemingly missing. Which means the chimera must have eaten them all up, yes. Yeah, and those goblins were most likely trying to escape from it, too. Monsters, eat other monsters. Lena held her own shoulders, seeming quite frightened. Now that I think about it, we'd never been able to confirm that kind of information before now. Couldn't the monsters have gone outside of town? Or had there been something that prevented them from doing so? Since the structure of the town had made it so that one couldn't just go around the circumference from the south, I couldn't have looked into that possibility. All things considered, the monsters must have been stuck inside by some unknown cause. That was most likely. Anyway, looks like we don't have the option to leave that thing alone now. Pochi, tank its attacks and strike back. I can't take it on alone with my lowered abilities. Are you trying to kill me? Alright, fine. Rise, rise, rise. Title up. I cast a support spell on Pochi, increasing the effects of her beneficial titles. I feel quite a bit stronger. Now then, here I go. Be careful out there. Just make sure to provide support, alright? Got that, Master. It'll need some time. Again, I'm counting on you. Still looking a tad bit worried, Pochi activated her gigantification and rushed at the Alpha Chimera. Lena, support spell. Rise, rise. Hype up. Thanks. Pochi is being pushed back. I invoked every intermediate level attack spell formula into one pentagram. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning. My original magic spell that transcended the 4 core elements. Pochi, retreat. Gua. Now. Elemental prism. A rainbow-colored barrage of elements bombarded down on the Alpha Chimera. At the same time, Pochi unleashed her air claw attack from a safe distance. Gravel and dust scattered far and wide as all 4 bladed bursts of wind scored direct hits on the Alpha Chimera. Gua. All right. Great work, Pochi. Ow ow ow. Pochi had been bitten on her neck, her usually white belly now stained in dark red. All right, Pochi, beg. Arf. As expected of a dog I'd trained. Her response time was impeccable, just like in that book I'd read about classical conditioning. What are you doing? That's sexual harassment and power abuse. I'll sue. Look, just stay like that for a bit. Here, Lena, use a recovery spell on her. Yes, sir. Rise, rise. Low cure. I pushed up some of the furs on Pochi's neck and showed Lena where the wound was. Lena proceeded to invoke the low cure spell, the most elementary of elementary recovery spells, to heal Pochi's injuries. It was worth mentioning that Lena had taken just half a day to learn it, whereas I had taken a whole month. If Lena kept at her training, she would surely become an excellent mage one day. All right, it's done. Lena smiled ear to ear, glad that she had successfully pulled off the restoration process. She sure is adorable, in her own way, and neither the little kids nor the adults kind. Gua. Gur. Growling. Whoa, it's still alive. Ah. I'm out of MP, so I can't gigantify. Right, I forgot that she was low on MP. Pochi, I've come up with a new tactic. I call it, push through with my no MP body. Master, could you please fight seriously for once? I'm serious though. Oh, I see. Aw. It's almost here. I gotta resort to some underhanded tricks for this. Come forth, storeroom. I drew a spell circle on the ground. Unlike the usual, this one glowed with a prominent black light. I plunged my hand into it and pulled out a bunch of a certain object. Pochi, get Lena to safety. Eat this, monster. Oh. Dynamites. They were cylindrical artifacts with a fuse attached to each. I threw them, and as some of them hit the Alpha Chimera, I activated the spell circles set beforehand for burning the fuses. The dynamites detonated successfully, unleashing ear-splitting explosions in a chain reaction. And then... bang! 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 The Alpha Chimera was brutally blasted to pieces, its flesh scattering all the way to my feet. Justice shall prevail. Why am I not hearing anything? My eardrums must have ruptured. Rise, rise. Middle cure. What in blazes was that, master? It was louder than your snoring. I still got goosebumps from that. Here, look. I can't see anything under all that fur, though. What was that? That's a byproduct of my afro hair research. Boy, was I young back then. I've never seen that hairstyle before, sir. It was from before we met, I assume. What about that black spell circle? As expected of my excellent pupil. She'd been watching my actions closely. Alright, let's loot the Alpha Chimera and go check out the Eastern Gate. The black spell. Lena, let's just go see the Eastern Gate for now, yeah. Yuh. Don't ignore me, Sir Asley. Lena seemed frustrated, as seen from her slightly puffing up her cheeks, but in the end, she controlled herself to not press the question further. As expected of my excellent pupil. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 7, to the Magic University. When we reached the East Gate, we found that the enormous inner wall and its tightly shut gate still stood strong. The mechanisms were operable without issue, but there was no sign of it having ever been used. What in the world is going on here? Sir Asley, you need to see this. Yup. Now this is terrible. The rubble of ruined houses and collapsed outer wall has made all of the roads inaccessible. Lena, do you know what's up ahead? Up ahead. If I remember correctly, there was a road that leads to the North Gate. Which means the Eastern District is also isolated, save for the underground tunnel. The monsters must have found themselves stuck in here while the area was sealed off, and ended up resorting to cannibalism. At least that's what I'd assume. But master, putting the Alpha Chimera aside, shouldn't semi-intelligent monsters such as goblins be able to open the gate? Well, we did find the Alpha Chimera on the main road. It must have been camping right in front of the East Game. None of that was set in stone, of course, but I don't think I'm that far off the mark. And if that was the case, the natural assumption was that the cornered goblins had discovered the passage and eventually found themselves in the Southern District. I see, that does make sense, yes. Way to go, Sir Asley. Now, don't praise me so much. It'll get to my head, yeah. Okay, I'll stop. Hey, that was unnecessary, Pochi. Now, what say we call it a day? Damn you little. Well, that was the appropriate way to take care of me, I must admit. I've had a history of getting reckless when I'm carried away, after all. At the end of the day, we left the monster-free Eastern District, dug the tunnel back up, and came back to the Southern District. Ryan, Reed, and Mana were waiting for us in the church, right at the tunnel's exit. Apparently, it was because they had heard the dynamites. After we've caught them up on the details and proposed that the Eastern District could be used now, Ryan immediately went to work. By the tireless work of the townsfolk, and our assistance, of course, the much-wanted path to the Eastern District was soon complete. The efficiency of the process could be attributed in part to Ryan's aim for the re-establishment of a governing body for the town. 2 years later. By one way or another, the town's many troublesome relationships with the monsters had greatly settled down, and the children had become stronger, enabling them to form groups to assist with guard duties. Reed had become quite popular as the whole town's big brother figure, Mana had been consistently improving as a teacher, and Raina had always been assisting Ryan with work. Lena and Tifa had been nothing but excellent, and have shown rapid growth in their respective specialized fields, Lena with restoration magic, and Tifa with support magic. As the one teaching them, I've also felt like I might have improved somewhat, albeit at a turtle's pace at best. And today, as Ryan had told me that he had important matters to discuss, I have come to visit him. Enrolling into a magic school. So this concerns Lena, sir. Yes. You have provided her with more than enough practice in the art of magic, Sir Asley, but I wanted her to learn from various other sources as well. Reed and Mana have already given their consent, and Lena herself seemed to be interested, too. I do understand the desire to let her go out and see the expanse of the world, sir. Ever since she was young. I mean, little, she'd always been forced by circumstances to fight, after all. But why bring this up now? Ryan took out 2 rolled-up parchments from his desk drawer and presented them to me. There are my letters of recommendation for the Magic University. The girl has recently turned 15, and is now qualified for enrollment. And the other one is yours, Sir Asley. Whether or not to use it, I'll leave the decision to you. What did you mean by mine? Nowadays, the Magic University and the Warrior University would not let one enroll without a letter of recommendation from a town's chief, you see. That doesn't quite answer my question, sir. Apologies. I suppose this letter is just an excuse. What did he mean by excuse? Besides, the last time I went to the Magic University, well, I'd been so discouraged by the difference in talent that I just up and quit, you know. It is an excuse to have you leave us, sir. To have me leave. You did I do any? Ryan raised his hand to interrupt my words. I may have worded that poorly. Please do not misunderstand. I wanted to send you off, that was what I meant. What are you on about, sir? As of now, even if for just the south and east, the town has finally been rebuilt enough to perform its minimally required functions. Now that we've dug a well in the Eastern District, the irrigation channels should also be completed soon enough. Suffice to say, we will be fine by ourselves going forward. You have no issues with leaving us now, Sir Asley. But, sir, I ask that you do not take us so lightly. From Ryan, a man gentle as can be, a bold and powerful statement. I believe you have your own goals in life, and that you are meant to make your agenda and knowledge be known to the world. Beilanea, where the Magic and Warrior Universities are, is a gathering place of all manners of goods and information. You may very well find information regarding the Devil King's chest pocket, too. With that in consideration, would you mind taking Lena along as you head there? You could say that this is all too convenient for us, since we don't necessarily have combatants to spare for her escort, you see. Would you grant one last wish for her, and for us, as well? To be frank, as one man, I do want you to remain with us. However, that would not do us good in the long run. It is natural for humans to gather where the foundations are most stable, but the world is far too large for one to simply seek comfort in a single place. That is what I wanted the people of this town to keep in mind, to become strong and never lose sight of what makes them human. Of course, that applies to you as well, Sir Asley. Those heavy words struck my heart like a sharp arrow. It was as Ryan had said. My initial objective had already been achieved, yet I still remained here. I had made myself comfortable, that, I won't deny. But the most important point was that I seemed to be reverting to my old ways. Thanks to Ryan, I realized that early. Otherwise, I would have kept going down that direction until Pochi called me out. What a damned idiot I am. When do you propose we leave, then? The enrollment period will be starting quite soon. I would suggest tonight if you are able, and tomorrow at the latest. That is quite a tight schedule, sir. I'm afraid that applies only to you, Sir Asley. Lena and Pochi have already gotten their preparations in order. Pochi, you little. Is she even still aware that she's a familiar? Ha 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 ha, Pochi's description of you was quite accurate, I must say. Ha, what was it that she'd said, sir? It is more effective to tell my master at the last minute. That was it. And here we are. What a surprise. Yes, what a surprise indeed. No, Sir Ryan. I meant how good you are at doing impressions of her. Ha ha ha. I did practice that for a whole 30 minutes, after all. So this is the charismatic leader of Faltown. We've known each other for 2 years, but I sure haven't seen all of him. That night, Pochi and I packed up our belongings and headed to the east gate. Reed, Mana, and Tifa were there with Lena, waiting to see us off. Now this is fitting for a warrior's, well, a mage's departure. Oh, Reed. Aren't you going to cry a little? Your beloved Lena is leaving, you know. Bah, he's already done that. Here, see all these marks and wrinkles. Damn it, Mana. I thought you promised not to tell anyone. I could indeed see them. In a way, they served to show how important his youngest sister was to him. Are you really leaving, teacher? Tifa said as she grabbed the sleeve of my vestment, as if pulling me back. At the present, she is 12 years old, and just like Lena, she was an excellent pupil. Tifa, I've left some homework for you at the house I used to live in. Please give it a good look. When you're done with it, you must then study and train on your own. Understood? Yes. I'll give it my best. I won't be left behind by Lena. And when I turn 15, I'll go to the Magic University as well. That's some powerful competition you have there, Lena. Reed folded his arms and cracked a joke for Lena. Tifa seemed like she was about to cry, but she did her best to hold it in. What are you saying? I'm sure Tifa will become a stronger mage than I will. I'm just leaving a bit earlier, right, Tifa? I'll catch up to you before you know it. By the way, that's a nice robe you've got on, Lena. Since when did you have that? Miss Reyna made it for me, with some high-quality cloth that Sir Ryan had lying around. Lena was wearing a jet black robe, with its reverse side embroidered with silver thread for the warding of malignant elements. The robe itself was a good fit for her figure, and the edge of its hood on the back was attached with a silverish white fur. It seemed gaudy at first glance, but being worn by Lena, it felt strangely fitting. This was perhaps because Lena has grown up quite a bit. You should have changed into some nicer clothes as well, master. I did change my underwear, all right. Taking care of your private parts is important, yes. But you should realize by now that negligence of other important things is part of what makes your negative titles stick. Bah, you nitpicky little. Here, I look better with this on, right? To humor Pochi, I put on a pair of glasses and painted my face a serious expression. You do look better with glasses on, master, but, does it have to be that pair? Pochi moved in closer and whispered into my ear. I've completed them just yesterday. And thanks to the successful upgrade, they can now be used while worn normally. Did you ever stop to consider that I'd be angry when you said that? The function can be toggled on and off. You damned fool. Is it just me, or did that suddenly sound less harsh? What are you whispering about? It's getting late. I don't really like emotional moments like this, you know. Get a move on already. Make sure to come back once in a while, all right? Teacher, Lena, do your best out there. Yeah. Saying our goodbyes to Reed and the others, Pochi, Lena, and I took our first steps toward the Magic University. We were sent off with encouragement from Tifa, who continued to wave her hands when we were almost out of sight, up until we could feel the east gate close behind us. Though it had been long since I left the dungeon, the void in my heart still grew larger. It was such a mysterious, indescribable feeling. I'm sure this will be a long, eventful path ahead yet. Among them, Faltown may very well be considered the starting point of everything. Sullivan updated the Patreon for those that are interested. Barn has been working really hard so that we can provide the lowest tier with at least one chapter. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 8, The Adventurers Guild. Iverialtown, 10 o'clock in the morning, 7th day of the first month, 91st year of the War Demon calendar. Since we had departed from Faltown, a week had passed. Upon heading north from Faltown's east game, we had found a highway that did not reach up to Faltown. We walked along it and arrived at a place called Iverialtown. I had been able to identify traces of it having reached all the way in the past, but the path was so overgrown that I wouldn't have seen them if I hadn't looked so closely. The walk down that path to Iverialtown had been straightforward and without any incident. And now, we were finishing up our meal at a balcony seat of a restaurant. Pochi, on the other hand, was already done and sat down to keep watch under the table. As expected. No one here has heard about Faltown. Lena said, sounding quite bitter. Whoever we asked, the most they said was that there was a town with that name 10-odd years ago. Is it possible that there had been an information blockade? Beats me. But this might mean the recommendation letters are rendered invalid, too. That would be a problem, yes. That's terrible. Well, I'd been fearing this might happen from the get-go, so I'd already thought up a few alternatives. We might have to investigate the Magic University, or worse, the nation above it for answers, as sketchy as that sounds. But what of those recommendation letters, sir? If you were registered as a Magic University student from a non-existent town, wouldn't that pose somewhat of a problem? I hate that Sir Ryan's favor for us may end up being futile, but we would be better off enrolling by other means. Pochi and Lena turned to look at each other. Then, what should we do? That's right, Master, no matter how much of an underhanded fool you are, wouldn't that still be difficult? We don't have much time, either. Hey, calling me a fool was unnecessary. Now I'm starting to think it's because of her always saying that that's making my title stick. But if I respond to that, I'll probably be confirmed as a fool. Then again, there's the problem of me admitting that I'm a fool by not speaking up for myself. Now, hold up a minute. What is Sir Asley thinking about? Probably some nonsense, as always. In which case, I gotta do this. Hey, Pochi, what's up with you calling me a fool? That's quite a slow reaction, Master. Things like this are why you're still called a fool. Damn you. That didn't work either. Wait, what were we talking about, again? Pochi heaved a sigh and glared at me with half exasperation. Oh, for the love of. The letters, sir, the letters. Your situation aside, Master, I'd feel sorry for Lena if she's unable to enroll. Aha, that's it. I and Lena did gain quite a few levels over the past 2 years, so we should get ourselves into the Adventurers Guild, don't you think? Pochi tilted her head, confused. But we don't have the time for that, do we? Our contract with the guild would need to be signed by the town's chief. And after we get that, you know how it goes, right? Aha, so that's it. I don't think I follow. What's what? As Pochi and I grinned as an answer to her, Lena was overcome by a sense of bewilderment at our thoughts. When we arrived at Iverialtown's guild, I was surprised by how different things were compared to back in the day. It may sound insignificant, but it concerned the permitting of familiars' entrance into the guild hall. Normal animals were still prohibited, of course, but they now seem to have no issue with animals designated as familiars. Is this because of the overall lower number of mages compared to the old days, and the society acknowledging the fact that familiars can be intelligent beings, in some cases even more so than humans? Well well, what a surprise. I'd never thought I would be allowed inside. Maybe I should sign up as an adventurer as well. Hoo. No, I'm afraid we can't get you registered. Now that's a shame. Guild was a general term for organizations or establishments that mediated job requests and provided other related services. The procedure was simple: requests sent through the guild were assigned a difficulty rank by the management, and then when a rank-appropriate fee was paid, they would be officially approved and posted for adventurers of suitable ranks to take. Of course, they made money from adventurers as well. 1/10 of the completion reward was deducted right off the bat, and members of an adventurers guild had to pay an annual membership fee. Their appearances varied, from large-scale hubs, to simple bar-like establishments like the one here in Town. We don't get mages turning up here often. And I just heard you're newcomers, too. That's another surprise. Well, first of all, you'll need to get your application papers from that desk and sign your names, then wait while we set things up for you. The man behind the counter, seemingly the guild's receptionist, pointed to his side to show me where the registration desk was. On it, several sheets of the application paper had been placed in a pile, each with a signature of the town's mayor pre-signed. So there's the signature, but what are we going to do with it? Lena asked me in a whisper. Now, just wait and see. Rise. Copy and write. I drew a small spell circle on the desk and invoked a spell to separate the mayor's signature from 2 of the sheets. Then I sent them flying onto the recommendation letters which Lena had unrolled, overwriting them onto the section with Ryan's signature. WL. It can be used for this, too. And while we're at it. Rise, letter edit. The text Faltown on the recommendation letters wriggled as if they were dancing, and eventually reformed into Town. This is, also magic. It is. Magic University graduates should be able to use it, too. I did apply some special formulas to it, though. Special, how? In its original form, this spell's effects could be easily detected, you see. Oh, let's hurry and fill these in. Noticing that I may have caught the receptionist's attention, I quickly filled my form and brought it to the reception counter. Let's see. Lena and Asley, yes. We'd like to explain to you the ins and outs of the Adventurers Guild. Can you spare some time? Yes, please do. Pochi was now the center of the attention of the daytime drinking adventurers, but her being what she is, she'll handle interacting them just fine. First of all, you can check your level by putting your hands over the spell circle there. Try it out sometime later. Your guild ranking is separate from your level, though, and the jobs you can accept will differ depending on that rank. Those on a higher rank can accept jobs of a lower rank, of course. Beginners like you two start with F, with the highest being S. Well, as of now, the S rank only includes the 6 archmages and braves and only a handful of other remarkable individuals, though. You can check out jobs for your rank on the bulletin board over there. If any of them catches your eye, just rip the posting off and bring it here. That's all there is to explain. Thank you very much. Did you remember all of that explanation? We can just ask again later if we forget. But for now, let's just take a job or two to accustom ourselves to the routine. Lena's expression suggested that she was worried. And now Pochi was back at our side, seeming to have noticed that we were all set. The 3 of us checked out the board for the F-ranked jobs. Let's see. Are F-ranked jobs supposed to be this simple? Right, I'm glad you noticed. Even goblins were rare around the place we were before, after all. This would be your first time seeing things like slimes and killer bees, too, I assume. In the vicinity of that town, most monsters were around rank C. Zombie lords and marine lizards were C-ranked, and so were the cyclops and killer mantis at the nearby grasslands. B-ranked ones were the chimera and a zombie king I had detected sometime during the past 2 years. Monsters ranked lower than that had been rarely encountered. Out of everything among them I'd fought, that one alpha chimera had to be the strongest. Under normal circumstances, it would probably take a party of level 60 to 70 fighters to defeat it. I needed Pochi, years of magic and Magecraft research, and the dynamite artifacts to face it. Looks like I still have a long way to go. If only I had 2,000 or 3,000 more years. Master, are you thinking about some weird things again? Bah, you sharp lil furball. Ahem, of course. Should I pass away, feel free to use my fur to make yourself a coat, sir. Dude, aren't you supposed to get angry at that? I think I should be able to handle this one. Lena ripped off one of the request papers and showed it to me. Let's see. Defeat 3 ghouls, eh? I think it's fine and all, but why ghouls? Slimes or goblins should be easier targets for you. I've heard that ghouls behave similarly to zombies, and I'm used to fighting zombies, so. Lena explained, seeming slightly embarrassed. I wouldn't say I didn't expect this, but it's nice to see that she had carefully considered her decision. I'd like her to try fighting many other kinds of monsters as well, but this option lets her operate within our limited time while still fighting something new. She sure is fast with such calculations. An average 15-year-old probably wouldn't have thought that far. This does sound good, right? Yes, I think so as well, sir. All right, then. Maybe I'll go slay some goblins. The monsters around here aren't as active, but Pochi, you go with Lena. We'll be staying here for tonight, so let's meet at the inn when we're done. Yes, sir. And so we temporarily split up, with Lena and Pochi going east to hunt ghouls, and me heading north to slay goblins. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 9, Dragan, one of the 6 Braves. Along Iverialtown North Highway, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 7th day of the 1st month, 91st year of the War Demon calendar. After splitting up, I have come here to slay goblins. Considering how low rank they were, I could easily take care of them even without magic. With just my staff, I charged at a pack of 5 goblins. Well, that number might be smaller than what one would expect from a pack. Bam, bam, bam. GAH. Alright, that's a wrap. I checked the request paper's bottom section and confirmed that the section with 0/5 written on it has changed to 5/5, then prepared to go back to Iverialtown. That section of the paper had been written with special ink, which made it so that the number changed automatically as the corresponding target monster was defeated. Still, having come across stronger things on the way to these goblins, it really feels like I'm missing something important. On the way to encountering these goblins, I had fought other creatures such as slimes, man-eaters, and frilled dragons. Those being E-ranked monsters, one could say that this area was a good fit for training beginners. As for our funds, we have 23,700 gold. These goblins will get us 100, and Lena's job another 100, so we're up to 23,900. A night's stay at the inn for us 3 will cost 300, so overall we'll be down to 23,600. Enrolling into the Magic University will cost 10,000 for one, so only about 3,000 is good for spending. Looks like we better get our ranks up soon. Now I wish I'd taken multiple quests at once. There's still time until sundown, so maybe I should go back and take on a few more hunts. Yeah. Da. As I walked along the highway, the sound of quite an energetic shout entered my ears. Ha! Whoa. The voice came from this way. Oh. On a path that branched off the highway, a red-haired boy, looking to be around Lena's age, was surrounded by 6 frilled dragons. The things one should be wary of in these E-ranked monsters were their sharp fangs and the occasional fire breath. With proper caution, even a beginner would have a relatively easy time defeating them in one-on-one combat. But in this case, there are 6 of them, and I'm willing to bet that the boy's abilities are on rank E or D. If so, it would certainly be a difficult fight. Ah, you there, sir. Little help here. Bah. Ora. Boy, you sure cut to the chase, eh? Ku da. My master said, no one will know what I'm thinking, if I keep my mouth shut. Ah, fire. Not to jump to conclusions, but isn't he misinterpreting what his master must have meant? Looks like he's having trouble finding openings because he's watching out for the fire attacks. I have to save my energy, so I can pull out just 2 of them. That'll be plenty, sir. Attaboy. That was what I'd expected to hear in ruling out that number. Hampering an adventurer in the making by putting them in low-risk combat is a detriment to their growth, after all. Bam, bam, ba-bam. Gru. With a few smacks of my staff, I made quick work of the frilled dragons. With their numbers, I gotta use this. Aerial Dancer. What in blazes? Boy, it was quite surprising to see that he already had that skill at his level. Taking advantage of the space opened up by the lowered number of enemies, the boy made a swift leap and felled 3 of the frilled dragons in one stroke. Then, without leaving himself prone to a counterattack, he immediately proceeded to finish off the last one remaining. All right, level up. Ah, I mean, thank you for the help, sir. My name is EGD. And you? I'm Asley. A pleasure to meet you, EGD. Yes, Sir Asley, the pleasure is all mine. Still, it's quite surprising that you can use Aerial Dancer at your young age. At an age that has yet to hit puberty, and also his apparent level, he could already use such a special technique. That goes to show how skilled and effective his aforementioned master was. That is thanks to the teachings of my master, one of the 6 braves. Now that's amazing. Would you mind telling me which one of them was he? Heh heh. My master is none other than Sir Dragan of the 6 braves. I've heard about the 6 archmages and braves before, courtesy of Reed. Dragan. A warrior whose weapons of choice is always a perfect match for each situation, and whose strategies account for every minute detail, who wore the strange moniker of the Dainty Tiger. So, do you happen to know where Sir Dragan is now? He should be at the Faltown Inn. I'm actually headed there myself. Oh, I'm headed there as well. Shall we go together? Yes, sir. With that all set, EGD and I quickly made our way back to Faltown. Pochi and Lena, seeming to have completed their request before me, had already reported to the guild. As we headed to the inn, Pochi and Lena were waiting for me at the entrance. This is what differentiates you and I, master. Pochi flaunted with quite the bloated pride. You can say some cruel things out of the blue sometimes, you know that? Well, I'll leave that aside for now. How did Lena do out there? Bah, now you're calling me just that. Who's the cruel one here, master? Look, let's leave you aside for now. How did Lena do out there? Ah, she did perfectly fine. So that one switch was enough. Really? By the way, who might the young man be? I think, he might be starting at me a bit too much. Suddenly, EGD rushed to straighten up his attire, scrambled to fix his hair, then he proceeded to stare at Lena. I can read you like a book, boy. My name is EGD. Miss Lena, I am so very pleased to make your acquaintance. Yes. It's nice to meet you. In the face of Lena, response to him, EGD stood his ground, frozen solid. EGD's blushing was probably due to a reason different from Lena's blushing from all the awkwardness. They are at quite the emotionally sensitive age, after all. I am Pochi, Sir Asley's familiar. Your hair is lovely. Glittering reddish-brown, like a red dragon's discharge. That's not quite an example you should have brought up. Be aware of your surroundings, boy. Look, Lena's totally distressed. And look. Pochi is visibly saddened from getting her introduction ignored. I am Pochi. And your beautiful pale skin. As pure as a toxic swamp purified with high cure. So he's the type to go bonkers in the face of girls, eh? Master, why'd you have to cast a transparency spell on me? I didn't. I swear, it's gotta take some special spark of genius for you to come to that conclusion. You, who are you? Knock it off. We've been through that before. Bah, it's about time we bailed Lena out of there. EGD, are you in the middle of something? Who's this big guy? Ha. Master. A burly man, clad in green metal armor, has appeared. He was practically towering over all of us. His neck was thick, his build identifiably solid under all that armor, and he had quite the bushy eyebrows to go with his intimidating, sharp countenance. And he's even more than 2 meters tall, I think. So this is Dragan, one of the 6 braves. He looks more like a bear than a tiger, though, maybe, the people thought calling him a bear would sound disrespectful. EGD proceeded to explain everything up to this point to Dragan. Oh ho, so you have provided EGD with much needed assistance. Pardon my belated introduction. I am Dragan, officially titled Dragan of the 6 Braves. It is an honor to meet you, sir. I'm Asley, a traveling mage. This is Pochi, my familiar, and she is Lena, an apprentice mage. Oh ho, you are a mage capable of employing a familiar. Are you perhaps a Magic University graduate? I don't think I'll ever get used to the impeccable honorifics of Mr. Bear here. I just can't shake his wildish first impression off my head, aha, so that's where he got the dainty in his title from. And that aside, shouldn't it be relatively easy to employ familiars? Has it now turned into something only ones on the level of Magic University graduates could do? No, sir, we're actually on our way to enroll there. Astounding. Perhaps in a few years' time, you may be one to upset the ranks of the 6 archmages. I don't particularly care to become that big of a deal, though. But wait, I might want that title for its beneficial effects on my statistics. As for you, EGD, when you present yourself to a lady, you should tilt your head forward an additional 2 degrees. Ideally, your heels should be close enough to almost click together, only almost. Your eyes should be opened a millimeter wider and the corners of your mouth raised 2 millimeters higher. Yes, that is perfect. Do keep that in mind from here on out. Yes, sir. So meticulous. I usually take up residence in Beilanea, so we may very well cross paths once again. Ah. The pleasure is all mine, sir. Now, then. If we may excuse ourselves. Ah, yes, sir. I saw EGD and Dragan off as they headed back to their room. Curious of the 6 Braves' strength, I invoked the appraisal glasses at the last second before they went up the stairs. Name EGD. Titles, 6 Braves Pupil, Apprentice Swordsman, Apprentice Archer, Apprentice Spearman, Apprentice Boxer, Apprentice Axe Troop, Jack of all trades, Rank E. LV, 15. HP, 136. MP, 33. EXP, 11,201. Special Skills. Fortify Strength. Aerial Dancer. Now that's a lot of apprenticeships for one boy. Name, Dragan. Titles, Warrior University Graduate, 6 Braves, The Dainty Tiger, Dragon Slayer, Teacher, Great Warrior, Specialist, Rank S. LV, 100. HP, 3,250. MP, 680. EXP, 9,999,999. Special Skills. Fortify strength. Fortify resilience. Aerial dancer. High frequency blade. Beast king fist. Stealth shot. Earth splitter. Flash thrust. Whoa, he's a beast. What's with the long list of special techniques? From his appearance, he shouldn't be past his 30s, is he one huge hunk of talent or something? Is something the matter, master? Oh, just reveling in how large the world is. So you've broadened your horizons, sir. Come now, let's go for another hunt or two. Urged on by the optimistic Pochi, we ended up going on 3 more hunts that day. Afterwards, we took a moderate amount of slaying requests as we went from town to town on the way to the Magic University, the enrollment deadline of which was the last day of the 2nd month of the year. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 10, Beilanea. 6 o'clock in the morning, 19th day of the 2nd month, 91st year of the War Demon calendar. Passing various towns and village after we had departed from Iverial Town, we were now walking through the northern mountain range, the Giant's Passage. At the halfway point of our descent, a large-scaled city, which appeared to be Beilanea, finally came into view. The distant view seems to have awakened some nostalgic memories within me. Wow, so that's Beilanea. At this distance, it should take us only 1 more day. We've hit quite a few snags this past month. It's finally worth something. Well, most of them were my master's fault, though. Hey, I don't remember doing anything. Good gracious, now Pochi is fabricating faults to discredit me. Well, you should. 3 weeks ago when came across a dungeon, you went in because you thought it would be interesting and got us locked in a monster house crawling with B-ranks. Don't say you forgot that. Oh. 2 weeks ago, you grilled some weird mushroom for us to eat, and they turned out to be wailing tops. It took forever for the crying to stop. Oh ho. Last week in Romantown, you took so many slaying quests from the guild but ended up being 1 monster short for all of them, so we had to go all the way back to hunt more. Oh ho ho. And just now when we were trying to make a campfire, instead of just casting little fire, you shot a fire lance right at my face. Wait, I remember all of them now. Pochi, when'd you cast a memory erasure spell on me? I did it when you were sleeping. Wah, for real? Of course not. You really are a handful, you know that. Yes, I am a handful indeed. What's up with that sense of acceptance of your face? And now you're doing that, how did she know, face? Oi, what's up with that, is she reading my mind, look. Ah, wipe that smug grin off. You're just messing with me, aren't you? Sorry, it was getting pretty hilarious. Oh, for the love of. Look, we need to hurry on our way, sir. Pochi turned away with a pout and stood up. For a few minutes, she kept herself faced away, wagging her tail as she walked. We've known each other for so many years, yet I'm still not quite sure whether I have a grasp on her personality. She was prone to anger, but also quick to forgive. I tried my best to not get on Pochi's bad side, of course, but I couldn't always keep up with her, what with her watching out for such a wide range of things. Oh, give me a second here. Humans tend to easily forget past acts they want forgotten. There. Sir Asley, I see you write down something from time to time. What are you writing about? You've done well to ask. Behold, the autobiography of Asley. The Principle of a Philosopher. Ah, Pochi, wait for me. Lena, sometimes you can be quite. What was that, again? Oh, no, it was nothing. Master, hurry up. I won't give up. 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The city, illuminated even this early in the morning, truly stood out in the landscape. Amid all the gorgeous buildings of various sizes, 2 ridiculously big ones stood right in the center of the city. They were the Magic and Warrior Universities. We're finally here. It was the right choice to make that final push, Master. Haha. I'm exhausted. Alright, first things first, let's go find an inn and rest up. Then, after we're done with the entrance exam, we have the afternoon to look around. Yes, sir. We went into the inn closest to the illuminated city's entrance. The rent was expensive, going for 300 gold per person, but I mustered all the energy in my exhausted body to approve the spending. After sending Lena and Pochi off to their room, I went to mine and crashed right onto the bed. Appropriate of the asking price, the bed's cushioning was especially relaxing, as if it was soaking in my fatigue. Then, in a state of half-sleep, my consciousness descended into a dream. Asley. Asley, boy. I'm sleepy. Asley. Asley, boy. You can keep on sleeping. Just listen to what I have to say. I'm sleepy. Excuse me, Asley. I'm sleepy. I assume you are aware that my master would never willingly wake up a dream, sir. NGH. You are Asley's familiar. Heh 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 heh. What are you laughing at? I finally have another chance to do this, you see. What could you be referring to? You, who are you? Good gracious, what a rowdy bunch. Oh, I see you are finally awake. Who are you, Gramps? It's not nice to waltz in and interrupt someone in the middle of healing his fatigue, don't you think? In a dream. A world wrapped in pure white light. Apologies, but I come with urgent business. I assume this may not be that surprising of a deal for you, though. I'm plenty surprised, thank you very much. Don't just stand there. Here, have a seat. Pochi, go get some cushions for us. Again, let me offer my apologies. I suppose. The Gramps in white robe sat down cross-legged on a cushion that Pochi had brought from God knows where. His face was covered by a big hood. As I peered inside, I saw that there was nothing but darkness. The young ones, so brimming with curiosity. No matter how much you look, you will never see my face, however. Name. Titles, Gramps. LV. HP. MP. EXP. Special skills. Ho ho ho, you will not see anything from me, boy. Still, you have studied well to be aware that magic persists its effects in dreams. I've done some research on dreams about 2,000 years ago. I discovered that if I knew a spell, I would be able to invoke it in here as well. Well, the research was actually for countermeasures against nightmare apparitions, though. I also found out that I could materialize visualizations to some extent. Like so. As a demonstration, I materialized a low table in the midst of the three of us, complete with filled cups of tea on top. Impressive. So, Gramps, are you some nightmare apparition? Not that you look to be that way, though. A divine messenger would be an apt description, I suppose. Master, this man is even weirder than you. What a rude familiar you are. Well, I do think I'm a weird person myself, though. A divine messenger, I see. Please, have a drink. Why, thank you. The three of us took a sip, then a deep breath. It may be worth mentioning that Pochi's cup was the same as the two others. Through a great deal of effort on her part, she could hold the cup and drink from it just fine. Now then, let us get down to your business. The Devil King's resurrection is upon us. I do remember hearing that the last time he'd been defeated was a few decades before I was born, which means his cycle of resurrection must be around 5,000 years long. So the holy warriors should be making their appearance soon. Truth be told, there are no holy warriors. Please tell me you're kidding. If we're without those who have received the divine blessing, there'd no way to defeat the Devil King, right? Essentially, together with the Devil King's appearance, 3 individuals blessed by heaven were supposed to be born to become holy warriors. Of the three, one would be a warrior, another one a mage, and the last, but not least, the hero. The divine blessing came bundled with the holy warrior's titles, and with high-level abilities and training, they would attain power far greater than anyone could imagine. There is a reason for that. Wait a second. What is it? Why were you telling this to me? Shouldn't you be talking to the nation's representatives or the university headmasters? None of them believed me, so I had to erase our encounters from their memories. You will likely understand the reason for that as I elaborate on my point. Damn it. This doesn't sound good at all. From how Pochi looked, she's not liking the sound of this, either. I'm not one to say this, but she sure is defiant in the face of a divine messenger. The number of believers offering prayers to my Lord has greatly decreased. It has been the case for a few decades now. Instead, the prayers went to other humans. I see, so God does derive strength from people's prayers and wishes. If they decrease in quantity, then. That is right, God's powers has deteriorated so much that he is unable to bestow divine blessings. Wait. Wouldn't that mean? Even the nation's representatives are wagging their tails for other humans now. That is so, that is why they had disregarded my explanations. Bah, I swear this nation's integrity is going down the drain real fast. Still, why would you talk to me about all this? I thought it would do us good to discuss with the one closest to the divine, you see. Ha 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 ha. My masters, wait, for real. Hehehe. Hey, that was unnecessary. Still, by the divine, you mean. Just because I lived a long life. Is that it? Take a better look at yourself with those glasses, you should have what makes you qualified so within you. Hold up a minute. I had something like that. Or is it something I gained recently? Name, Asley. Titles, the Fool, the Polarizing, Hermit Candidate, Mage, Alchemist, Staff Wielder, 6 Archmages, Tentative, Teacher, Rank D. LV, 52. HP, 864. MP, 14,781. EXP, 241,169. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Skilled. Support Magic, Advanced. Recovery Magic, Intermediate. Purification, Advanced. There shouldn't be that much of a difference from achieving rank D, though. Look more closely, it is the third of your titles. Right, Candidate. Wait, a hermit is nowhere near God. I said, close to the divine, didn't I? I never said, God. Ugh. So, what do you propose I do? Now, it is nothing complicated. Devote yourself to your studies, apply yourself to improving your abilities, all in preparation for the coming of the Devil King. That will surely be of use to you. Gramps' body started glowing white, and gradually turned transparent. Hey, you can't just end the conversation like that. Listen well, Asley, you must devote yourself to your studies. Having said all that, Gramps disappeared from my dream. So he just waltzes in, says what he wants, and goes, Master. I'd like some more tea, who do you think you are, doggo? The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 11, The Entrance Examination. Beilanea Magic University Central School Building, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 20th day of the second month. I had woken up immediately after that, exactly as the clock hit noon, as if it had been timed beforehand. As for when I should tell Lena about it, I had decided to hold it off for now after discussing with Pochi. I probably should talk about it when she is a bit older. For now, I want her to fully enjoy school life. The Devil King would first be in the fetal stage, in which preparations were made for the time he fully manifested. It was said that those with high arcane energy could sense when such a period was taking place. The fetal stage was said to last from a year to 2, so it wouldn't be too late to discuss it with Lena during that time. Today, we have come to the reception counter of the Magic University's central building, which hosted the entrance examinations. It was completely different from the Magic University of my time, but the central building remained a gigantic structure of brickwork. In addition, two buildings were surrounding it, the east and west buildings. In the shape of a towering structure encased in another U-shaped structure, the Magic University was in the northern half of its plot of land, and opposite to it, the identical structures of the Warrior University was in the southern half of the plot. We are here for the entrance examination. Both of us are from Faltown. I passed the edited letters of recommendation to the receptionist on the other side of the glass window. As various manners of nervousness showed on Lena's face, the receptionist promptly opened the letters and hovered them over the spell circle in the back, seemingly for detecting signs of forgery. Ka Ching. Ka Ching. As I'd expected, they passed without issue. Wow. To Lena's muttering of surprise, the receptionist responded. If you're surprised by this cell circle, you may find what lies ahead to be greatly difficult, don't you think? Ah, yes. And as I'd expected, the receptionist took Lena's surprise in a different meaning. She proceeded to transcribe our names and birthplace onto new parchments and handed one to each of us. The examination is taking place in a classroom beyond this hallway. It is a one-to-one test with one of our mage professors on active duty. Not a written examination, then. It was designed to allow candidates little time to think things over. The institution seeks candidates who excel in immediate responses and solutions. Understood. Now then, I will be guiding you to the classroom. Oh my, who's this cute lil doggo? The receptionist, now out of her office, noticed Pochi hanging around by my side. She's my familiar. The guard at the entrance has permitted me to bring her in, if I understood correctly. Now this is a surprise. You employ one even before enrolling. Oh, pardon my interruption. Please follow me. As she guided us to the examination classroom, the receptionist bowed down slightly and pushed her glasses up, swaying her beautiful blonde hair. In front of the classroom was a long bench, on which Lena and I were prompted to take a seat. This is the site of the examination. One person enters at a time to meet the professor. There will be a question and answer session, followed by a practical demonstration. First. Miss Lena, if you please. Why yes. She was so nervous that her voice sounded like it turned inside out. Now this might be a bit dangerous. Keep calm, it'll be fine. You'll ace this, Lena. As I passed Lena her papers, I patted her on her shoulder. Ah. Yes. Trying to keep as calm as she could, Lena entered the classroom. Hoo, it's wonderful to see you two get along so well, but you are aware that the university's examination is no walk the park, yes? Ha, I reckon Lena will do just fine. I'm more worried about myself. I don't think someone with the ability to employ a familiar would have any difficulty, though. Well, I was more worried about whether or not my answers would sound normal for this day and age, but there's no point in telling her that. By the way, you do have permission to bring familiars in, Mr. Asley. Your familiar would be considered part of your abilities, so there will be no issue with her taking part in the examination. I see, that's good to know. Ma'am, will you be waiting here as well? It must be tiring, standing all the time. Hoo, thank you for your concern. This is but a part of my job. The receptionist lady replied with a smile. About 20 minutes later, Lena came out of the classroom. Apparent from her face, she has greatly calmed down compared to when she went in. I passed, Sir Asley. With tears welling up in her eyes, Lena shot me a V sign. Looks like everything went smoothly. It's wonderful to see a candidate succeed at this young an age. Congratulations, Miss Lena. Oh, the results are announced on the spot. The number of accepted candidates is low in relation to the number of applications, so the professors were told to decide immediately. Now, Miss Lena, if you would follow me. And best of luck to you, Mr. Asley. Thank you. Come on, let's go, Pochi. Yes, sir. I slid open the classroom door and made my entrance together with Pochi. The room was narrow and long, and a single girl was sitting in the middle of it. A girl, master. A girl. I have eyes, doggo. You have a familiar. That makes you the second candidate to have one this semester. The silver-haired girl, even smaller than Lena, kept her arms folded as she stood up and approached me. Her cut was short and her eyes red, and she had on what seemed to be the professor's uniform, the same violet robe as the receptionist lady from before. She extended her hand, asking to confirm my papers, and I passed them to her. Asley, from the same town as the previous candidate. Were you her mentor, by any chance? I wouldn't exactly say mentor, but in a sense, yes. Well, I'll know after the practical demonstration whether you are too humble or that lass was too excellent. I'm Irene, by the way, it's a pleasure to have you here. The pleasure is all mine. Pochi and I bowed to Irene. Now then, please answer the following questions with as much detail as you can. First, let's start with the basics. Please name all 4 of the core elements. The basics, indeed. Fire, water, earth, and wind. Hey, why were you the one answering, Pochi? The lady from before said something about letting me butt in, didn't she? That's not what she meant. Wait, maybe it was. Does it also apply to this when she said that my familiar is considered a part of my abilities? This makes me look so damn shameless, though. You are versed in the subject as well, familiar. I may even be more well-rounded than my master. What with his polarizing subjects of knowledge and all that. I won't mind your participation, then. Let us continue. Second, is it possible to invoke spells with a modified magic formula? Please provide reasoning for your answer. The difficulty curved up quite steeply. She was not directing her line of sight at me, but instead at Pochi. I see, so she's bent on testing Pochi now. It is possible. The reasoning is that formulas are only that, formulas. Nothing dictates that one must only use certain formulas to invoke spells to be successful. Third, please name 3 magic spells that disregard predetermined formulas. Examples include spells with their arcane energy emission limiter formulas removed, such as High Cure, High Recover, and Familiar Brainwashing Pact. Pochi dropped the bomb on that last one. That was a formula-less spell that I had discovered, so isn't it entirely possible that it's unknown to the rest of the world? The Familiar Brainwashing Pact is feasible. Familiars possess inherent individuality. Are you claiming that it is possible to take that away with a pact? Yes, all it takes my master is a few words of his weird chant. It had been used on me once before, so there's no mistake. Now that she mentioned it, I did use the brainwashing pact on Pochi once, as a prank. Must have been relatively recent, in fact. Why'd you even have to go with that? You should know a lot more conventional answers. Heh, I do want to boast about you from time to time, master. How? How in the world did you achieve the brainwashing contract? Irene sure put a lot of power in her hand game. I've researched familiar pacts. It was concluded that it's impossible. This is your time to shine, master. You little. Don't boast about things you don't understand, damn it. Irene directed her glare at me. Her expression was the childish kind of stern, as if angered that the limits of her research had been surpassed. I'd also hit quite a lot of walls back in my time, so I more or less understood how she must have felt. It is achievable by inserting a special magic formula into the spell circle of the familiar pact. That is all I'm willing to say. That's ridiculous. There's no way that's possible. No, wait. Could this be it? Yes, the formula-less, or rather than complete disregard, it is achievable via substituting them with special functions. Makes me wonder who's the one under examination at this point. If you do complete it, I ask that you restrict its use to only the monsters. Says the one who used it won me. I was planning to fix your habit of wetting the bed in your sleep. You were laughing like no tomorrow. I mean, you were being so hammy, like, is the food not done yet, boss? Pft, hehehe, oh man, now I remember. The familiar brainwashing pact had been a topic of research even 5,000 years ago, with the objective being to make stronger familiars out of monsters or beasts with violent natures. It was truth that those who employed such powerful familiars would be crowned an influential figure of their generation. Naturally, mages had often attempted to form familiar pacts with powerful creatures, with some successfully employing dragons and the like, but more often than not, the creatures would end up killed, their power unable to be suppressed by the pact alone. Which brought them to the subject of the brainwashing pact, a special function substitution based on the formula-less method, but it was not doable by just any block-headed mage. Its usage ran the risk of spontaneous arcane discharge, possibly resulting in death. With that in consideration, not many mages were willing to use it, nor did any want to pursue the subject further. I did not necessarily want to either. But with some special methods, I had succeeded in its research. With that, I had made Pochi perfectly obedient, and got tired of it not even a day in. A Pochi who does not oppose me is no Pochi, no laughter, no anger, no tears, no ill expression. I had realized that such control over others' emotions should not be permitted. It may be worth mentioning that memories while being brainwashed seemed to remain. Meaning, Pochi had gotten severely mad at me afterwards. You said you were Asley, yes? Yes, Miss Irene. Which reminds me. I might have heard the name Irene from somewhere. One of the 6 archmages, Irene the Invincible Sprout, has taken interest in you, for you have succeeded in such a mad subject of research. You pass. Aha, Irene as in Irene of the 6 archmages. In order to maximize arcane energy circulation in her body, she had halted the growth of her body at the point where its arcane energy potential was at its peak. I see, so that explains her short stature. An ever-growing pool of arcane energy. That also applied to me, but the way she had gone about it must have taken a lot of courage. What about the practical demonstration? Bah, now that you reminded me. It would be unfair treatment if I don't have you do something. Not that there's the need, though, considering you were the previous candidate's mentor. Thereafter, I went through some simple magic spell demonstrations, which anyone who had read a few volumes of the Magic University published preparatory books would have passed. They included destroying a distant target with attack magic, healing the wounds of a lab rat with recovery magic, and invoking the same support magic spells as the examiner. That was perfect. The previous candidate did have the same performance, though. Is that all, then? The next one is the last. The examination is already over, but considering that you did everything perfectly, I thought I'd throw in an extra difficult problem for you to solve. The 2 previous candidates couldn't quite solve it. And it's not mandatory to take it either, so what will you do? From what she said, the candidate before Lena must have had perfect performance as well. I'd rather avoid attention to myself, but I'll admit that I'm quite tempted. It'll be a problem if he were to fall behind his pupil. Of course he'll do it. Once again, Pochi has gone ahead and gotten me in trouble. Very good. Fire and remote control. Irene created a 1-meter diameter fireball from a spell circle and suspended it in the middle of the classroom. Make this fire spell disappear from this room. There is no water around, and the fire looks strong. Is there an alternative to destroying it with a powerful spell, Master? And you're not permitted to destroy this room, the damages come out of my paycheck, you see. Decisions. The 2 previous candidates have opted out at this optional stage, but what about you? Make the fireball disappear from the classroom. Without destroying the room. Now, what to do? I do have a few methods off the top of my head. If I want to not be too showy, my choices are limited. Will you opt out? You will still pass, of course. Well, no, there are so many approaches to choose from, you see. Come again. Guess I'll use these: rise, arise, remote control and parasitic control. With remote control, I slid open the door, and with parasitic control, I took over control of Irene's fire spell. Wah, ngh. Irene's spell circle crackled with bluish-white sparks and shattered. With Irene losing control of her spell, I took it over. Slowly, I directed it out of the classroom. Phew. Now the fire spell has disappeared from this room, yes. Did you just control another mage's spell? I've used the safest and fastest method I have. Well, now that the spell circle is gone, I have to make sure to put the fire out, too. I made a gesture of crushing the fire spell outside of the classroom. The fireball promptly shrunk as if being compressed, and finally disappeared. What did you do this time? I've compressed and absorbed the fire spell's arcane energy with a pressuring trick. I could have done this from the beginning, but it's not magic, you see. So I thought I'd use some proper magic on it first. You think things over too much, Master. I would have just peed on it. So uncivilized. Pochi can be too dog-like in her mindset sometimes. Irene folded her arms, seemingly still disturbed. Asley, may I have a word? Irene asked, shaking the disturbance off her head. What is it? You said you had many approaches. For future reference, I'd like to hear them. It's dirty, but I could have multiplied my saliva to put the fire out, or I could whittle it down with a wind spell, or make a vacuum. Is something the matter? Feel free to continue. I couldn't help but feel that I had done too much. No matter how I looked, Irene was now scrutinizing me with a researcher's eyes. If this kept up, I would surely be barraged with questions down the line. Well, the rest is trade secret. Bah, that's no fair. How so? This may sound childish on my part, but why should I disclose my magic repertoire to some kid? Well, I do want to be careful going about saying that to her. I approached Irene, who seemed slightly agitated still. With my staff held up, I used it as a mental flame shield of sorts. There will be plenty of time once I'm enrolled. If you want to know that much, you could try stealing them. Why, you cheeky little. You do realize that I have the authority to fail you, right? Irene and I circled around in a standoff, with her firing at me one question after another. What she had said was true, but since I don't necessarily need to be here, so her threats did nothing to faze me. But you do realize that if my master didn't get in, those countless answers might elude you for the rest of your life, right? Wonderful follow-up, doggo. With that, Irene finally stopped her feet. Irene's cheeks reddened up, finally realizing that she might have been digging her own grave. Seeing her as quite adorable, I scratched my chin and nodded. Very well, then. Once you're enrolled, I'll personally expose every one of your assets. Now she's gone and got me imagining myself being stripped naked by a little girl. Which isn't the worst thing in the world, but I appreciate your passion, but I'd rather not be subject to that. Wah, I didn't mean it in that way. What do you even mean by that way? Now Irene was as red as a boiled octopus. To the point of having steam come off her head, though that might just be my visualization. Look, you passed. Leave this room, now. As if kicked out of the room by Irene, Pochi and I excused ourselves. We looked at each other as the door slammed shut. I passed, she said. She did, indeed. So let's be on our way, yeah. Yes, let's. With all that said and done, and not seeing the receptionist lady around, we headed back to the front reception counter. The lady was there chatting away with Lena. She stood up as we approached. Sir Asley. Upon seeing me, Lena happily called me as she rushed over. How did it go? I nailed it. Lena's expression spontaneously brightened up as she shook my hands in delight. Congratulations. Of course there's no way you'd fail. Ah, yeah. Thanks. Half of that was thanks to me, though. And Pochi was as boastful as ever. But yes, I was quite surprised myself. I'd never thought Pochi would have so much knowledge in magic. You did great, too, Pochi. Boy, my master was such a handful to take care of. Hey, you can be so cruel sometimes, you know that? Hoo, I suppose congratulations are in order. The Magic University welcomes you too, excellent mages. The receptionist lady called out to all of us. I told you Sir Asley would pass, Miss Trace. As I would expect of one who employs a familiar. Pardon my belated introduction, I am Trace, assigned the privilege of supervising new students this year. Trace expressed her gratitude. She certainly looked beautiful and had a faint sweet fragrance to her. Could it be perfume? Though a teacher, she still is a city girl, so she must be taking good care of her appearance. Lena seemed to smell it as well, and was now studying the mature charms that she had never seen in Mana. By new students, you mean you will be in charge of us as well? Please do treat us well. Especially my master, ma'am. And me, too. Now then, let me provide some explanations regarding your enrollment. Please follow me to the reception office. With a beautifully refined gesture, Trace called us to follow along, and so we promptly did. Thinking about the examination I had undergone, it was been quite simple, but it filled me with a sense of exaltation that I hadn't felt in a long time. And so begins my second school life. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 12, Fresh Out the Gate. Grand Market in the Northern District, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. From the simple explanations we had received in the reception office, I had noted down 3 major points. First, the entrance ceremony will be on the first day of the 4th month. Second, we must be dressed appropriately as mages for the ceremony. Third, the enrollment fee will be paid on the day of the ceremony, at the reception before we attended the ceremony itself. Those were the important parts. However, Lena and I were exempt from the enrollment fee. While we were in the reception office, Irene had let herself in and informed Trace of our graded performance. We both had been given perfect scores, which seemed to be why we were exempt from the fee. Even Trace was surprised, but what surprised me most was, "You're the top of this class of candidates, Asley." It was what Irene had told me. The honor was supposed to be awarded to the candidate who achieved a perfect score, but since there were multiple perfect scores this semester, it was awarded to me for being the only one who solved the optional question. Lena was so happy for me that she couldn't hold back tears. Pochi, on the other hand, pointed at me and laughed. Makes me wonder where that stark contrast came from. Keeping calm among the commotion, Irene only told me that she would be looking forward to what's to come, and left it at that. I was not particularly excited, back then nor now, but in the reception office, I was shaking for some unknown reason. Lena supported me by holding down my hands. And once again, Pochi pointed at me and laughed. Makes me wonder if she actually is my familiar. Although we were exempt from the enrollment fee, that did not mean the monthly tuition was going anywhere. We still had to pay 1,500 gold a person each month. It was nice and all to have a surplus of funds to spend, but it was clear that we wouldn't be living most comfortably in the coming months. Having heard that the Magic University had student dormitories, I had asked Trace for details and learned that a month's rent, meals not included, would cost 500 gold a person, a piece of information I was greatly thankful for. Lena and I processed the rent contract, and would start our boarding school life in the 3rd month, a little before the school commenced. With that said, we still needed a place to stay for a few days before then. So we planned to make some money at the guild, as usual. Perhaps because she started to feel ashamed of the attention my clothes attracted while in town, Lena made the bold proposal that she would get me new clothes with the 10,000 gold she had at her disposal. I had told her to get something for herself instead, but she had strongly objected to it, an act most unusual for her, which brought us to the Grand Market in the Northern District. Wow! So many people. I think I might get sick just looking at them. Your clothes do stand out too much, master. Surely you've noticed that the people were avoiding you. Of course I do. I can be thick-headed at times, sure, but not oblivious. All right then, leave your wardrobe woes to Lena and me. I'm skeptical about Pochi, but I'd probably have no worries with Lena's choices. We went in and out of various shops in search of the right clothes. A few times, I had been rejected entrance due to my appearance, but eventually, we decided one thing to get after another. It was also worth mentioning that familiars were permitted entrance into various establishments on the basis that they were not monsters. Perfect. The two declared right as I emerged from the dressing room of the last store. Hey, isn't this a bit too flashy? I looked down at the clothes I now had on. The clothes make the man, sir. It's great, Sir Asley. But, this is black boots, tawny dress pants, black polo neck sweater, and a decorative silver key necklace. And then, does it really have to be this wine-red mantle? It suits you. Now you look the part for a great mage. The clothes make the man, sir. I got a sense of mocking from Pochi words, but it was she who had chosen this mantle for me. Maybe that was Pochi's way to praise something indirectly. Lena did go a little over her budget, but she couldn't help it since she wanted me to have all the good stuff. Afterwards, I told the two that I had business to attend to, and sent the two back to the inn. Wanting to congratulate Lena on being accepted into the Magic University, I set out to buy her a gift. I had long decided what I wanted to get. A mage's indispensable tool, a staff. Staves weren't necessarily needed for mages, but through my research, I had concluded that they assisted with spell circles air tracing and were a great medium for concentrating arcane energy output. There was a great difference in speed between air tracing spell circles by hand and with a staff. The latter was far faster. In the same vein, staves played a large part in arcane energy accumulation and release. Compared to using one's own body, it was more efficient to perform magic with tools such as staves. For those very reasons, I had Lena use a stick for her training the past 2 years. Still, those were just handmade canes from the retirement home, not something specifically made for mages. Which brought me to the idea of this surprise gift. For Lena, an excellent mage, one of my first pupils, and a newly independent girl, I had to choose most carefully. With that in mind, I have come to Gaston's Magic Tool Specialist store, said to be the definitive supplier of a mage's needs. The Magic Tool Specialist store was run by one of the 6 archmages, Gaston the Great Mage of Flame, and dealt in the myriad of magical tools he personally created. The store was to the west of the Magic University, and it would appear to one as just some old wooden house. However, once nearby, I could feel faint traces of magic mixed in the air. Welcome. As soon as I opened the door, a raspy voice greeted me, in sync with the ringing of the doorbell. In the innermost part of the store was an old man with scruffy black hair, full beard, and thick eyebrows, sitting in a chair and reading a book. My vision was filled with shelves of magic and alchemy tools, including and not limited to books, scrolls, crafting materials, flasks, daggers, and jewels. Even for me, who had drowned in research for many long years, found the sight to be impressive. Excuse me, sir, I'd like to purchase a staff, where would I find them? The old man slid down his glasses from his forehead and looked at me. At the same time, he pointed to his right, and I nodded to him in acknowledgement before heading there. In that corner, a great variety of staves had been leaned against the wall. Wooden, iron, other special metals, so many choices that I had difficulty choosing. Getting one for yourself, young man. My heart might have skipped a beat there. That or my blood flow just stopped for a split second. The old man who had called me from behind now appeared in front of me without raising so much as the sound of a single footstep. "Ah, you spooked me there. Sorry." I'm all right, sir. And, well, I'm not buying a staff for myself, but a girl about this tall." I gestured Lena's approximate stature with my hand so that he knew the size of the staff I wanted. "Should be about 150, give or take, then." "And a girl, I see. Will she be entering the Magic University?" "Yes, sir, she'd just been accepted earlier today, so I'd like to congratulate her with a gift." I see. Then how does this one look?" The old man passed me a staff, the colors of which made it seem to glow with a silvery light. Its design was simple, but it had a handy grip, and the pentagram emblem on its head was quite the nice touch. "It's got good swift magic functionality, and it's made from robust platinum wood, so it can be used as a weapon as well." Swift magic. An unfamiliar technical term has entered my ears. "What, aren't you a mage? You don't know about it? I'd like an explanation, please." Swift magic, sometimes called quick attack spells, functions through spell circles inscribed onto staves beforehand. This star rod supports 2 circles at once. With higher quality materials, you could add more into it, of course. I never would have figured come up with this. I had done extensive research on magic and alchemy, sure, but weapons were outside my range of expertise. This was one aspect in which civilization has advanced, I suppose. "How can I use it, sir?" "You draw spell circles on the emblem with your fingers. If you go over the limit, the first one will be overridden. When you want to invoke it, just pour in sufficient arcane energy into the staff, and it'll come right out." Wow, that sounds convenient. Now I want one for myself, too. But it's going to be expensive, isn't it? The old man chuckled at my question. Ho ho ho, I can see that you're strapped for coins. What's your budget? Well, 13,000 at most, sir. That much, eh? Here, I'll throw in a boy-modeled star rod to make a pair. How does 12,000 gold sound for that? Are you sure I can have them for that cheap? I mean, it's 9,800 gold for just one of those. I pointed at the corresponding price tags on the shelf. Now, 'tis just a friendly discount for a potential regular. Will you take it? Of course. In what could be called a prompt decision, I finalized my deal for the staves. The old man even tied a pink ribbon on the one intended for Lena. I swore at that moment to be a regular of this store, even in the most unlikely case of this deal turning out to be a rip-off down the line. Come again, young man. The same as when I entered, his raspy voice sent me off in unison with the ring of the doorbell. It was already dark out, and the sporadic watchfires led my way. I wonder if Lena will like it. Holding my expectations and a slight worry in my heart, I headed back to the inn. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 13, The Fool's Philosopher-Tier Money-Making Scheme. Lena's room in the Southern District Inn, 8:30 in the afternoon. Lena, congratulations on your acceptance into the Magic University. I presented the star rod with the pink ribbon to Lena. Lena began by staring blankly, then her expression gradually crumbled as tears welled up in her eyes. She stooped down right on the spot, letting out a not quite coherent voice. "NGH. Ah. You. Ah, master. You made Lena cry." This would have been such an emotional scene if not for one noisy little thing. But either way, I did all I could to cheer Lena up. There was no time to deal with Pochi now. I'll excuse myself for now, so just call when she's calmed down, yeah? Wah, ah. Huh. Oh, now it's become an actual emotional scene. I guess. Pochi simply left the room without saying anything further, leaving me and Lena in the room. Only Lena's sobs could be heard now that the room has otherwise fallen silent. Though snippets of laughter and hustle and bustle could be heard from the windows, they did nothing to help the eeriness of the silence surrounding us. In leveling myself with Lena, I sat down on the bed. In an attempt to stop her cries, I took out my own new staff and called for Lena to get her face out of her hands. "Check this out, Lena. It's the same design as yours." Peeking between her fingers, Lena looked at what I showed her. Phew, she finally stopped. "You." "Nope, she's crying even more. Looks like I have no choice but to let her be for a while." I only patted Lena's head as I waited for time to pass by. Strangely, I felt no awkwardness as time passed, each second so long, yet so short. It was simply strange. That must have lasted 15 minutes, I suppose. By the time Lena stopped her cries, she grabbed my hand as it was still on her head. Though I say grab, and while her grip was considerably strong, it was a warm touch that seemed to hide a gentle arcane energy. Before long, Lena stood up and sat herself on the bed. She did not let go of my hand, however, and instead proceeded to grip it with her other hand. I didn't understand what Lena intended to do, but if she could calm herself down by doing so, I only had to stay quiet and let her. Still, as one who aims to be a philosopher, isn't this situation a bit, not good? Though we'd known each other for relatively long, Lena still is a girl. She could read my pulse through my hand, and knowing that made my pulse rate go even higher. Before I knew it, my thoughts were thrown into disarray, and now I longed for the assistance of that noisy little thing. "I require assistance, Pochi. This is Asley, isolated and helpless. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Eyes twitching, pulse unstable. Help me, Pochi. Sir Asley." It was Lena who finally broke the silence. Her voice sounded slightly hoarse, perhaps from all the crying and coughing. "Still unstable," I responded in a panic. "No." As if by a prank of some demons, my voice startled Lena and caused a complete tone shift. "Ahaha, what's up with your voice?" As if by assistance from some angels, Lena's voice brightened up, a sudden change from before. Sorry, must have been because I'm not used to dealing with this kind of surprise and mental strain." What a weird answer. But that's just like you, Sir Asley. Just like me. In an unusual happening, I tilted my head in confusion. "You like to think about yourself at length sometimes, don't you? Besides, that explanation sounded way too formal." "Ah. You might be right about that. See, that's what I meant." "Ahaha. If you say so." "Heh heh." As we laughed, Lena slowly let go of my hands, and once again looked at the new staff that she had been carrying under her arm all this time. Or not, perhaps this was her first time to have a good look at it. White but glowing with silver light. It's beautiful. Like glittering snow crystals. Apparently it's made from a kind of wood called platinium. The man at the store gave me a discount for a pair of it. Ah, if that's true, I don't think you should have told me. I must admit that Lena looked quite charming, what with her puffed up cheeks. It was like I'd never noticed how much she has grown. It's easier to just let everything loose. That's not fair. You can't do that. Now she's even more annoyed. And now I'm overcome with a strong impulse to poke those puffed up cheeks. Those round, soft-looking, reddened cheeks. There was no way I would not want to poke them. With nothing to lose, I tried catching her with a spontaneous request. "Can I poke your cheeks?" I asked that with all the resolve to be told off, but Lena froze for only a moment, then moved her face closer to my index fingers. And then... Pfft. Lena pushed her face against my fingers. A little puff of air shot out of her mouth. It was funny, and quite adorable. "Ha ha ha ha. So that's what it sounds like." I tried my best to hold that in. "Ah ha 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 ha." I patted Lena's head again, then stood up. Pochi, come on. Let's go get dinner. I turned to the door and called. Immediately, Pochi entered with a creak of the opening door. I could hear everything, you know. My stomach really hurt from holding back my laughter. Ahahaha, I need to buy some dog earplugs as soon as possible. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. Name, Asley. Titles, The Fool, The Polarizing, Hermit Candidate, Mage, Alchemist, Staff Wielder, 6 Archmages, Tentative, Teacher, Rank D, Top Student. LV, 52. HP, 864. MP, 14,781. EXP, 241,169. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Skilled. Support Magic, Advanced. Recovery Magic, Intermediate. Purification, Advanced. Name, Lena. Titles, Little Sister, Apprentice Swordsman, Apprentice Mage, Pupil, Excellent, Rank D. LV, 37. HP, 413. MP, 479. EXP, 90,145. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Elementary. Support Magic, Elementary. Recovery Magic, Intermediate. Name, Pochi. Titles, The Fool's Familiar, Advanced Familiar, The Powerful, Great Wolf, Watch Wolf, Apprentice Mage, one who requires earplugs. LV, 100. HP, 2,710. MP, 597. EXP, 9,999,999. Special Skills. Breath Attack, Zenith. Air Claw. Gigantification. Tempest. With new titles come new statistical changes. Lena and I have gotten stronger, and Pochi has been assigned some new titles. Her performance during the examination must have influenced that, and let's just ignore that last one on the list. After finishing breakfast, we gathered up in my room, and tallied up all the gold we had left. In all, we have 3,200 gold. We'll still be here for the rest of today, but the plan is to move to the 200 gold inn tonight. But since Pochi is also counted in the rent, we'll need a total of 600 gold per night. Which means, if I'm counted as well, then we'll be broke in 5 days' time. Exactly. Therefore, we must go out and make ourselves some money. Lena and Pochi looked at each other, questioning why I had stated such an obvious point. That introduction was unnecessary. Let's just hurry to the Adventurers Guild, Master. Time is of the essence, Sir Asley. Lena seems to be more outgoing now, perhaps from yesterday's incident, or her gaining confidence from her successful university enrollment, or perhaps both. Or does it just come naturally with her having seen more of the world? Or has she always been like this, but I had never noticed? Now that I thought about it, Reed and Mana were also quite outgoing, so her resembling them was only appropriate. Maybe she has finally come out of their shadows. Master? Are you listening? Sure am. We were talking about plucking out your tail to make steak, right? I'm sure it'll taste so good that your jaws will fall off, Master. You were supposed to get angry at that, damn it. That sounds painful. We do have those pain-stopper herbs called morphine, right? I'll probably be fine if you mix that in with my food. Oh, but you do need to watch the dosage. Ha ha ha. Is something funny, Lena? Pochi tilted her head in confusion toward Lena's sudden laughter. I mean, you said that because you trust Sir Asley to never do that to you, right? I'm jealous of that relationship you have, I couldn't help but laugh. Must be so nice. Lena's smile seemed to emanate light, like some kind of gentle deity. I'm sure she will, or maybe she has already grown up nicely. I am not, that's not what it's like. Highly flustered, Pochi jumped onto the bed and slid under the blanket. Lena and I looked at each other and burst out in laughter. And Pochi groaned in an expression of anger from under the blanket, just like Pochi always would. Now, back on the topic of money. We're currently on rank D, the slaying requests we can take pay about 300 gold at most, and we can accept 3 requests at a time. Meaning one of us can make 900 gold a trip, which totals to around 1,800 gold. Well, that sounds pretty straightforward. Pochi said, sticking her head out of the blanket. Sure, but it's inefficient. So I thought we should tackle some higher-ranked monsters. But if we didn't accept a request, we wouldn't receive any payment for fighting them, right? I think that's what you and Pochi used to tell me. It'll hurt to not get a straight payment, sure, but you do know that it's not the only reward you can get from high-ranked monsters, right? Ah, the loot. Lena pumped her fist and looked to me to confirm her claim. That's right, we can get information on high-ranked monsters from the guild bulletin. If we know where the monster is, we can just go there and hunt it down. But wouldn't that be dangerous? You did have to pull out some tricks for the Alpha Chimera back then. Do you have any special ideas in mind, Master? Well, let's say that it's all thanks to this staff that I got some ideas running. I showed my brand new star rod to Pochi and Lena. With them just titling their heads staring at it blankly, I proceeded to explain swift magic to them. Well, human craftsmanship sure is amazing. So my staff can do that as well? It sure can. In your case, Lena, I think you should put in recovery or support spells. I set up to that before I shut my mouth. Lena has become a full-fledged mage now, so this was as good a time as any to let her decide for herself. Yes, I'll think about it. As expected of my excellent pupil. It was like she could read my intentions. Now this is starting to sound exciting. All right, first off, to the Adventurers Guild. Yes, sir. Sylvan, ah. We finally caught up Grinning Facier. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 14, The Four-Winged Dragon, Ballad Dragan. Hills to the west of Beilanea, 10 o'clock in the morning, 21st day of the second month. Having gathered information on high-ranking monsters from the guild, we headed out west of Beilanea. The monster we had gained information on was the Four-Winged Dragon, Ballad Dragan. Originally named Ballad Dragan after Beilanea, the region in which it appeared, it ended up being called what it was now as the spelling evolved over time. The dragon was capable of flight, and as its title suggested, had 4 wings. I hypothesized that it was a subspecies of the sky dragon archetype that used to exist 5,000 years ago. By virtue of it being A-ranked and capable of prolonged flight, no one seemed willing to deal with it. Say, Master. I do think we can handle B ranks just fine, but don't you think an A rank is too much? We did beat an Alpha Chimera, didn't we? It's been 2 years since then, so we should be stronger now, too. You can be too optimistic sometimes. We can run for it when things go south, Pochi. Lena can drop pretty big bombs sometimes. Of course. You can even ride on my back. Ah, there won't be a seat left for my master, though. I can just cling to your tail with my teeth, so no problem. You're still thinking about making steak with my tail. Keep talking like that and the Ballad Dragon might eat you first. While exchanging one cynical joke after another, before we knew it, we arrived at where the Ballad Dragon was last reported to be seen. Behind us, we saw Beilanea and the preceding Giant's Passage in the distance. To our front, however, was nothing but an uncannily bare grassland, with hints of a thick forest in the distance. I'm not seeing the Ballad Dragon anywhere, not even with the sky this clear. Ah, isn't that a pack of blood jackals over there? What could have driven them into such a rush? The blood jackal pack numbered 10 or so. Those creatures were known to dash toward where they sense food. Smell anything, Pochi? Oh no, stop it, Master. In her usual joking routine, Pochi put her front paws over her nose. Quit messin' around. Sniff sniff, I do smell something, yes. I think it's blood. Alright, lead the way, doggo. Whoa. Pochi ran right off in the direction where she smelled blood from, with Lena and I following her closely. On the way, we were detected by the pack of blood jackals, but they quickly turned away and ran off in the same direction we were headed. What in the world could be going on over there? Though we couldn't outpace the blood jackals, we did make a certain discovery at a blind spot in the grassland we hadn't seen back on the vantage point. The blood jackals, which had arrived before us, had already flocked on that certain something in a feeding frenzy. A Ballad dragon, carcass. Doesn't seem to be decaying yet, so it must have died very recently. A cut from shoulder to chest, that one is certainly fatal. Oh, but we can still take its horns and claws. I guess it's good luck that we can get the look without many risks, but we'll have to wait for these guys to eat their fill, huh? No, Sir Asley, let's chase the blood jackals away. Lena can drop pretty big bombs sometimes. Seeing that it was rare for her to propose such things, I turned to see what she was fixating on. Is there something on its legs? A dragon egg. What did you say? Lena was right. An egg-shaped protrusion could be seen between the Ballad dragon's legs, albeit just half was sticking out now. It probably was pushed out by either the pain from its wounds, or the jackal's feeding moving its innards around. I'll have to hurry, otherwise it'll fall to the ground and break. Please do. Rise, whirlwind. From her spell circle, Lena created a small whirlwind and sent it into the midst of the blood jackals. The whirlwind then gradually expanded, lifting one blood jackal up after another. Now, Sir Asley. Get the egg. Before she even said that, I slid under the blood jackal pack as they spun around in the air, ran between the Ballad dragon's legs, then carefully pulled out the egg. I can't hold it for long. Please hurry. Lena shouted, her expression suggesting that she was having difficulties maintaining the release of her arcane energy. And Pochi was just loitering around, yawning. She didn't have anything she could do now, sure, but isn't that a bad attitude to have? Now she's scratching her head. At a quick pace, while also carrying the egg with utmost care, I returned to Lena's side. I thought up some task for the doggo at my side, who was now grimacing at the discovery of fleas in her fur. Hang in there, Lena. Rise, transient blades. I carefully placed the egg on the ground, then traced a craft circle in the air. Bladed beams of light lashed out the craft circle, cutting off the dragon's horns, fangs, and claws. Damn it, Pochi. Go get the damn loot. AWO. Pochi's reaction was a beat too late, but she rushed to collect the horns, claws, and fangs all the same, and brought them back to me. As she was doing that, Lena seemed almost at her limit, so I gripped her hand and drew a spell circle. Heh. Rise, Magic Shift. Magic Shift, one of the spells that I had invented, enabled the caster to transfer his arcane energy to another mage. Lena's abilities as of now meant her arcane energy emission had extremely low efficiency. Her pool of 400 or so MP would be completely spent in less than a minute. By using my spell, the consumed arcane energy would be drawn from my pool instead of hers, transmitted through a channel made by linking hands. Thank you. I couldn't quite see Lena's expression since she was casting her eyes down, but considering the scene yesterday, there shouldn't be any problem now. After confirming that Pochi has gotten everything there was to be collected, Lena stopped holding on to her whirlwind spell, letting the blood jackals back down on the ground. The beasts, dropped from several meters above ground, started chowing away at the Ballad dragon's carcass as soon as they landed. It seemed like they never even noticed that we had caused that scene. That or they were too hungry to care. Lena had good reasons to not kill the blood jackals. One was that the egg was right behind those beasts. Another was that blood jackals were known to feed only from carcasses, and not harm humans. Though they sometimes did so out of extreme starvation, it was a very special case. Because of those, and her being as kind as she was, Lena had chosen to use a harmless spell for the job. Now, what do we do with this? What to do, indeed. Lena was the one who first noticed it, so she has the final say. That's how nature works. Sell it, make a fried egg, or you can even hold on to it and see if it'll hatch. I already knew what she'd answer, though. Do you think I can do it? You mean you'll hatch it? Yes. Well, now that's some enthusiasm. Sure, monster eggs were one of the few things a mage would give an arm and a leg for. Through imprinting, it was relatively easy to make hatched monsters into familiars. But it was also true that it would very likely attract familiar thieves. In this case, Lena probably did not have that in mind, and acted out of her kindness alone. Pochi will keep it warm for you, so there's no need to worry. Wah, that's the first I've heard about it, Master. Wow, what a surprise. It's the first I've spoken about it, too. Then I'll focus all my time and energy on incubating it, and you two will be out earning money. For my livelihood. For her livelihood, she said. Pochi sure looked satisfied saying that. Maybe she just wanted to say that line. Still, who could be the one who had defeated the dragon? All signs point to it being by a human, don't you think? It's reasonable that they might have not noticed the egg, but they didn't take any loot either. Maybe they just wanted to show off their power. They should be quite powerful, then. Lena said, her shoulders visibly trembling. It was an A-ranked monster, so typically a party of level 60 combatants would be needed to take it down. And for a one-on-one fight, an adventurer may want to be level 100 to match its strength, though it's a different story if there also was a mage with support spells. From observation, the injuries the dragon had sustained were all cuts of equal size. If it was indeed just one person pulling that off, they would have to possess strengths not tied to levels and numbers as well. And since they were cutting attacks, it might have been one of the 6 braves, or someone else of equal or greater skills. I'm not underevaluating my power here either. I do think I can take down an A-ranked monster, given that I kept at a safe distance. It was precisely because the Ballad dragon was an airborne enemy that I had decided to challenge it. I was confident that I would be able to keep my calm in battle, too. And if I were to get rid of my detrimental title, the fool. Well, no, hypothesizing about things now wouldn't do any good. I just have to what I can now. Yes, that's it. Boy, the world sure is a big place. Now let's go back and rake in the dough. Yes, sir. Ah, I'll carry the egg. You know that it's pretty heavy, right? Yes, I can handle it. Since she insisted, I had no reason to say no. I passed the egg of 40 centimeters diameter to Lena, and we hurried on our way back without incident. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 15, until the entrance ceremony. Horns, fangs and claws of Ballad dragon, the 4-winged dragon. You've got some good stuff here, man. Ha 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 ha, we just lucked out, I swear. That technically wasn't a lie, too. After sending Lena and Pochi back to the inn, I have come to this monster material store in the Grand Market to sell off the loot. They could have been sold just about anywhere, but for materials this rare, selling them at a specialized store would go the fastest and yield the most dough. This also being the case in the many towns we had walked through. It's good to see that some things work the same as they had been in the olden days. How about 38,000? I'm sure you'd still make plenty at 40,000 though. Oof, you sure know your stuff, eh? You a specialist? Well, let's say that I've been looking some stuff up. Busted, eh? Upon my passive declaration, the material store boss let out a dry laugh and scratched his shining, bald head. How about 41,000 then? Now that's quite a jump. I wouldn't be much of a merchant to let the customer set the price, now would I? Consider that an apology for trying to rip off a potential regular. Now that's a decent merchant, as one would expect to find in Beilanea. From seeing the materials I offered, he must have judged that my skills were suitable for hunting A-ranked monsters. And any store would be in demand for rare materials. Therefore, he would want someone at my skill level to frequent the store. After that was done, I went to the guild to gather more information on high-ranked monsters. But they were either located too far or seemed difficult with our set of skills, so I didn't plan to take any of them. With no better options, I took 3 easy slaying requests, making some pocket change from monsters near town before making my way back to the inn. The town was already covered in darkness and cold by the time I got back, which according to the Magecraft embedded within my body, biological clock, was right around midnight. While heading for the inn in the eastern district, I crossed paths with Irene and Trace, walking with a light source spell to illuminate their way. Well, isn't that Asley I see? What are you doing out at this hour? Hello there. Oh, just scraping some change from the guild, Miss Irene. And what might your rank be? Irene asked, folding her arms and readjusting her shoulders. Still AD, ma'am. D-ranked, I see. I thought you'd at least be a C or B by now. My, you've made it that far at this young an age. Yes, ma'am, at the young age of 5,000 and then some. Which reminds me, I plan to get you in my white faction once school is in session. Faction. There are only 2 of them, mind you. Miss Irene and I belong to the white faction, while others like Sir Gaston belong to the black faction. But aren't you all professors? Are the pupils involved in this as well? Irene and Trace turned to each other, seemingly taken aback. You got into the magic university without even knowing the black and white factions. This is the first time I've heard of them. As I scrambled through my head for the corresponding or even a similar sounding keyword, a timely rescue came in the form of Trace's explanation. To prepare for the oncoming Devil King's invasion, the Magic and Warrior University has established factions for personnel within school grounds. This is done to encourage each other to improve their combat and magic abilities through competition. There is an annual event where the 2 parties face off in a friendly bout. So, in short, competition for keeping in form and mutual improvement. Simply put, yes. It's nothing more than some friendly games within university grounds. I see, so is it mandatory, technically speaking? If possible, I wouldn't want to get involved. Not affiliating myself with either faction would make my life easier, but from the looks of those 2, it seems participation is difficult to avoid. You'll have to make your decision on the day of the entrance ceremony. Not to worry, Asley, we'll treat you kindly if you join up with us. Miss Irene, please refrain from scouting off campus. It's not scouting, just throwing some bait. It makes life easier to sign up someone you personally know to some degree, you see. With that said, Mr. Asley, please don't mention this discussion anywhere else. Trace nodded as an emphasis to her point. So it's technically prohibited to scout for candidates before they had officially entered school, I see. Perhaps they would find themselves in a tough spot if this cat was out of the bag. Of course. I'll give it careful consideration. All right then, it's about time we went home. See you later, Asley. Excuse us. Good night. Having said all that, the 2 turned around, their silver and golden hair swaying in sync, and left in the direction of the western district. That was quite a long conversation to stay back in the dead of night. So I hurried back to the inn and found that Pochi and Lena were asleep, curled up around the egg that they had been taking care of. I heaved a sigh, perhaps out of apology, and put them to bed properly before heading back to my room. I had once again called out the storeroom, the very same black space from which I had brought out the dynamite some time ago. This particular magic spell was most likely unique to me, but it was nothing world-breaking, just some extra space I could store items in. The space had 10 cubic meters worth of storage volume. It did not operate on the known concept of space, however, one could take out items by simply reaching in and thinking of what item they want to withdraw. Of course, things never stored within could not be produced, and upon invoking the spell, one's brain would be informed of the things in storage. From then on, it was only a matter of choosing from a list. The operation of this spell had a potentially extreme hazard, that was if one were to fall into the space, they possibly would not be able to come back out. And by potentially, it meant I never had the methods to test it. If only there was a mage that could perfectly copy my spell circle, there may very well be a possibility of retrieval, but that was not something I could quite count on. With all that in mind, I have taken care to use it after I've confirmed the safety of my surroundings or otherwise in extreme emergencies. It might also be worth mentioning that all the research data and junk from my old dungeon had been packed in here. I put the large sum of money I've been carrying, which was technically shared among us three, into the storeroom with the rest of our savings. Lena and I still carried a necessary amount with us, of course, and the amount in storage was the excess. From that day on, having been faced with the reality that high-ranked monsters were indeed difficult, we opted to stick with slaying regular monsters. Pochi was, well, whatever, but Lena has shown remarkable improvement. We three had been going on hunts together for safety's sake, but she would often go out at night to take some slaying quests on her own. She seemed to have discussed it with Pochi as it was unavoidable, what's with sharing a room, they had kept me out of the loop. She may have done so to not make me worry needlessly. But there was no way in hell I would not worry, so I often tailed her as she went. It was then when I realized how much Lena has progressed in the art of magic. Some of that could be attributed to swift magic. She had already learned to use regeneration, a continuous healing spell, and has more or less mastered the use of fire and wind attack magics. When she had the time, she would lay down some spell circles and lead the monsters to trigger them when she was having difficulties. She also made good use of close combat, learned from Reed and Mana, in emergencies. I must admit, I've had less time to teach her things lately. And when I did, they were mostly when we moved from one hunt to another, and most demonstrations were done during battle. During those battles, she would pay close attention to my spell circle formulations and incorporating them into her own combat form. She truly was a capable mage, as I'd always known, or she could even become a battle mage. She certainly could if she wanted, but the decision rested on Lena herself. The third month came along and we were finally let into the Magic University dormitory. Our rooms were simple, with only a desk, a storage chest and a bed, but they were more than enough for 500 gold a month. The Magic University had three main parts, the Central School Building, the East Building and the West Building. Men weren't allowed into the women's dormitory and vice versa, but there could be exceptions, given that there were suitable circumstances and an accompanying teacher. We had decided to live here since it was too good an option to miss, but it also did make communication slightly inconvenient. So Lena and I had established a connection with the telepathic call Magecraft. At first, Lena was spooked as can be, but she soon understood how it worked and has been using it normally ever since. Another inconvenience was the night curfew, which started at 7 o'clock in the evening. Those who were caught breaching it would be subject to volunteer service as assigned by a professor. One could make requests for temporary permission beforehand, but since the process took several days to get through, not many utilized it. I could just leave and take care to not get caught, though it was not quite feasible for Lena to do so as well. Considering that I absolutely had to earn us some money to keep up with other expenses, I snuck out at night quite often. And so, "What are you doing here, Asley?" Of course I had to run into Miss Irene at the guild. "What art thou talking about? Mine own nameth is Frank. No need to hide it, I do this all the time." "So? Money problems?" "Well, not that much of a problem, but not quite comfortable either." As usual of her, Irene folded her arms and pondered things over. Must I wait for her? And why was that even a question in the first place? "Very well, I shall provide you with S-rank jolly cooperation." "No, thank you. I can take care of myself." I waved my hand, bluntly stating my declination. Irene was agape with shock and the surrounding people expressed their sympathies. Naturally, some of that must have reached Irene's ears as well. Did that hit her in a bad spot? This past month, I had risen to rank C and had made friends with a good part of the guild branch's regulars, if I say so myself. People now regularly greeted me and Lena was also quite popular, in a sense. Young, cute, and strong, she fulfilled all three of the most welcome qualities of the guild. Those were all the reasons why I had garnered quite a bit of attention. Seeing that Irene was still petrified, I took the chance to pick out some requests and prepared to head out. I'll take this one. All set, Asley. Working hard today as always, eh? Oh, no, I could say the same for you, Duncan. Hoo, keep the praises coming, my boy. Duncan, a big man and the big brother figure of the guild branch, worked here as its receptionist. An effeminate man in his 30s, with a magnificent beard to boot, was highly relied upon by fellow adventurers. His guild receptionist work may look simple, but his workload included a wide range of tasks like managing quarrels among fellow adventurers, processing incoming requests and assigning those requests to adventurers, as he was doing for me now. His work was harder than most would give credit for, and Duncan here had the abilities to perform them all so quickly and precisely. From what I'd heard, ever since Duncan came in to manage this establishment, the number of requests posted and accepted in Beilanea had increased by a great amount and so did the overall revenue. Duncan, tell me what request he just took. I think not. You know very well that it's against the rules. No exceptions for the 6 archmages. Now Irene wants to know my job. Looks like I've made it just in time. Well, if you'll excuse me. Yup. Catch you later, my boy. Duncan winked and sent me off with a wave. Intending to leave the guild branch, I held my hand out to the door but Irene pushed it open before me. Hold it right there. I'm going with you. No, thank you. I'll see you later. I waved my hand, bluntly stating my declination. And once again, Irene was agape with shock and the surrounding people expressed their sympathies. From that day on, whenever I went to the guild at night, Irene would insist that she went with me on my work. And from that day on, my night life became a whole lot amusing. Sullivan, do note, I'll cease uploading Patreon chapters for now since there is no one reading. But, if there is a person who enters the read ahead tier, I'll start uploading the next day. Thanks. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 16, The Classmates and the Black and White Faction. Magic University Central School Building, 9 o'clock in the morning, first day of the 4th month. Pochi, Lena, and myself have come to gather at the Magynasium, the facility for training and assembly located within the Central School Building's courtyard. There were approximately 50 other freshmen, and some 100 upperclassmen and mages in faculty. Before the ceremony began, while I was waiting in my freshman seat, Dragan and Irene came to spark a conversation with me. Nothing more than them congratulating me as an acquaintance, but they garnered others' attention on me all the same. It was mentioned then that Dragan was here as a guest speaker. The parents' seats have been mostly filled too, and one conspicuous figure among them was Pochi, in all her furry glory. She also attracted quite a lot of attention. Familiars were permitted to accompany personnel into the premises, but not sit on the freshman seats, so she had been sent to the parents' seats instead. And the surrounding ladies seemed to be whispering among themselves, will she be all right? A good part of the freshmen were around 15 years of age, and the boys and girls were seated separately. There used to be no separation back in the day, but I do recall it making some people uncomfortable. And so commenced the ceremony. First, the school anthem. Lost our arms may be, we shall march on. Lost our limbs may be, we shall march on. For wills of our ancestors, the passionate souls. For hearts of might and magic, the lights of hope. To the ends of the black and white faction. Beilanea, Beilanea. Ah, our alma mater, of might and magic, of might and magic. I was decent at singing, if I say so myself. Next up was the ceremonial address by the Magic University headmaster, Tangelin the Meteor Battlemage. Both warrior and mage, he had mastered the composite invocation of fire, earth and wind elemental magic spells. In person, he came off as an impeccable gentleman, without much sense of strictness. His long beard and thinning hair were of a clean white color, and his wrinkles were moderately conspicuous. I couldn't get a good read on where his eyes were focused on, but he certainly possessed the qualities befitting of a university's headmaster. Following him was Dragan with his guest congratulatory speech, then Trace with her faculty introductions and then a welcome speech from the upperclassmen. It was delivered by Student Council President Warren. Tangelin and Dragan's entrances had been met with sounds of admiration, but it was even more so for Warren's. Perhaps he has been making a stronger impression to the in-the-now general public, from his exploits during friendly matches and such. He was nicknamed the Black Emperor by some and rumors have it that he may become one among the 6 Archmages' new generation. Belonging to the Black faction, sporting black vestment, a black mantle, rocking long black hair, but hopefully not a black heart and soul. He did not look much appearance-wise, but he was well-groomed and had quite the sharp glint in his eyes. And it seemed like he looked at me for a bit, or was it just in my head? Yeah, probably just in my head. After that was done, it was the freshman representative's turn to deliver the greetings. It was not me, though, nor was Lena delivering it. We both had declined the privilege to do so. I was technically the top candidate, but on paper, 3 candidates had achieved a perfect score on the standardized examination template. Pochi had been quick to see through my intentions. I had requested for either Lena or that third candidate to take care of the job. However, Lena took the same decision as I had. She was a confident girl, and although she could read and write, she had received relatively low education. That was pretty much expected, considering she had been in Faltown since birth. When things over there had calmed down, Raina, and I had managed to teach her a good deal of things, but that was not quite enough to catch up with the fellow freshmen here. But of course, since she had put her utmost effort into the art of magic, she must be stronger than most others. And with formal training here, she will most likely grow even stronger. That's what I wish the most for her. The freshman representative was our classmate Hornell, the bespectacled boy with hair and eyes of the same color, blue. His speech was clear and concise, and his expressions suggested a heart full of passion and confidence. After the ceremony, us students were led by Trace to our classroom. Since Pochi was permitted to accompany me into the premises, I would assume there to be no issues in her accompanying me for most of my student activities. In front of each seat was a wood-carved nameplate for each of the attendees, and built onto the desks were plates with a slide-in slot. Now then, confirm your designated seat, insert your nameplate into the slot and be seated. Look, Master, there's a nameplate for me too. Just settle down already. Being the only one around with a familiar, it was only natural that there would be attention on me no matter what I did. Some stole a few glances out of curiosity, while others chuckled at Pochi's energy. It went without saying that Lena was included among those chuckling. The classroom itself was quite a large one, with the seats laid in an auditorium style able to fit more than 100 lecture attendees. Considering our numbers now, there was plenty of space to spare for Pochi. Pochi and I were seated around the middle row, and Lena was seated at the end of the very first row, right next to a corridor. It was quite rare for a master to be receiving lessons along with his pupil like this, so perhaps I ought to have fun while it lasted. Trace delivered another greeting speech and proceeded to explain the flow of school activities from tomorrow onwards. Then she passed out 2 rolls of parchment to each of the students. This is that contract she mentioned, isn't it? The Black and White Faction Affiliation Contract. The following is a binding contract between First Party and the Black and White Faction, Second Party. 1. The first party shall endeavor to train their mind and body and to bear an attitude appropriate of a warrior and or mage. 2. The first party, on the occasion of the Devil King's invasion, shall agree to participate in the battles to defeat the Devil King and provide complete support to the holy warriors. 3. The first party shall be exclusively affiliated with either the black or white faction, and adhere to the activities and ideologies of the second party. In signing this document, the first and second parties agree to operate according to the above terms. The first and second parties will each hold a copy of this document in their custody. First day of the 4th month, 91st year of the War Demon calendar. First party. Second party, the black and white faction. With or without context, the terms are utterly ridiculous. The first and second terms are fine and all, but what's up with the legal encompassment of the third? I've never even heard about the activities and ideologies of the black and white faction, so I'm practically asked to sign a contract on vague terms. In a sense, I would be legally compelled to kill myself if they were to tell me to. This doesn't sound very nice. Pochi kept her voice down while whispering to me. And Lena was now glancing a little at me. Of course she would find this troubling as well. I was also surprised, but for a different reason, the other students. Everyone was signing their names without taking any issue with the terms. Those who were done signing their names, lined up in front of the classroom to drop their signed contracts into one of the black and white boxes on the podium. Those 2 boxes. I'd need to drop my contract into the white one to sign up for the white faction, I see. That makes things difficult for me. I had to do something about this, but not too much that I get myself caught, so. Arise, letter edit. And then. Ground spell delivery. Invoking magic and Magecraft simultaneously with circles on the floor, I used the ground spell delivery craft to send the magic spell circle to Lena's seat. Lena scrambled to bend her head down on the table, hiding her contract sheets just in time. Gotta do mine, too. There, letter edit. To elaborate on the effectiveness of my letter edit. First, one must keep in mind that the effectiveness of magical tools, which included these contracts, were proportional to their creator's arcane energy. The larger their arcane energy pools were, the more difficult it was for the contract to be broken. This customized letter edit was a spell for rewriting such magical contracts. I had designed the formulas back when Pochi was not yet a familiar. She had sloppily handled some important documents and ended up making part of the text illegible. I used the spell to rewrite the illegible part. With an arcane energy pool exceeding that of the authors when the contract had been written, I could overwrite it. And it may be safe to assume that not many possessed an energy pool larger than mine. It went without saying that the spell was now working without issue. A few letters scrambled about, reassembling the new contract. The Black and White Faction Affiliation Contract. The following is a binding contract between First Party and the Black and White Faction, Second Party. 1. The second party shall endeavor to train their mind and body, and to bear an attitude befitting of a warrior and/or mage. 2. The second party, on the occasion of the Devil King's invasion, shall agree to participate in the battles to defeat the Devil King and provide complete support to the holy warriors. 3. The second party shall be exclusively affiliated with either the Black or White faction, and adhere to the activities and ideologies of the second party. In signing this document, the first and second parties agree to operate according to the above terms. The first and second parties will each hold a copy of this document in their custody. First day of the 4th month, 91st year of the War Demon calendar. First party. Second party, the Black and White faction. The first party preceding terms 1, 2, and 3 had all been changed to the second party. If I were to sign this now, it would have no binding effect on me. Even with weaker arcane energy than mine, a small amount of legal force would still give me trouble if activated correctly. It was most likely that the other students, who had signed the contracts in their original form, would be compelled to act according to the Black and White faction. But putting my situation aside, would this tampering put Lena into trouble as well? It's a lot of work, but I should employ a few more tricks just in case. And now, the next issue is those boxes. Which one do I choose? Well, seeing that Irene has been pestering me about it so often, I suppose my decision is already set. I thought of using an intangibility spell to make the parchment fall through the box and under the podium when I dropped it in, then retrieving it for safekeeping later, but it would be difficult to do that for Lena's as well, so I decided against it. And so I signed my name on the sheets and dropped one off in the white box. As for Lena. Oh, you're choosing black, Lena. It's a shame that you're not with us. Even Pochi was agape with shock. At the friendly match. I want to fight my teacher, so that's where she's coming from. Still, that short comment of hers was enough to instantly attract the attention of most of the students in class. I'm afraid I cannot let that statement slide. One voice resounded through the room. It came from none other than Hornell, seated in the very center of the first row. That's right. You better not take the friendly match lightly. That was followed by a brutish voice from the upper right. The stern young man's nameplate read Mitters. His tanned skin stood out among the rest of the class, and so was his relatively large build for a mage. Everyone strives to represent the class for the match, I'll have you know. There's no way I'd lose to some little girl like you. Yet another voice came from further upper right, this time from a red-haired young woman. Certainly beautiful but with a strong impression in her expressions, her nameplate read Idea. Following her, those who had signed up for the black faction expressed the same reactions to Lena's statement. I see, so when she said representing the class, she meant the black faction's freshman representative. The number of fighters to appear in the friendly match was fixed. It certainly was a tight competition, especially for freshmen, one participant per class year per faction. The number of candidates is increased to 3 for the second year onward, but still, only one among them would fight in the friendly match due to the event's time constraints. Furthermore, that one representative would also be marked as a likely choice for the following school years. Lena's disturbance showed strongly on her face. She was doing all she could to hold it in. Well, there's no way around it. I'll handle this. I knocked my staff on the floor. A single strike, loud and clear. I successfully gathered their attention onto me. Blah, 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 scared of some real competition already, you little shits. If you're gonna talk big, try beating the top candidate first. And that's me. Well, what are you talking about? The top candidate was. I passed that representative speech because it's a pain in the ass. Just ask Miss Trace, she'll say the same thing. Exactly. My master is the strongest, for he employs me, a level 100 familiar. You losers can bark all you want, it won't win you anything. I think she might have gotten some idioms mixed up. Still, thanks to Pochi's follow-up, the commotion now spread like wildfire. A level 100 familiar or a level 100 anything for that matter, was certainly a strong declaration. Well, all that mattered was that their attention shifted from Lena to me. Silence. Trace commanded the students to settle down with a clap of her hands. And the uproar just up and stopped, too quickly than anyone would reasonably expect. The contracts have already shown their effects, so it seemed. Trace then accompanied Lena to her seat, then accosted me once she was back to the podium. Back to your seat, Mr. Asley. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. My apologetic tone was for multiple reasons. And Trace herself seemed to have realized at least a few of them. Now back in my seat, I passed the day amid a myriad of pointed glares. Lena's apologetic look was what stabbed me the hardest, so much that I couldn't bring myself to look straight at her. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 17, The Fun Life of Bullying Shenanigans. Magic University Central School Building, 4th day of the 4th month. I'll have you know that I've seen your contract sheet. Summoned to Irene's personal staff room, Irene showed me the contract that I had signed before putting it down on the table. So you've already gone through them? That's surprisingly fast. You and your shenanigans. Well, all I care about is you joining the white faction, but do you realize how much of a problem this will be if the higher-ups saw through it? Aha, so you won't personally take issue with this? I'm indebted to you, ma'am. Seriously, it's about time I got used to you. And yes, you do owe me one now, understood? Irene pointed at me to emphasize her point. Did you think I didn't mean what I said? Bah. I knew you'd say that. Irene dropped her shoulders and heaved a sigh. Now, this is getting hard to look at. Maybe I should play along with her for once. How about this, then, I'll answer a single question. It can be about anything. Deal. She sprang up, eyes sparkling. I was greatly surprised to see that she ended up appearing shorter than when she was sitting down. The size of your chair isn't quite right, don't you think? Shut up, you. Irene lashed back, her face reddened. That seemed to have hit a sensitive spot, so I'll need to watch out from now on. So, do you want to ask that question now? Irene pondered it over, her arms crossed and one hand holding her chin. I'll think of something for another time. Understood. Excuse me, then. Why yes, I'll see you later. She sounded a bit awkward saying that. Most likely, she meant she'll be expecting me at the guild tonight. Which reminds me, have I been seeing her almost every day as of late, or was that just my imagination? Either way, it was true that she had been tagging along on my hunts to study my magic. Which was why I had only been using the most common spells. It's a bit of a hassle, but it does double as a training routine of sorts, so I suppose there's no issue with doing that. I headed back to the classroom for the afternoon lectures. In the classroom, Lena was talking, well, chatting away with some of the classmates. Looks like she's not having any difficulty making friends. Me, on the other hand. Master. What is it, Pochi? There's an ignition-type spell circle on your seat. Again. Well, I did make quite the strong first impression. I suppose I should have expected things to turn out like this. Goes to show that I'm still childish at heart. Though Pochi had told me what was up, I had actually realized it right from the start. Humans are envious creatures, after all. Whoops, that's not a good line of thought. That made me come off as inhuman, in a sense. Still, this circle is way sloppier than the usual. It's got the invisibility effect applied, so how is it so easy to detect? What will you do this time, sir? Pochi asked with mischievous anticipation. This being my first case of there being bullies out for my peace and calm, she seemed to be enjoying the ride. It's a pain to erase this thing for the umpteenth time, so let's see if we can rat out the offender. Rise, arise, magic stalker. Red beams of light shot off from the circle of the fire trap spell on my seat. They converged toward the one who had originally drawn the ignition spell circle, wrapping around him like a web. And he was none other than, the tanned brute with close-cropped hair, Mitters. The hell's this light? I can't get it off. Mitters tried, again and again, to shake off the light with his hands, but they would not go until either the tracked spell circle was erased or the time limit wore off. You! What the hell are you getting at? It's called Magic Stalker, a spell for tracking a spell circle's producer. Now, Mitters, would you mind exchanging your chair with mine? I'm afraid that I don't quite have the guts to sit on a chair with your spell circle on it. What? I suppose being rendered speechless was a fitting description for him now. Magic Stalker was a spell that required a decent mastery of magic to employ. Mitters, seeming to have at least known its name, instantly tensed up upon hearing my explanation. Humph. Head down and fists tightly clenched, Mitters bolted out of the classroom. I could only wish that this would deter him from any further shenanigans, but that was probably asking for too much. With my situation being like this, I had been avoiding direct interactions with Lena, opting to talk with her telepathically. Lena seemed quite apologetic, but she was by no means the one at fault. Rather, I was glad, since this was another sign of her character's development. The priority was to maximize the payoff of Lena's studies. For that, all the things coming my way now were frankly, insignificant. What a mess that was, sir. What a mess, indeed. Many better ways you could have gone about dealing with that, sir. Sure were. After school, Pochi and I sat on a bench in the central school building's courtyard and reviewed our day. But of course, the mess didn't refer to what had happened earlier today, but the opening day. I had made a reckless declaration to bail Lena out of a predicament, which, thinking about it now, was by no means admirable. Humans tend to let their guard down in critical moments, for they are shallow in immediate assessments. There. Writing that book again, sir. Principles of a Philosopher, was it? Yup. It's more of an observation record on the human psyche, though. No wonder your fool title doesn't go anywhere. As Pochi was spouting some nonsense, a little dragon, half of Pochi's size, flew towards us. Master Asley, let tur from Master Lena. Oh, thanks, Ballad. Yuri welcome. And so Ballad left the way she came, most likely back to Lena's room. Wait, is it all right for Ballad to be out and about, sir? What Pochi implied was concern over letting an A-ranked monster fly freely within the Magic University's vicinity. Familiar theft, which we had discussed some time before, was another worthy point of concern. On the topic of familiar theft. Even imprinted, newborn monsters were quite easily attached to humans. In turn, it was still not worry-free even if they were made into familiars at that stage. If they were separated from their master, the contract's effect would weaken, making it vulnerable to be broken by various methods. If that were to happen, a new contract could easily be forged without the monster itself noticing. In short, the steps were to steal the familiar, break the weakened contract, then establish a new one. It may not be the most admirable course of action, but because of such things, the activities of such familiar monsters needed to be regulated carefully. She's in limited invisibility mode. Wait, weren't you having some big issues with the transparency property back at the dungeon, sir? Remember when we snuck into Lena's room the other night? I drew a persistent effect spell circle for her. The spell itself isn't quite fully developed yet, but it can make those who stand over the circle invisible for 3 minutes. And by limited, it means you, myself and Lena can still see her. Aha, so you managed to get some use out of it in this state, I see. In a rare occurrence, Pochi showed some admiration for my work. That usually was reserved to when I fully completed my research or achieved some big breakthroughs. Another reason for that to be so rare was because she would not do so if the topic of research did not capture her interest. By the way, what was in Lena's letter, sir? Oh yeah, let's see, well, this is more of a report than a letter, I'd say. A report, sir. She could have done that through telepathic call, so perhaps she wanted this particular piece of information to be preserved. She said she'd made friends with Clarice and Anri, and that those two don't see me in a negative light. Ooh, that's a step forward in a good direction, sir. The next day, Magic University Maginasium. Be prepared for practical training, students. Miss Irene here has kindly agreed to supervise your training for the day. Trace started by introducing Irene to the students. All my classmates were visibly excited. Regardless of her faction, she was one of the 6 archmages, after all. As usual, Irene kept her rigid stance with her arms folded. No one had expected to be trained under Irene's supervision. That is indeed worthy of excitement, but I couldn't help but feel a tad bit bothered. Trace, I can take it from here. I'll leave them in your care, then. Trace lightly bowed her head and excused herself from the Maginasium. Once again, I am Irene, in charge of your practical training for the day. I've already met you all during the entrance examination, but almost none of you particularly stuck in my memory. The least you can do is make me remember all of your names by this academic year's end. Yes, ma'am. Everyone present straightened their stances and shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the Maginasium, just like the military. Here's your first assignment. Fire and remote control. Hold up a minute, isn't this? Make this fire spell disappear from the Maginasium. You are prohibited from destroying or leaving the facility. I'll let you leave early if you are successful. Now, let's see those hands. Yes, ma'am. Two voices echoed through the Maginasium. One a girl, one a boy. The girl was none other than my pupil and the boy was the freshman representative. Your names. With Irene's template inquiry, Hornell's face was painted with a scowl. Being the freshman representative wasn't enough to earn him a spot in Irene's memory, it seemed. Or perhaps she was doing that on purpose. I am Lena. I am Hornell. Well then, since she responded first, we'll start with Lena. This is going to be a challenge, Lena. There was probably just one common spell that a freshman could use to clear the fire outright. Not that there was no other way, but it was unlikely that anyone would think to try them. Now, Lena, what's your move? You, where do you think you're going? I need to do this to put out the fire. If you say so. Lena stood close to the door out of the Maginasium. Rise, rise, rise. Earth control. Lena traced a spell circle in the air, unleashing a spell out of the Maginasium. Transporting dirt from outside to pile on the fire, I see. That's an idea that wouldn't have worked in the classroom. That could have worked for me in that examination classroom though, it was only a matter of arcane energy stock to expend on sending a spell circle far enough. In Lena's case, her distance must be quite limited. Still, it was great of her to think of doing this. Lena created an encasement out of the dirt she had brought in, extinguishing the fire with a magnificent touch. At the same time, sounds of cheer could be heard from Pochi, Clarice and Anri. Clarice was the tonsured girl in a white priest vestment and veil. Anri was the girl with quite the glamorous figure, who, according to Pochi's investigations, had already gotten herself a fan club. Lena returned to their sides and they congratulated her with high fives. I think she might have shot a wink at me too, she sure is maturing day by day. Next, Hornell. Yes, ma'am. Hornell stepped forward and traced his spell circle. Let's see your moves, representative boy. Ha, minimum acceleration. So he already got it figured out. Wonderful. Hornell attached a magnitude-reducing spell onto the fire. The fire spell gradually shrunk down to the size of little fire. With this done, the rest was simple. Ha! Hornell swung his staff, snuffing out the remaining fire with a light shockwave. Phew! Anyone wants to go next? With Hornell's display breaking the ice for them, one student after another raised their hands. Irene had said that those who were done could leave, but as one would expect, no one did so. Being in front of one of the 6 archmages, they were probably too nervous to make a move. You're the last one, Asley, step forward. For a second there, the Hornell boy had his face painted with yet another scowl. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 18, The Clash of Obnoxious Personalities. With Irene letting her cannon loose, I was promptly stabbed by a myriad of glares. Hornell's, Mitter's and ideas were particularly intense. All 3 were of the black faction, but that didn't mean those of the white faction weren't in glaring at me either. All this time, only I was called by my name by Irene. It clearly was preferential treatment since she said that she didn't remember anyone's name. But why would she do that? Wouldn't this sort of special treatment so early in the semester be detrimental to her teaching course? She looked as if deriving enjoyment from my troubled expression. I see, so that's her way of getting back at me. That's adorable. On the day of his entrance examination, Asley here came up with a solution different from Lena and Hornell's. Those 2 weren't able to solve the problem on that day, anyway. Now, Hornell, if I told you to come up with another solution, would you be able to answer? Just an explanation of what you do is fine, so give it a try. Now that's what I call being obnoxious just for the hell of it. She had gone and dropped the morale of the whole class way down. But does she actually have some direction in mind? If she was doing things military style, she would have destroyed us first, then beat us back into shape. Could this be her take on the formula? In the end, Hornell couldn't come up with anything. Seeing that he hadn't been able to do so on the examination day, he must have thought hard for a solution once he was out of there. As expected from him being a prideful character and all that. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. And now, Irene had her eyes on Lena. What about you, Lena? If it's only in theory. Shoot. Only if it's within your capabilities, of course. Lena nodded once before beginning her explanation. Maybe I could cast regeneration on myself and jump into the fire. As expected of my pupil. That was one of those, unlikely that anyone would think to try, ideas I had thought of earlier. Seems like her direction of ideas was similar to mine when it came to this topic. Solutions that may be possible, but not something one would be willing to carry out, that direction of ideas. That's an interesting theory. Still, one may have to resort to such methods in the battlefield to stay alive. You better remember this, people. I see, so that's the message Irene wanted to get across. Now, Asley, I have a special challenge for you. Try fulfilling the objective without using any of the previously seen methods. Or not. Maybe she's really being obnoxious just for the hell of it. Makes me want to play some tricks on her. Something, anything, come on, isn't there anything? Aha. This will take quite a bit of time, though. Take as much as you need. Irene, seeming quite triumphant, materialized a new ball of fire. Over here, Pochi. Yes, sir. Wait, you're not planning to use the regeneration method on me, are you? That sounds fun. No way in hell. Oh, you know I'm just kidding. Come on, get over here for a bit. Pochi and I walked to one corner of the Maginasium. Once there, I proceeded to draw a spell circle with my staff. What's this spell circle, master? This is exactly the circle I need, to give a headache to that annoying archmage. I don't think I've seen this one before. Pochi, head tilted, thought it over. Pochi and I moved to another spot, and there, I drew another copy of that spell circle. A landmine type spell circle or, since there's two, could it be a landmine composite spell? Asley, do you still need time? Yes, a little bit longer. The students started talking among themselves. They were probably speculating on how I was handling the assignment. Irene, on the other hand, with her arms folded and fingers tapping seemed visibly irritated. Pochi and I moved to another spot where I drew yet another circle. The chatter transitioned to jeering and Irene's fingers started tapping faster. I can't figure out what spell this might be. Spill the beans already, master. Don't say it out loud, now, these circles are just dummies. Huh. Asley, enough of your nonsense. In my stalling ploy, I must have drawn 7 or 8 of that same spell circle. As Irene harshly called me out, I made my way back to the center of the Maginasium. Stop wasting our time, Asley. You're being obnoxious. Yeah. If you can't do it, just say you can't. I don't have all day, you know. Hornell, Mitters, and Idea didn't let go of their chance to chew me out. Perhaps because the trio had said what she had wanted to, Irene seemed to be calming down. Now, isn't it about time you showed us what all those spell circles are for? The fire will be gone in about 30 seconds. What? Hornell's team was taken aback, and the other students curiously cast their eyes on my spell circles. What's this formula? Looks like a water property, but not really. The inscription's here. Pachiasadami, huh? As my classmates continued their analyses, the timer was down to 10 seconds. Lena's and Hornell's team turned to focus on the fire and I started the countdown. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. Right when I finished my count, the fire weakly flickered and vanished. The Maginasium fell silent, with one voice gasping for breath. And the one doing that was none other than Irene. Ack. Ha. Asley. You obnoxious little. None of my classmates realized how my trick worked. Hornell, Mitters, and Idea had their jaws virtually dropped to the ground. Even Pochi and Lena were agape in momentary confusion. Pochi, come on. Let's go. Yes, sir. Leaving Irene behind to pant away, Pochi and I walked towards the exit. Having won the clash of obnoxious personalities, I made my way back to the classroom, leaving early, just as Irene had permitted. Ahahaha. So you had her arcane energy run out. That was great, sir. Yeah, all I did was read her MP with the appraisal glasses and counted down. It's simple, but no one would have realized it. One of the 6 archmages burning their arcane energy stock just sounds unbelievable, I'd say. But even with fire, an additional spell to keep it floating does eat up a lot. Irene probably noticed it midway, or maybe just at the end. You wouldn't notice your arcane energy running out until almost the last few seconds, after all. Pochi and I being the only ones in the classroom, we had been chatting away for a while now. My classmates were likely still in the Maginasium. Suddenly, the room's door slid open with a loud bang. Huff, huff. Sir. Asley. Out of breath with hands resting on her knees, probably from rushing all the way back here, was my excellent pupil, Lena. Huff huff, phew. Lena put her hands on her chest and got her breath in order, then reached behind her to shut the sliding door. With everything in order, she proceeded to climb the auditorium steps up to the front of my desk. That was arcane energy exhaustion, right? Correct. Yay. Oh, well done. Lena bumped her fists up in celebration. Pochi pumped her paws together, imitating a human's clapping. Ahahaha, I knew you had something great to show, Sir Ailey. I mean, teacher. Now, it's not that big of a deal, right? Still. Lena sure is coming at me with a great deal of enthusiasm. I could learn a thing or two from her when it came to flexibility of expression, I suppose. But master, that shade you threw at me was unnecessary. Come on, it's just the go-to line for my scribbles. Aha, maybe I should write something up for you next time. Feel free. Pochi proceeded to claw away at the table. No, not here. Master, your comedian reaction cue was on point. Pft, ahahaha. Lena's burst of laughter filled the classroom, so loud that she might have shed a few tears. She may be a tad bit too prone to crying, sure, but that was what made her adorable in a way. In an act that surprised even myself, I grinned and ended up joining in on the laughter. As that went on, there was another loud noise in the classroom. Hornell, Mitters, and Idea entered the room in order and stepped onto the podium. Then they looked up and called out to me. We challenge you to a duel, Asley. We want to know what you're actually made of. Miss Irene has already given us permission. You'll fight us in the Maginasium. Boy, oh boy, things are getting spicy, sir. Pochi grumbled as she scratched her forehead with her front paw. Looks like, in the end, the one who had lost the clash of obnoxious personalities was, me. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 19, Swift Magic. Sometimes I wonder, was it me who had been causing all this trouble so early in the semester, or was it Irene? Pochi and I followed the trio as we all headed to the Maginasium. Lena followed a little further behind us, she seemed cheerful for some reason, and behind her were Clarice and Anri. I might have heard some remarks from them expressing worry for me, but I didn't hear Lena's voice at all. So most of that was probably chatter between Clarice and Anri. In the Maginasium, Irene was sitting on a chair to recover her arcane energy, and behind her were the rest of my classmates, sitting on the floor. Took you long enough, Asley. Didn't you say that we were allowed to leave? I never thought you'd use that method back then. It's been quite a while since I last exhausted my arcane energy. Oh good grief. I invoked the appraisal glasses to examine Irene's statistics. Name, Irene. Titles, Magic University Graduate, Rank S, 6 Archmages, the Invincible Sprout, Great Mage, Professor, the Mischievous, Staff Wielder. LV, 100. HP, 1612. MP, 249. EXP, 9,999,999. Special Skills. Attack Magic, Skilled. Support Magic, Skilled. Recovery Magic, Skilled. Purification, Advanced. I had already seen them before, but they're amazing to look at all the same. As I am now, I wouldn't stand a chance against her in a fair fight. Even with Magecraft up my sleeve, the sheer difference in raw power was simply too great. I hadn't been paying attention before, but for some reason, I realized that magic spell archetypes I developed myself did not show up in appraisals. That was also the case for Magecraft. Perhaps the appraisal magic formula did not respond to them properly. Also, one's magical power recovery rate was an attribute separate from the power pool itself. An average mage's rate was about 5 per minute. Seeing that it had just been 15 minutes since I had left, Irene's recovery was nothing short of impressive. Rise, arise, giving magic. I drew and then invoked a spell circle under Irene's chair. The circle shot up a green beam of light that wrapped around her. Heh, I knew that you'd know some spells to speed up arcane energy recovery. But wouldn't you need to keep your MP up for the upcoming battle? I don't remember agreeing to any fights, though. I've come to some simple agreements with those kids, you see. Agreements. I had them promise that if you won, they'd never bother your ears again. And, well, if you lost they could demand anything they like. What an arbitrary agreement. But if I cleared this, it'd be one big thorn off my side. Well, more or less, I could expect the agreement to be enforced to some degree. So it's like an offer I can't refuse. I suppose. Fortunately, those 3 were the next top graders in the entrance examination, right after you and Lena. I question your definition of fortunate. It'll improve your standing in your class year. Make them recognize your abilities, such and such. So you knew about my situation. Irene showed a wide grin. I've heard the story from Trace. Something about you insulting them, was it? You should have just given them a good beating or 2. I don't really feel like doing this, but that agreement does sound pleasant, so I'll just play along. Hoo, I'm looking forward to it. As Irene showed her suspicious grin, I turned away from her and faced Hornell and his team. Pochi was lazing around beside me and I waved my hand to deny her participation. You'll be fighting alone, sir. It's more effective this way. Shame, and here I thought this would be my time to shine. Pochi, with her ears folding down, seemed a tad bit disheartened in saying that. I brushed her head a few times before stepping forward. The Maginasium had a special force field-like spell set up to protect the walls and the people sitting behind Irene. It didn't seem all that durable, but it was still plenty for lectures and practical training. So, which one of us first? Make your choice. You'll still fight all of us, of course, but we'll let you recover between matches. Nah, it's a waste of time. I'll take you all at once. The trio were taken aback. From behind me, I could hear Irene's muffled giggles and soon overriding that was Pochi's burst of laughter. D-damn you little. You're way over your head. Enough talking, guys. Come on. Idea's mouth trembled, her molars clattering in visible rage. She doesn't respond well to taunts, I see. You better not regret this. Mitters tightened his grip on his staff and rushed forward. So he's a close combat mage. Perhaps he'd originally been a warrior and then turned to a mage like Tangalon. Idea, positioned behind him, started drawing a spell circle. And Hornell is just standing there, saying nothing as he kept watching on. Is he planning to go at it alone? Considering how prideful he seemed to be, that may very well be the case. Ora! Mitters charged forward, swinging his staff at me. The staff feels fast. Perhaps that was the effect of a swift magic charges in the staff. I can definitely learn from this. Bam, bam, bam. Ora, humph, ha. Rise, fire. As I continued dodging Mitter's blows, I used one of my swift magic charges to destroy Idea's spell circle. Does Idea's staff not support swift magic? No, seeing that it has an emblem, it's very likely that it does. Perhaps she had support or restoration spells saved up instead of attacking ones. Bah, again. Idea shook off the destroyed spell circle and began drawing a new one. Burst. Wah, oof. The heavy impact of one staff clashing against another resounded. Mitter's staff had produced a small explosive sound and then, spontaneously accelerated. I could have parried it just in time, but the blow numbed my arms for a bit there. Right, it was a spontaneous speed spell. I suppose, since it could be put into a staff, it could be used in this fashion as well. TCH, never thought you'd take that. An exclusively close-ranged mage wasn't something I see every day. And since I hadn't dabbled much in martial arts, he is a tad bit tough to handle. Eat this. Fire arrow. Fire. The fire spell I shot engulfed the fire arrows, extinguishing them. I still felt numb from that hit I had parried before, but I could aim just fine. No way. How'd that beat fire arrows' piercing power? Fire, 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 fire. Wah, kai-ah. Idea took a direct hit from my fire barrage and was disqualified from the match. Before Idea was burned for more than a split second, Irene casted a recovery spell on her. At the same time, I used remote control on my fire to get it off her. Idea, now without fire and wrapped in a white light, collapsed on the spot. And no way. That's too fast even with Swift. And it hits like a brick. Pochi, get Idea out of there. Whoa. Asley, I don't think that sort of fire was taught in classes here. While Pochi was getting Idea to safety, Irene called out to me from behind. And she was correct. The fire spell that I had stored in the star rod was no ordinary fire. Fire, rapid fire augment and velocity augment. It was an improvised spell circle comprising one magic spell and two basic magecrafts. From a practical standpoint, it would be impossible to make a composite spell of magic and magecraft, but it was theoretically possible through drawing a new spell circle. I had thought that I could exploit that possible loophole by storing it within the star rod, and that experiment had shown frightfully effective results in one of my monster hunts. I had never utilized it during hunts where Irene was present, so today could be considered the technique's first public showcase. Trade secret. N. Hype up. Humph. NGH. Gah. That was my other swift magic, a composite spell circle of hype up, velocity augment and vitality augment. They were magic and magecraft that boosted physical abilities, temporarily enabling those affected to perform extraordinary maneuvers. Taking advantage of the opening Mitters showed, I struck Mitters' abdomen with a swift, powerful thrust of my staff. He collapsed, and Irene promptly invoked another recovery spell. Arg, I've never seen hype up being used like that before. And why are you even making a fuss about it? Bah. Hornell. What will you do now? Hornell did not respond. Hornell. Irene, irritated that she had presumably been ignored, slightly harshened her tone. Seeing that Hornell was standing up perfectly fine with his arms crossed, I kept a sliver of doubt as I approached him. Hey! Hornell, man! What is he doing? Irene approached him from another side and circled around. When she got around me, I finally noticed what was up. He's passed out. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 20, The Student Council. Yeah, sure, go ahead and faint without even doing anything, this kid is quite the model freshman representative. And why do I have to carry him? Master, right foot forward. And now the left. I've already mastered the art of walking, thank you very much, Pochi. Just gimme some help here, damn it. I could have gigantified in the Maginasium, sure, but this hallway is too narrow, sir. Damn you little. After my battle, which frankly hadn't been much of a battle, I carried Hornell on my back, bringing him to the nurse's office in the East Building. Accompanying me was Pochi, and... Come on, it's about time you told me how you made that fire spell. It's got special properties. Figure the rest out yourself. Damned cheapskate. And that giving magic had great restoration rate, too. At least tell me that formula. Couldn't you have memorized it by sight? Like I can read anything when it just lasts a few seconds. Miss Irene, the persistent pilgrim. And boy, what a noisy lass she was. I'd planned to spend my life here without being the center of attention, but... I suppose that was already impossible. So let's see if I can be a man of mysteries instead. Ah, yes, this persona might just be what I needed to achieve my philosopher goal. He's thinking about some weird stuff again, isn't he? Right, I've seen that face of his sometimes, always when he's pondering over frivolous matters. Oh, you all are just struggling to comprehend my superior mind. Oh, are we here already? Humph, you have eyes. Look at the nameplate and tell me. Sure enough, the plate on top of the sliding door read, Nurse's Office. Irene slid the door open, revealing an elderly man in a white robe, sitting on a chair and drinking tea. Excuse us, Billy. The man referred to as Billy turned around in response to Irene's call. He sported small round glasses, prominent wrinkles on his face, and had naturally whitened hair reaching down to the nape of his neck. Oh, it's just Irene. Did you end up killing some students during practical training now? Humph, keep that up and I'll kill you first. So, Asley, this is Billy, the university's, well, the nation's authority on recovery magic. I am the one called Asley, sir. Hornell here has fainted in class, well, in a duel, I suppose. A duel? It is not the time for that yet, isn't? What's the meaning of this, Irene? Billy lowered his voice and directed a piercing glare at Irene. To that, Irene folded her arms and sneakily turned away. It was a personal bout, apparently. Miss Irene only granted her permission for him and the others to carry it out. Well, as long as no one's dead. Lay the patient on that bed there. Yes, sir. And the dog, or not, Wolf? Is she your familiar? She's called Pochi, sir. For safety's sake, I've told her not to enter the nurse's office for now. While I lay Hornell down on the bed, Billy saw Pochi outside of the still open sliding door and he readjusted his glasses and proceeded to stare at her. Pochi, seemingly uncomfortable for being stared at by a stranger, covered her eyes with her front paws. Is something the matter, sir? Pochi asked, peeking between her toes. She's adorable. She technically is a girl, after all. Billy here has quite the soft spot for animals, you see. Now, come on in. Yes, sir. Oh ho. You, boy. Asley, was it? Yes. I can tell that you're a good familiar master. Even among the canine archetype, it's rare to see a familiar this well disciplined. Which reminds me, have I actually even trained Pochi before? Of course, sir, I have disciplined my master well. At times like this, you're supposed to just accept the compliment, you know. Yes, sir. I've been trained well, sir. Too late for that. Fwahaha. More of a close friendship, I see. That's understandable. Now, Pochi, feel free to drop by when you have time to spare. I'll prepare some snacks. Billy said after stooping down to Pochi's eye level. From the looks of it, he certainly is one who is fond of animals. Yes, sir. Very good. What is it, boy? He's the authority on recovery magic. It's worth a shot to ask. I'm quite poor with recovery magic, if I say so myself. Could I take some extra lessons from you from time to time, sir? You'll all have lectures with me in due time, but... I see no problems with giving you some extra lessons, either. Hold up, Billy, aren't you in the black faction? I can teach him recovery magic just fine. Irene promptly stepped in. I see, so you're with the white faction, boy. I'll refrain from further requests if that will present difficulties, but is there any room for compromise, at least? On the contrary, there's no issue at all. You're the first freshman to approach me for guidance. You've brought me quite the interesting young man, haven't you, Irene? I'm not giving him to you. And since when did you own me, ma'am? Stepping out of the nurse's office and sliding the door shut, I was ready to return to my room. But I was promptly stopped by Irene, who was pulling my mantle. What is it this time? You're the only student who'd dare take that tone with me, you know that. You don't have any other plans for the day other than visiting the guild, right? I need to borrow you for a while. Now, come on. Irene proceeded to pull me along without even waiting for my reply. And Pochi bailed. Looks like she's tired of dealing with Irene as well. I have some free time now, sir. I'd like to sample some of those snacks. Hey, you haven't been out for even a minute yet, you know that. Pochi headed back into the nurse's office, then stuck out one of her front paws out of the door to wave me goodbye. Damn you, traitor. I was dragged up to the east building's second floor. The nurse's office was on the first. Here is, the student council office. Right. And I'm its advisor. Don't all these energetic boastings not tire her out at all? Perhaps having particularly quirky personalities was a common quality of the 6 archmages. Of the council or the office? Bah, you cheeky little. Just get in there. Irene slid the door open and pushed me into the room, as if shoving me into a prison cell. And as expected, the boy in black was sitting at the main desk in the room. Student Council President Warren. Leaning on a fancy office chair with a semi-hostile gleam on his glasses, his figure seemed charismatic despite his young age. Oh, if it isn't Miss Irene, and that's Asley, was it? Hello. I don't believe we've spoken before. You've saved EGD, Sir Dragan's pupil, from a life-threatening predicament and were the top candidate of your academic year. Additionally, you've defeated a Ballad dragon. Did you expect me to not hear any news? Wait, I've heard the story from Dragan, but I've never heard about the Ballad dragon before. Is that true? Irene shook me as if handling some malfunctioning device. I did set out to hunt it, but it was already dead when I got there. I only looted it and came back. Oh, so that's the full story. I only happened to be nearby when you were selling the materials off, so I didn't know that. But the fact that you did set out to hunt it, still speaks for your capabilities, don't you think? Quite the one to talk back, this guy. He's different compared to Irene, but still like those I'm not good at dealing with. I could go for some snacks right about now. Is it fine to take your silence as non-denial? Color me surprised. I knew you were strong, but not A-ranked monster strong. Although with a level 100 familiar, you might stand a chance. Even the lower end of the canine archetype possesses a fair deal of strength. With it, the odds are definitely high. Oh boy, I don't like how he talks at all. Familiars are familiars, sure, but I do take offense at my friend being called an it. Still, he's technically a child, so I have to be an adult and approach him calmly. So, why do you need me here, Miss Irene? Well, about that. Asley, won't you join the student council? No, I'd rather not. Now if you'll excuse me. I waved my hand, bluntly stating my declination. At the same time, Warren clapped his hands to silence the room. At least listen to what we have to say first, Asley. No need to be hasty. Nothing you say will change my choice, thank you very much. I'm sure this will bring you to a more informed decision. Having said that, Warren took one of the scrolls on his table, unrolled it and presented it to me. Isn't that? Yes, your contract may be in Miss Irene's custody, but this one, belonging to Lena, is with me. If this were to be made public, Lena would have to be expelled. Now, do you understand? Warren came out with a bold grin. It was true that I had tampered with that contract. I absolutely didn't want Lena to be caught, so I had taken further measures after the initial letter edit. So how? You may be wondering how I knew. Well, first off, your contract had the first party in each of the clauses altered to the second party. All it took to notice that was manual inspection. Perhaps you'd plan to make yourself the bait in doing so. However, Lena's contract did not have any sign of being tampered with. He was on the right track. After the initial tampering, I had used other spells to erase that edit and write the original text on top of it. Edits made after a contract was signed would not produce any effect, but in this case, merely changing what it looked like was the important part. And I found that most suspicious, you see, so I conducted a thorough inspection of the contract sheet. And, surprise, all traces of arcane energy had been erased, a feat which would prove difficult even for first-class mages. It was too perfect, so to speak. Still, that was awesome, Asley. I never thought I would need 2 whole days to notice just what was up. That was a genuine compliment, mind you. As I had feared, he was all dark on the inside as well. Miss Irene, why would you even want me in the student council? To put my research subject as close to me as possible. And Warren, considering that you're in the black faction, why would you want me? The student council represents the entirety of the student body, so there must be a fair distribution of representatives as well. Last semester's graduation has made us a few members short on one side. So you need some more white faction representatives. That's why you called me, is that it? Warren pushed his glasses up and shot another grin. Exactly. You are quite famous for a freshman, Asley. And at the same time, you're officially documented as the top candidate of your academic year. You certainly have the capabilities and your fame would serve our reputation well, too. And above all else, we need some white faction slots filled. I can't possibly let this good of a candidate go. If I join, will you agree to ignore that? No, will you hand over that contract to me? If that's what you want, I certainly can utilize my authority as council president to handle a contract or two. Warren chuckled as he rolled up the contract parchment and presented it to me. I accepted the scroll and checked its contents once more, confirming that it was indeed the one that I had tampered with. Looks like everything's all set. We welcome you and your talents to our ranks, Asley. In that one day, my entry to the student council was all set. Then, with shoulders dropped, I went to the nurse's office to get Pochi, and saw her lying face up in the corridor with an overstuffed belly and expression of pure bliss. For a while, I sat there poking her inflated belly, and all the while she let out anguished cries. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 21, Busy Days. West Building, front of Asley's room, 6 o'clock in the evening. You almost made me throw all that stuff up, sir. It's your fault for enjoying yourself so much when I was having an unfortunate time. It's not necessarily unfortunate, but your direction is just unpromising, master. Hell if it is. Pochi and I threw around the usual banter as we made our way to my room. And as I opened the door, the first thing I saw was Ballad. What are you doing here, Ballad? I'm so sorry, Master Asley. I went over the transparency time and barely made it back. You. Oh, so that's it, come on now, don't cry. We'll get you back safely. This Ballad critter was the dragonling that had hatched from the Ballad dragon's egg. With that said, the egg had been in Lena's room, kept warm by the freeloading Pochi, and it had hatched sometime after midnight, so I hadn't been present when it happened. Lena successfully positioned herself to be the first thing the dragonling saw, so the imprinting went without issue. I had feared that she would end up looking at Pochi instead, but that turned out to be my unnecessary worry, thanks to how fundamentally different Pochi was. That day had been 2 days before the entrance ceremony. Lena's telepathic call asking me to be the dragonling's surrogate father was strong enough to completely shake off my drowsiness. Steeling myself for any and all consequences, I had snuck into Lena's room. After a sidelong glare at Pochi, who had been fast asleep at the time, I imprinted myself as the second parent figure. That was perhaps the best option Lena could have taken. Then we proceeded to wake Pochi up, getting her to be the godparent figure and decide on a name. She had decided on Ballad, frankly a cheap off-brand spelling of Ballad, but Lena was greatly thankful for it all the same. It was only after Pochi had fully woken up, they decided on roles, with most of the basic caretaking duties being handled by Lena. Since then, Ballad has grown extraordinarily fast. According to Lena, she had started grasping human speech almost immediately, was able to fly within the same day, and was understanding of our racial differences and death of her original parent. Moreover, Ballad had expressed her own wish to live with Lena. I was sure that, in a way, Lena's tender words and feelings had reached Ballad even while she was still in the eggshell. The night before the entrance ceremony, by Ballad's request, a familiar pact had been formed between Lena and Ballad. The contract itself technically required a certain amount of arcane energy to establish, so I had chimed in with magic shift to make it a success. Originally, I had planned to wait for Lena's energy pool to be large enough to do this by herself, but in the end, I decided that the sooner, the better it was. The next day, by Lena and Ballad's request, I had set up a limited invisibility spell circle in Lena's room, enabling Ballad to go outside for a little while, but today could be considered as the first failure of the measure. Still, she sure resembles her master in her tendency to shed tears. Why you will? Of course, and I'll draw another spell circle in this room, too. Still, how'd you even get in, Ballad? I'm sure I locked the door when we left. Didn't we, Pochi? Yes, we certainly did, sir. The Dragan archetype has the innate ability to use space interference magic spells, sir. Oh yeah, which reminds me, there's that time I got paralyzed for some weird reason when I fought the wyverns. So that's how it worked. It does send you spell circles, so maybe crosshair to a psychic power. That doesn't sound like a topic a 6-day-old newborn is fit to discuss, but I suppose that's how wise her kind truly is. Alright, this should be good to go. Try getting onto the spell circle. Yup. Am I invisible now? Well, we still can see you because that's how the spell works, but it was invoked properly. Here, your reflection in the mirror is gone, right? Wuxia, it is. Thank you so much, Master Asley. The fact that she was crying up until now almost sounded like a lie. But regardless, now with a brightened expression, Ballad promptly flew out the window. Master. What's up, Pochi? Wuxia, it is, that was adorable, don't you think, sir? Highway south of Beilanea, 9 o'clock at night. Seriously, why do you even come with me if you don't intend to help? And why do I have to? You're already making quick work of almost everything with that fire of yours. Bah, not that I was expecting a good answer. Oh, fire. Gwa. Shooting down the muscular ogre monster on the wayside, the level-up announcement chime rang within my brain. It's been a while since I last heard that. While that chime continued to ring, I proceeded to confirm my request paper. And from my side, Irene also took a quick glance at it. It's finally time to wrap up. Is there anything else you need? I've got 6 more ogres to go. What? Are ogre hunts the only requests you've taken? Lately, there's been a lot of them around here, and I came across some ogre fighters the other day, too. Isn't that a B-ranked? Did you defeat them? Of course I did. Anyway, ogre archetypes do act in groups in some rare cases, so I suppose we should keep our guards up. Wait. Was there any literature published on that subject? Oh crap. I forgot I haven't made my ogre archetype deconstruction textbook public to the world yet. I haven't announced it yet. You researched it yourself? Even if it's focused on one archetype, wouldn't you need at least a few months to a year to gather more concrete information? That's why I still don't have everything down yet. In this case, I've only seen it a handful of times. Anyway, isn't it about time you got your results? You said you might be promoted to rank B, didn't you? I think it'll be announced later tonight. What she referred to was the rank-up evaluation. Up to rank C, it was generally decided by the number of requests one has fulfilled, but several other factors were evaluated for promotion to rank B and above. I had cleared the qualifying number of requests yesterday and had reported to Duncan. With that, my record had been put under evaluation, the process of which should be done by now or later tonight. C-ranked adventurers were considered veterans, B ranks were the top class, and A was the top of the top. With that level of prestige on my profile, I would be authorized to investigate newly discovered dungeons and accept requests of that sort too. If you were rank B, you could accept requests from the nation or the university and reap greater benefits from them too. Some jobs even pay 10,000 gold as the base reward. That's exactly why I'm aiming to be promoted. If things go well, I won't have to abuse my physical body as much. Now you have to deal with this, the student council and your regular classes. That's quite a heavy workload. Well, I reckon I can graduate just fine, so I don't foresee the university being much of an issue. Right, no wonder people are out for your head. Things sure have changed from the old days. At the Magic University now, one only had to attend a reasonable amount of lectures and receive the required credits to advance to the next school year and eventually graduate. Perhaps at some point, students who failed the 8 exams numbered too many, resulting the previous system to be amended. If only I'd been born in this day and age, maybe I would. Well, no, then I wouldn't have met Pochi, Lena, and Ballad. Reed, Ryan, and the townsfolk too. Ever since I had left town, I had contacted Ryan a few times. Since Ryan didn't use magic nor Magecraft, it could only be done through my telepathic communication. We had decided on a schedule of once every 2 weeks. And of course, he had been greatly pleased to hear of Lena's admission to the university. We had also discussed how the rest of the world didn't seem to acknowledge Faltown's existence. We still had no idea why and how, but I had proposed that the sooner we figure it out, the better. With that in mind, getting myself into the student council might not be all doom and gloom. Besides, we may very well find some leads on our ultimate goals, the familiar chalice and the Devil King's chest pocket. Not long after we had left town for the Magic University, we had obtained some information regarding the familiar's chalice. Apparently, it was a festival held every few years at Regalia, the royal capital. Requirements for participation were that the master must be an adventurer at rank A or higher, the familiar must be level 80 or higher, and an entrance fee of 100,000 gold must be paid. Achieving those criteria was only a matter of time for us, so there should be no issue. On the other hand, we've found absolutely nothing regarding the Devil King's chest pockets so far. I had even asked Irene and Trace, but the most they knew was just the name. Perhaps there had been an information blockade. It didn't seem like Irene was lying, either. This meant the information was most likely unknown even to the 6 archmages. The nation may have had a hand in this matter, after all. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility of Irene telling lies to me. The latter hypothesis was more proper one to come up with, so to speak. Furthermore, what concerned me above all else was the Devil King's resurrection. The divine messenger. He had told me to devote myself to my studies, but I held a fair bit of doubt whether or not I'm on the right track. Besides, since he had given me instructions, wouldn't that mean that I had to do something about the Devil King, too? I had heard a long time ago that there may some close connections between the Devil King's chest pocket and the Devil King himself. But with how things are right now, I suppose there's nothing I can do but deal with my duties at hand. Now, let's hurry and take down the ogres. Bah, so busy. I heaved a deep, and by that, I mean bottomless deep, sigh. The Principle of a Philosopher by Eternal Fool Asley, Chapter 22, The Fool's Secrets. Student Council Office, 17th day of the 4th month, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I found myself isolated and helpless in the Student Council office. That's when I met this peculiar woman. Asley, my boy, that goes here. Ma'am. And here, just write whatever works. That's simpler than I thought. It's not that simple to grab my interest, though. She is a greatly charming woman clad in a pink tailor-made robe that exposed her cleavage and back. This woman was called Dainya. Her movements were clearly suspicious, and she lavished herself with an excess of pheromone perfume. Rumor had it that she had turned down the advances of over 100 boys. She had quite a big following, but their relationship with her was more akin to Dainya ruling over her minions. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, it's very nice to have you with us, my boy. The only other white faction representatives here are myself and that silent boy, you see. Ha 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 ha. Say, do you have your eyes on anyone right now, my boy? Ha 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 ha. Hey, are you even listening to me? Dainya asked, calling for attention by showing off her assets at an unnatural angle. Those 2 melons, those jiggling fruits, most normal men wouldn't be able to resist them. Well, I've been busy with many things, so. Ha ha. Aha, that's perfect. You why do you keep touching me? I don't know, either. Sitting to my side, Dainya reached one hand for my writing hand, and the other under the table, brushing my thigh with her index finger. Wah, and what did you mean by perfect? I turned my upper body away in a bid to avoid her, but she matched up with my every movement. She slowly ran her right hand, which was holding down my hand, up my left arm in a bipedal walking motion with her index and middle fingers as the legs. And when she reached my shoulder, Dainya jumped it to my chest. Wait, Dainya, ma'am. Oh, no, I prefer you not being so formal with me, my boy. As her right hand tickled my chest, her left hand plunged down to my Garden of Eden. And then. Dainya. What in the blazes do you think you're doing? The door opened, and from it came the earth-shattering echo through the office and the corridor. My bailout in times of need. Irene, my savior, appeared. Oh no, the lil wild Irene has appeared. Sorry, my boy, but we'll have to leave that for later. Dainya promptly excused herself out of the student council office, but not before blowing a kiss. Like a watchdog, Irene barked at Dainya to hurry and pushed her on her way, shouting with a voice so intense that the corridor windows vibrated. And you, Asley. You should have shown some resistance at least. Well, she's an upperclassman, so I reckon I shouldn't be too offensive. You aren't going to say that she's right up your alley, are you? I do think she's charming, but I can't quite handle her assertiveness, so to speak. Seeming to take in only the first half of my statement, Irene felt her own chest and stood there pondering things over, then soon shook her head. But that sure was close. You could say that my apple of Eden was almost harvested. Where did you even pull that metaphor out from? Irene asked, slightly blushing. I'm being roundabout just because saying it outright wouldn't be quite appropriate. If you say so. Still, if only Dainia took things seriously, she sure would be regarded highly by the university. I suppose she's at that rebellious age. You talk like an old man sometimes, Asley. Isn't she only 2 years or so older than you? At first glance, Dainia certainly would seem far more mature, but since I was 16 years old, she was only 2 years elder to me. I suppose normal humans would find themselves limited in some ways for being the younger one, but for one who lived outside of certain physical limitations such as me, I would say this was just about perfect. By the way. What is it? How old are you, Miss Irene? You seem to be speaking on equal terms with Billy, so I was wondering, Bois. You're never supposed to ask a lady her age, you fool. Irene drove the heel of her shoe into my right foot. Seeing how she spoke with Billy, I'd thought they would at least be of a similar age, but I suppose it's not appropriate to ask, after all. Ow 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 ow. Sorry for even asking, ma'am. As long as you get the point. But that aside, you're leaving tonight, if I remember correctly. Yes. I've already reported to the university and got my approval. I wanted to go as well, you know, but the Duodcad conference starts tonight, so I just can't. Let's keep quiet about me never asking anyone to come along. The Labyrinth of No Return. Was it? And true to its name, no one has ever returned after exploring it. It's going to sound weird once it's finally been conquered, though. And I assume you'll be going with a B-ranked party. I mean, you'll probably be fine, but don't go dying on me, all right? If I die, my ghost will be right by your bedside to blow in your ears. Bah, you and your corny comebacks. Irene crossed her arms once again and snapped away from me. And her ears are looking a bit red, makes me want to blow into them. Well, I'll probably be stepped on again if I did. I had been promoted to rank B on the day I had gone hunting ogres. With a decently stable income since then, I visited the guild less frequently. I had gone to the guild the other day, and it turned out that Duncan had recommended me directly by name for a certain job. A trust-based system, this procedure allowed receptionists to recommend adventurers they deemed particularly capable for special requests. In my case, it was a labyrinth investigation. Last month, a B-ranked party had been sent there, but they never reported back. My job here was to carry out a follow-up investigation, teaming up with a party of 3 A-ranked adventurers that had recently arrived in Beilanea. Technically, I had been the first to be put on the job, and those 3 had been chosen after the guild had posted a recruitment for 3 capable A ranks. It was not the type of work I was accustomed to, but if successful, a handsome reward of 15,000 gold would be lying in wait. Per member, of course. Still, we were obligated to hand over any article that we collect from the labyrinth to the client. The request paper had been written with magic and had clauses stating that we were to explore the labyrinth and retrieve the treasures within. The copies with the guild had been reproduced with the same magic as well. Therefore, it was impossible to simply keep silent and take the treasures for ourselves. And of course, many adventurers were willing to comply with those terms, since sometimes there would be no treasure to be found in labyrinths, and more often than not, the guild's base rewards were greater than the loot. Now, I still need to prepare some things, so I'll excuse myself here. Right. Well, be careful out there. Irene said, seeming a bit down, but I didn't quite understand why. I went back to my room, and after I was done packing up, I contacted Lena in accordance with our regular schedule. Drawing a craft circle on my palm with my fingers, I initiated the call. Lena, is now a good time? Yes, it's all right. Will you be leaving soon? We won't be gone for long. Please don't start any fights with Pochi this time. Sure, I'll try the best I can. Ahahaha. Alright then, good luck out there. And do your best on the next practical training, alright? Yes, sir. Well, there's a chance that the contact might work in the labyrinth, but just in case. I'll see you later. Have a safe trip. Lastly, Lena reminded me to be careful out there, then cut the communication line. I turned to see Pochi lazing around when we were supposed to be leaving. I heaved a sigh, and proceeded to tickle her nose with the corner of my mantle. Achoo. W-ah. The enemy. The Devil King has arrived. Wah, what did you say? How dare you invade our land, Devil King Achoo? Ah, ha. Fwahahaha. So you dare oppose me, useless creature. Oi, that's going too far, don't you think? Whoops, I revealed my true thoughts. Pochi feigned clumsiness by winking and sticking out her tongue. Somehow not playing along like usual, I proceeded to tickle her. Ahahaha, stop it, master. Pwah, ahahaha. Damn you, I knew something was up. That title sticks because you've been thinking of me as a fool for a good 800 years. Now it's gonna take damn forever to remove, damn it. Take this. Ahahaha. I am, fwahahaha. That's definitely it. Ha 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 ha. Humph, guess I'll let you off the hook for now. After Pochi was completely out of breath, that is. Doesn't seem like she'll be able to get up immediately. Ha, 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 phew. You are at least partially at fault, too, master. Humans are creatures that prefer to shift the blame onto others, there. If you adhere to the reverse of what you write into that Principles of a Philosopher book, you'd probably have a shot at being a philosopher, I feel. Ooh, that never occurred to me. Sounds reasonable, actually. Ha. You really are a handful, you know that, master. Pochi glared at me, seeming quite exasperated. Yeah, sure, pity me all you want. Okay, now that you've calmed down. We depart to the labyrinth. Awoo. And so Pochi and I left the university dormitory and headed for Beilanea's north gate, where we were to meet up with the others for the job. You're tuning in to the Hanli's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.